Chapter 265. Han Shua left the valley and immediately hid in a pile of thick bushes, using his consciousness to contact the Earth Elite Zombie's little skull. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A thin white light flickered in and out of existence under the illumination of the moonlight. It sped through the mountain valley like the wind and quickly landed next to Han Shua. It was the little skeleton wielding the bone dagger. The little skeleton's 7-bone spurs returned to its back as it carried the bone dagger leisurely, like a child playing in a garden. It didn't take the chaotic battle in the valley seriously at all. It was obvious that it was at ease. As Han Shua's consciousness connected, Han Shua felt the Earth Elite Zombie swim towards his feet from the depths of the valley. 10 seconds later, the earth beneath Han Shua's feet loosened and the silly Earth Elite Zombie drilled out. "Where are they?" Han Shua hurriedly asked when he saw the Earth Elite Zombie come over. The Earth Elite Zombie was stunned and thought for a while rubbing his head. He once again dove into the ground and moved towards Tanai. However, the Earth Elite Zombie's speed was a bit slower this time. Han Shua focused his eyes and noticed that the Earth Elite Zombie had just drilled out of the ground, had split open a tunnel wide enough for one person to pass through. It looked like the Earth Elite Zombie had immediately dropped everything and tunneled into the ground after being summoned by Han Shua. He obviously didn't care about the safety of Trunks and the others. After listening to Han Shua's question, the Earth Elite Zombie finally realized that he was the one leading the way. Therefore, he began to use his talent to dig another tunnel on the way back and forth. The Earth Elite Zombie could freely swim in the depths of the earth, but the others didn't have this miraculous talent. Therefore, a tunnel leading to this place was necessary. When the Earth Elite Zombie used his advantage as a favored child of the Earth to start digging a tunnel to the valley, his speed obviously wasn't as fast as traversing the earth alone. The 3 Een demons were in the distance. One of them was following the leader of the Cairo mercenary band, Loritan. Loritan's body had returned to its second berserk state, and he was leading a group of Cairo mercenary band experts in fleeing towards the Valley of Sunshine. After the fierce battle in the valley, the Cairo mercenary band had suffered great losses. 10 of their experts had been killed, which made Loritan furious to the extreme. However, Loritan understood that it was impossible for the Cairo mercenary band to win outside the Valley of Sunshine, so he planned to return to the Valley of Sunshine with all his might and take revenge later. The other Een demon was still in the mountain valley. Due to the light, grand Magus Ferguson being beaten to death by Han Shua, Florida had received a great deal of shock. He was currently hugging Ferguson's corpse and bawling his eyes out, completely forgetting to continue leading his men in pursuit of Loritan. Ferguson had doted on his grandson the most and had paved a bright path for his growth. It was because of Ferguson's identity in the Church of Light that Florida had the confidence to compete with Loritan for the position of ruler of the Valley of Sunshine. However, this grandfather who had protected and educated him since he was young had suddenly been beaten to death by Han Shua. It was hard to say if he would still be able to borrow the power of the Church of Light in the future. To Florida, his grandfather's death was something he couldn't bear emotionally on one hand, but it was also related to his own practical benefits on the other. With the two working together, this ruthless and scheming Rainbow Sickle mercenary band leader couldn't help but sob bitterly. Not far from Florida, a group of people from the House of Menlo had heavily surrounded the wounded patriarch Adam Menlo. Under Han Shua's shocking attack, Adam Menlo had first used all his fighting aura to defend himself, but was then firmly wrapped up by the golden winged rock and managed to escape death. However, although he had escaped death, his companion of dozens of years, the golden winged rock, wasn't so lucky. The golden winged rock had almost been turned bald by the little skull's bone knife. More than half of the golden feathers on its wings had been severed. When facing Han Shua's shocking attack, the golden winged rock had instinctively protected Adam Menlo. His enormous body had suffered a heavy blow and his injuries were extremely serious. At this moment, Adam Menlo's mood was extremely dispirited and also extremely angry. Trembling, He touched the bald and blood-stained wings of the golden-winged roc and roared furiously, "I want to kill him! I must kill him!" The small powers that had been hiding around Tanai had seen the shocking changes that had happened to Tanai. Han Shua's violent actions tonight had already been branded into their minds, causing the name of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to resound. Because of Han Shua's actions tonight, it was clear that he had an extremely close relationship with the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. No one dared to underestimate the strength of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Han Shua used the 3 Een demons to observe the surroundings. After a while, the Earth Elite zombie once again leapt out of the ground. This time, the Earth Elite zombie tugged on Han Shua's sleeve and pointed at the underground tunnel, looking as if he was waiting for a commendation. Patting the Earth Elite zombie's shoulder, Han Shua smiled and said, "Well done! You did the right thing this time." "What did you do the right thing?" Trunks followed up and jumped out of the tunnel, chuckling as he asked. When Trunks jumped out, Gilbert also jumped out of the ground with a large sack on his shoulder. Behind him, Grant and the others all carried sacks on their backs, their faces full of excitement and joy. "How was it?" Han Shua asked with a smile as he saw the expressions on their faces. He knew that they must have had some gains. It was very difficult to enter inside. Some of the sharp rocks were as sharp as knives. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to enter at all. We killed a few people from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band in passing and robbed them of the ores they were mining. We dug up some more and brought it all up here. Trunks seemed to be in an extremely good mood as he chuckled and explained. It looks like the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band has indeed started to take action with their geographical advantage. Florida actually dared to say that he would kill Loriton and that the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had given up on the Mithril mine. How shameless! Oh, right, how big is this mine and how much has been mined? Han Shua looked down on Florida's solemn assurance, and his expression changed as he followed up with a question. Shaking his head, Trunks said helplessly, "I don't know. The places we've come into contact with are limited. We've only been carrying some ores, all raw ores. There seems to be a portion of mithril in them, but we'll need to find someone to verify this time's gains." If the Metal Elite zombie had refined it, then it would be able to use its innate talent to understand just how big the mine was. With the Metal Elite zombie's control over metal ores, it wouldn't take long for all the ores in the mine to be gathered together. This mithril mine wouldn't even have a grain of mithril left in a short amount of time. It was a pity that the place of extreme metal was the most difficult to find among the 5 places of extreme metal. It was impossible to refine the Metal Elite zombie if one couldn't find it for the time being. Otherwise, with the Metal Elite zombie, Han Shua wouldn't need to worry about ores at all. With the existence of the Dwarf tribe and the Metal Elite zombie's instinctive reaction to ores, he would be able to obtain an unending supply of weapons. After sighing slightly, Han Shua suddenly discovered that Janet and the bandits were making strange movements. He immediately cursed. "All right, let's leave this place first. Mountain Tanai is in a mess now. We shouldn't stay here for the time being. Put down the ores on your backs. I'll put them into my space ring." Han Shua pointed at Gilbert and the others as he urged them. Among the group, only Trunks had a space ring on his finger. The rest of the mercenaries, including Grant, all used the bags on their waists. Space rings were notoriously expensive. It was only natural that these mercenaries didn't have enough gold coins to buy a space ring. However, when Han Shua gave the order, Grant and the others didn't immediately move. Instead, they cast their gazes at Trunks, seemingly waiting for him to express his stance. Listen to him. In the future, his orders are my orders. Remember this. Trunks had a stern expression as he cautiously instructed Grant and the others. Understood. With Han Shua's orders, Grant and the others felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They immediately became much more relaxed. They hastily untied the large sack on their backs and placed it in front of Han Shua. Such a large sack was filled with gravel of all sizes. The weight wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. Even for these mercenaries, carrying it all the way back to the Seoul Destroyer Mercenary Band was a painful task. White lights flashed, and the sacks of all sizes disappeared into Han Shua's space ring. When everything was done, Han Shua waved his hand and said, "Follow me, we'll intercept Janet on his way back. This time, we'll also be bandits and capture Janet." "That's right, I must get to the bottom of this." Trunks immediately recalled Annie's matter when he heard Han Shua mention Janet. His originally joyful mood was instantly filled with sorrow as he shouted with a sullen face. 2 of the 3 Een demons returned. One of them closely followed Janet's group of bandits, constantly paying attention to their movements. Under Han Shua's command, the Soul Destroyer Mercenary Band took a shortcut to intercept Janet. However, they suddenly discovered that Janet's group was acting suspiciously and had actually set up an ambush on the way back to the House of Menlo. From the looks of it, Janet seemed to be planning to take advantage of the House of Menlo's heavy losses to make a deal. Chapter 266. When Janet's group of bandits had concealed themselves and planned to strike the House of Menlo while they were down, she didn't know that she herself had become someone else's prey. Adam Menlo was injured, and the golden-winged rock had transformed into a golden-haired, middle-aged man with cuts all over his skin. Under the protection of the House of Menlo elites, he gradually retreated in the direction of the House of Menlo, arriving at a place covered with lush shrubs and several towering trees. Janet's group, who had long since been lying in ambush, immediately charged out with a battle cry. The old man beside Janet released a wind support spell, Acceleration, which landed on the bandits' bodies. The valiant bandits flew towards the House of Menlo, brandishing their weapons and starting to attack. This was out of Han Shua's expectations. He'd originally thought that Janet was lying in ambush to seize the opportunity to plunder. He hadn't thought that Janet would immediately give the order to kill the House of Menlo when she saw them appear. It looked like her goal this time wasn't to plunder. "Adam, you old thing, you deserve your bad luck. You actually dared to plot against me. You must be tired of living." Janet didn't make a move. She shouted in high spirits, her pretty face filled with pride and excitement. "Kill them, and the House of Menlo will be finished. Let's see if they still dare to cause trouble for us." The bandits shouted loudly as they brandished their weapons and attacked fiercely. The experts of the House of Menlo, who had already suffered heavy losses, were chased into a sorry state. In this trip to the valley, the major powers didn't send out too many people, perhaps because they had a mutual understanding. The House of Menlo originally had a few dozen experts, but after being killed by Loreton's berserk transformation and the ambush of the corpse resurrected by Han Shua, there were only a dozen or so members left. Facing Janet's group of bandits, who were 3 times their number and also had decent strength, it was only natural that they would suffer a loss. "Protect my father. Our people are nearby. As long as we return to our territory, these damned bandits won't be able to leave alive," a skinny, brown-haired maid shouted as he waved the magic staff in his hand. Sharp spikes suddenly shot out from the ground where Janet and the other bandits were charging. These bandits, who had been buffed by the wind support spell Acceleration, were extremely fast. They didn't care about the changes under their feet at all, and were hit one after another. Some of their ankles were directly pierced through. "Damn it, shoot them to death!" Janet roared and ordered the archers behind her. Swish! Swish! The sound of arrows piercing through the air rang out as streaks of silvery arrows fell upon the House of Menlo, immediately causing chaos amongst them. Even the Earth Mage who had cast the Earth Spike was affected by the rain of arrows and had no choice but to cast an earth wall for defense. Han Shua could clearly see the battle between Janet and the House of Menlo through the Een Demon. At this time, Han Shua and the others were hiding in the shadows tens of meters away, carefully listening to the intense battle and waiting for Han Shua's orders. Let them fight amongst themselves. I'll have the Earth Elite zombie sneak attack and capture them later. Han Shuo wasn't in the least bit anxious, as he said leisurely. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. After tonight, the Valley of Sunshine will become even more chaotic. Our Soul Destroyer mercenary band will take advantage of this opportunity to rise. Be careful for now. After my violent actions tonight, I think the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo will deal with us first without a care in the world. With our mercenary band's current strength, we can't contend against any of the powers. Our current hiding place must not be exposed. Han Shuo couldn't help but remind Trunks when he saw the desire on his face. Haha, that's good too. Because of your craziness tonight, the name of our Soul Destroyer mercenary band has become famous. As long as our name is known, we won't have to worry about not being able to recruit people. As long as we have money and people, our strength can rapidly improve. When we have enough strength, it will be the death of those traitors in Florida, Trunks said with a cold face. Nodding, Han Shuo agreed. That's right, it's time for the Soul Destroyers to show their talents. Han Shuo exclaimed softly and said in astonishment. I didn't think that the experts of the House of Menlo would really be waiting outside. It looks like Janet's group's efforts were for naught. He patted the Earth Elite zombie, and it abruptly hid underground. Han Shuo turned his head to look at Trunks and said, I suddenly remembered that with him, we don't need your help anymore. You guys return to the group first. I'll catch up to you guys with Janet. You really don't need help? Janet can be the leader of such a large group of bandits, so her own strength can't be too weak. Plus, there's a group of bandits surrounding her. Are you sure you can succeed? Trunks asked in astonishment. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Han Shuo smiled confidently and gave the order to return with Gilbert and Little Skull. He and the Earth Elite zombie hid in Janet's direction. This night was destined to be chaotic. The experts of the 4 great powers of the Valley of Sunshine had tacitly entered the valley, but they had all set up an ambush outside the valley. As the 4 great powers had all suffered losses in their campaigns against each other, the smaller powers that originally didn't dare to act rashly had long since harbored resentment after being suppressed by the 4 great powers. Add to that the fatal temptation of the Mithril mine. No one could predict if they would do something crazy. Even though Trunks and the others were very familiar with the terrain of the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo was still worried that they would be in danger on the way. Therefore, he had Gilbert and Little Skull travel with them. At least they could take care of each other along the way. When Han Shuo planned to capture Janet, his mind spun rapidly. He clearly observed Janet's every move based on the Een Demon's observation, thinking of the most appropriate way to act. Quick! Chase after them and get rid of them. If we miss this chance, there won't be another one. Janet wielded a huge mace, her petite body as fast as lightning as she chased after the fleeing clansmen of the House of Menlo. There were few bandits protecting her, but because of Janet's ruckus, the bandits were busy chasing after the experts of the House of Menlo, gradually getting further and further away from her. Through the Een Demon's observation, Han Shuo calmly determined Janet's route of advance. He silently hid behind a large tree, slowly adjusting his breathing and heartbeat. It was as if his entire being had become one with the tree, and no one could discover Han Shuo in the shadows. The Earth Elite zombie obeyed Han Shuo's orders and quickly shuttled through the ground, closely following Janet. As soon as Han Shuo gave the order, he would immediately move underground to cooperate with Han Shuo. The experts of the House of Menlo rode all kinds of magical beasts and left the area where Han Shuo was hiding. Behind them, a few bandits on Janet's side waved their weapons and shouted as they chased after them. These people all passed by the large tree that Han Shuo was hiding behind. Gradually, the panting and angry Janet rapidly approached according to the trajectory that Han Shuo had predicted. She raised her mace and cursed loudly. Vulgar words and vulgarities rang out incessantly, without the restraint that a girl should have. Suddenly, Han Shuo, who had been hiding all this time, suddenly leaped out like a ghost. He was like a shadow in the darkness, instantly entering Janet's line of sight. Janet, who was cursing incessantly, saw a black shadow suddenly appear from the darkness. She immediately waved her mace in horror and smashed it over. The mace flew over at high speed with a strange whistling sound. Its momentum was extremely shocking. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as an enormous force flowed through the mace and into Janet's body. It was as terrifying as a flash flood. This caused Janet, who was flying at high speed, to uncontrollably stagger backwards. "It's you!" With one strike, Janet already knew that the newcomer's strength far surpassed hers. When Han Shua's figure appeared, Janet immediately turned pale with fright and cried out. Seeing that the newcomer was Han Shua, Janet, who had just seen Han Shua's strength while hiding in the darkness, knew that her strength was inferior to Han Shua's. She didn't even think about it and hurriedly retreated. She opened her mouth and yelled, "Men, take him down!" As Janet retreated, she didn't know that the Earth Elite zombie had already set up an ambush. A pair of arms suddenly stretched out from the ground and accurately grabbed onto Janet's retreating ankles, preventing her from evading. Janet was scared out of her wits, frightened by this sudden turn of events. She trembled and screamed, "Help! What's holding on to me?" It's too late. With a light shout, Han Shua had already arrived in front of Janet. Then, Janet felt her entire body tighten, as if her body didn't belong to her, and she gradually lost all strength. "Let go of her, or you will suffer our vengeance at all costs." The crippled wind Archmage Billy quickly floated over with the wind magic haste, glaring angrily at Han Shua as he shouted, "I need to ask her some questions. I won't take her life, don't worry," Han Shua said to the rapidly approaching Archmage Billy as he carried the unconscious Janet. "You promise you won't hurt her?" On the other side, Wind Archmage Billy was afraid that Han Shua would kill her, so he yelled at the bandits around him who were also furiously approaching. He stared fixedly at Han Shua as he spoke. "Of course, I won't take her life. Otherwise, she would have died a long time ago." Han Shua nodded in response, then carried Janet and soared into the air, saying, "At most 3 days, she will definitely return safely. Don't worry." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shua gave the Earth Elite zombie the order to retreat. The man and the zombie gradually moved further and further away in the direction of Trunks and the others. Chapter 267. On the way, Han Shua met up with Trunks and the others. They didn't encounter any more mishaps and covertly returned to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. After a night of hard work, the group was clearly a bit tired. However, Trunks had waited for so many years and obviously didn't want to waste even a moment. Some of the original Rainbow Sickle mercenary band members also stared at Han Shua with sparkling eyes. You guys actually captured Janet too?" Annie, who had been woken up from her sleep, was making a ruckus along the way. However, when she saw the unconscious Janet with her head drooped, her expression suddenly changed. Patting Janet's cheek, Han Shua's magical yuan flowed into her body. Just as he was about to wake the unconscious Janet up, he suddenly furrowed his brows in surprise. Making a soft sound, Han Shua's large hand pressed against the back of Janet's neck. 5 strands of magical yuan wandered through Janet's body like gossamer threads. He suddenly discovered that Janet's body structure was different from that of an ordinary person. Her meridians were much fewer than those of an ordinary person, but she had dozens more bones. "Scoundrel, you actually took advantage of Janet." Annie cursed angrily when she saw Han Shua's large hand on Janet's back. "What's wrong?" Trunks waited for Han Shua to wake Janet up, but couldn't help but ask when he saw Han Shua's puzzled face and Janet still hadn't woken up after a long time. This Janet is a bit different. Her body structure is very different from that of an ordinary person. Han Shua was truly astonished. He used his magical yuan to circle around Janet's body a few more times, and was sure that her body was indeed no different from that of an ordinary person. However, the composition of her bones and meridians was indeed different. "There's such a strange thing." Trunks was startled. He stared at Janet for a few moments and nodded. "It's her without a doubt. I've known her for a few years. This must be Janet. How can her body be different from an ordinary person's? There's no mistake. Her body is absolutely different from ours. I can guarantee that this Janet is a bit strange," Han Shua said with certainty. Then he suddenly remembered the last time he fought with Janet. Even after her dark green fighting aura had dissipated, she still had the ability to make his arm tremble. He was a little puzzled. When Han Shua told him about Janet's strangeness, Trunks was taken aback at first, and then he said, "I know a little about this matter. Before Janet cultivated fighting aura, she was already very powerful. It is said that she showed this when she was young." Suddenly, Han Shua recalled Fanny's evaluation of him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, I know what's going on. This Janet should have the legendary body of divine favor favored by the gods. Since her birth, her body structure has been different from ordinary people." The reason why Han Shua was able to progress so quickly was entirely due to the effect of cultivating demonic arts. She was mistakenly believed by Fanny to have the body of divine favor. At that time, Han Shua felt that Fanny's theory about the body of divine favor was not credible. But now that he understood Janet's body structure, he realized that there were indeed some magical things on this strange continent. Oh my God, this female bandit actually has the body of divine favor. Legend has it that those with the body of divine favor will become top experts. I didn't expect to meet one. Trunks was also a little shocked as he looked at the unconscious Janet in disbelief. "Are you afraid now? Hurry up and let us go, or else Janet will not forgive you in the future." Annie clenched her small fist and shook it at Trunks with a threatening tone. Shaking his head, Han Shua smiled and said, "So what if she has the body of divine favor? She's still caught by me in the end. Wake up." After removing the restriction on Janet's body, Han Shua patted Janet's face and said softly with a smile, #%%. As soon as she woke up, Janet didn't say a word and started cursing at Han Shua. Such a pretty girl spouting vulgarities gave Han Shua a very strange feeling. "I'll leave it to you. She can only move her mouth now." Han Shua stood up with a wry smile, patted Trunks on the shoulder, and walked outside. As soon as Han Shua left the cave, Odysseus and the others also tactfully walked out, leaving Trunks and some of his former comrades behind to interrogate Janet about Annie's past. "Brian, long time no see. Let's have a few drinks tonight." Odysseus immediately suggested to Han Shua with a smile as soon as he came out. At night, the place was still covered in thick fog, but for some reason, the thick fog that originally shrouded the area gradually dissipated at night, and the bright moonlight just happened to shine down. Because it was already late at night, the other mercenaries who stayed here were basically asleep. After a busy night, Odysseus and the others were a little tired, so they sat down in the training field one by one. All right. With nothing to do, Han Shua casually sat down cross-legged and looked at Odysseus and the others with Gilbert. He took out the fine wine that the dwarves had brewed and handed it to Gordon and the others. Even the water adept mage Aphrodite and the female elven archer Nia didn't refuse Han Shua's good intentions. They took a few small sips of the wine and spoke to the full moon about their inner wishes and aspirations. "I want to become a great sword master. I'll let others know my name sooner or later." Gordon, who had already advanced to senior swordsman, gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and said heroically, "I also want to diligently practice magic and become an archmage as soon as possible. As long as I can advance to archmage, I can receive a title of nobility in any country and become a superior noble." Water adept mage Aphrodite had a faint smile on her lips as she softly spoke of her aspirations. Right, Brian, what are your wishes?" Odysseus turned his head to look at Han Shua and asked, greater strength as well as money, power, and beauties. Han Shuo lay lazily on the training field, his 2 hands folded behind his neck as he looked up at the sky and spoke crisply. Odysseus, Brian, you're so direct. Haha, isn't life all about these things? Although your wishes are different, don't they all revolve around the same things? Han Shuo turned his head to glance playfully at Odysseus and said with a smile, Haha, that's true. Odysseus thought for a moment and nodded. Han Shuo and the others drank and chatted. After a long time, Trunks walked out of the cave alone and sat down next to Han Shuo. He picked up the wineskin that Odysseus had carelessly tossed on the ground, tilted his head back and gulped it down. There was still more than half of the bag of fine wine pouring into Trunks' mouth. When there was not a single drop of wine left in the bag, Trunks suddenly threw it high up into the sky. With red eyes, he said in a deep, choked voice, I must kill Florida and butcher Gustav, as well as Kasi Empire's Bradley Pillon. Bradley Pillon was the younger brother of the king of Kasi Empire, Brad Pillon, and a Grand Duke of Kasi Empire. His territory was Caesar City, which was only separated from Valen City by the Kurlan mountain range. In Kasi Empire, he was a great noble who was second only to one, but above tens of thousands, wielding enormous power. The chief of the Griffin Legion, Bob Asher, had betrayed Lancelot Empire and sought refuge with him. This person was the city lord of Caesar City, and Kasi Empire's king was his older brother. One could well imagine how powerful he was. With Trunks' current strength, it was basically impossible for him to deal with such an important figure. Patting Trunks on the shoulder, Han Shuo consoled. Don't worry, I will help you. Nothing is impossible. Trunks fiercely punched the ground. He didn't use any fighting aura at all, but when his fist landed on the hard rock, the skin on the back of his hand cracked and blood gushed out. He roared like a trapped beast. These damned beasts! I will make them pay the price! Janet, with a cold expression, suddenly walked out from inside. She looked at Trunks, whose veins were faintly visible on his forehead, and said, For Annie, I will also kill them. Grant, blindfold her and escort her out of here. Trunks turned his head to sweep a glance at Janet and suddenly shouted. The burly Grant walked out from the cave, carrying Annie. Grant's eyes were red and swollen as he looked pitifully at the unconscious Annie. He said in a choked voice, Chief, what about Miss Annie? Annie is only intimate with me. Believe me, I can protect her from harm. She will remember what happened in the past sooner or later if she's with you. I'm afraid she will remember. Don't say any more. Take her away and help me take good care of her. Trunks suddenly spoke, interrupting Janet's remaining words and saying resolutely. Janet nodded and didn't say anything else. She took the initiative to let Grant help her blindfold, and then slowly climbed up under the lead and escort of Grant and the others. All right, you will definitely be able to take revenge. I promise you. Han Shuo once again patted Trunks on the shoulder and said solemnly with a gloomy face. Although Trunks and Janet didn't explain, Han Shuo could more or less guess what had happened to Annie from their expressions. Trunks, who treated Annie like his own sister, naturally couldn't let this kind of hatred go unavenged. Chapter 268. That night, Trunks drank without end, his eyes red and sobbing incessantly. Han Shuo wanted to say a few words of comfort, but it was to no avail. He seemed to have completely forgotten about the people and things around him, drowning in his pain and unable to extricate himself. That night, Han Shuo took out 3 of the remaining 5 rebirth pills, one for Odysseus, Gordon, and Aphrodite, and the other 2 for Trunks and Emily. At noon, Han Shuo left the Soul Destroyer mercenary band and headed to the Valley of Sunshine alone. The fierce battle outside didn't affect the merchants of the Tanai of the glorious Sun Valley. They had woken up early and were still busy, completely unaware of what had happened last night. When Han Shuo arrived at the fence, a few members of the Cairo mercenary band recognized Han Shuo and respectfully welcomed Han Shuo inside. Looking around, Han Shua discovered that the merchants of the Valley of Sunshine hadn't changed much, but the Cairo mercenary band soldiers were much more serious than usual, walking up and down the streets at a much higher frequency. Along the way, everyone from the Cairo mercenary band who met Han Shua respectfully nodded at Han Shua in greeting. It looked like they already knew about Han Shua's assistance yesterday. Last time in the glorious Sun Tanai, Han Shua had obtained many precious herbs from the old orc shop. Now that he'd arrived in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua headed straight for the old orc shop. The owner of the shop recognized Han Shua. When he saw Han Shua appear, the old orc who had been lying lazily inside hastily stood up with a wide grin and warmly welcomed Han Shua inside, saying, "Long time no see, haha! What have you taken fancy this time?" Han Shua's eyes sparkled with pleasant surprise as he scanned the store. He hurriedly picked up a dozen or so plants and placed them in front of the old orc, chuckling, "I want all of these things. Name a price?" Apart from the dragonfly fruit, Arctic grass, and gold marrow grass that he'd seen last time, he'd also discovered a 9 jade flower this time. He was truly overjoyed, thinking that this store could indeed surprise him. The 9 jade flower had 9 petals, and they were sparkling and translucent like jade, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Using the 9 jade flower and a few other spirit herbs, one could refine a vitality repairing pill to treat internal injuries. Among them, the 9 jade flower was the main ingredient, and it was very difficult to find. "Just give me a price." After experiencing Han Shua's generosity last time, the old orc seemed to have realized something and spoke very casually with a smile. It was easy to imagine how happy Han Shua was to be able to collect so many precious spirit herbs. He took out 2 heavy bags of gold coins from his space ring and carelessly tossed them in front of the old orc, saying with a smile, "How about 1,000 gold coins?" "Haha, what a generous young man. Thank you very much." The old orc suddenly grabbed the 2 bags of gold coins and grinned from his happiness. His mouth was so wide that it seemed as if he was about to eat someone. "It's you again." Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the door. Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, walked in leisurely, her bright eyes looking at Han Shua, and she immediately called out. Cecilia was wearing a dark purple dress, and her soft long hair casually draped over her shoulders. 2 thin, middle-aged men followed behind her, their gazes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. When he turned around and saw Cecilia, Han Shua also felt a bit surprised. He nodded indifferently at her, gathered the herbs on the table, and was about to leave the shop. "Hi, beautiful lady, it's nice to see you again. What would you like to order this time?" Cecilia seemed to be a regular customer. When she walked into the shop, the old orc also grinned widely and came over to greet her warmly. "He's already bought all the things I wanted. Damn it, he's 1 step ahead of me again." Cecilia frowned at Han Shua and shouted with some anger, "This!" The old orc didn't know what to say and spread his hands, indicating that he had no choice. When Han Shua was about to leave the shop, he suddenly thought of something and abruptly stopped at the door. He turned around and looked at Cecilia, saying, "Tell me where Emily is, and I'll let you take one of the herbs I have." When the disappointed Cecilia heard Han Shua's words, her expression immediately brightened. She looked at Han Shua and said, "Then take out the herbs you just collected." Nodding his head, Han Shua took out the herbs he had spent 1,000 gold coins to collect and laid them out one by one. He pointed at the herbs on the table and said, "You can take one." "I want this one." Cecilia pointed at the 9 jade flower and shouted softly. The corner of his mouth twitched. Han Shua weighed the pros and cons and suddenly said coldly, "This one won't do. The deal is off." The higher-ups of the Dark Mantle should know of Emily's whereabouts. Even if he didn't go through Cecilia, Han Shua could still ask Candide for help. In addition, it wasn't a big deal that Han Shua wanted to know Emily's whereabouts. He only wanted to use the rebirth pill in his possession to help her be reborn, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, the 9 jade flower could only be found by chance and not sought. It was extremely important to Han Shuo. With the 9 jade flower as the main ingredient, he could completely refine a cauldron of soul-repairing pills. Comparing the two, Han Shuo immediately went back on his words. Cecilia, who had already reached out to take the 9 jade flower, choked when she heard Han Shuo's "the deal is off." She stood there in a daze for a while and frowned unhappily at Han Shuo, saying, "You're going back on your word. I didn't promise you anything, so it doesn't count as going back on my word. Apart from this herb, I can let you take 2 of the others if you are willing." Han Shuo first put the 9 jade flower into his space ring, then shrugged his shoulders and said to Cecilia as if nothing had happened. Cecilia stared blankly at Han Shuo for a while with her bright eyes, then nodded fiercely after a while, saying, "Stingy fellow!" After taking the 2 stalks of extreme frost grass, Cecilia glared at Han Shuo before replying, "Emily and I have completed our mission and should have already returned to Awesome City. The person that Emily holds in such high esteem is actually so stingy. I really don't know why she would think so highly of you. That has nothing to do with you." Han Shuo chuckled, feeling much more at ease after learning of Emily's whereabouts. He thought to himself that he was about to return to Awesome City and that she would likely take the initiative to look for him when the time came. It wouldn't be too late to use the rebirth pill to help her cleanse her marrow at that time. You 3 aren't allowed to move. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Suddenly, a dozen or so mercenaries from the Cairo mercenary band fiercely surrounded the old orc's shop and aimed several crossbows at Cecilia and the other 2. "What are you doing? Is this how the Cairo mercenary band treats merchants?" Cecilia's face was filled with anger as she looked coldly at the mercenary at the very front. "We've always been friendly to merchants, but you didn't enter through normal means. Otherwise, we would have a record of you. Come with us." The mercenary at the front stared unceremoniously at Cecilia and said coldly. It looked like Cecilia and the other 2 hadn't entered through the fences and had most likely used some other way. Normally, the Cairo mercenary band wouldn't have discovered them, but after last night's bitter battle, the Cairo mercenary band was now on high alert. Everyone was cautious, so it was no wonder that they discovered the anomaly. "Mr. Brian, be careful and come from there." The mercenary at the front treated Han Shuo in a completely different manner from how he treated Cecilia. His tone was respectful, sincere, and even a few traces of fawning. "Mr. Brian, our chief knows that you're in the Valley of Sunshine and said that he'll come see you in a moment. As long as you wait a bit, the chief will immediately come see you after he's finished dealing with Tanai. He'll give you the gold coins that he promised you last night, so please wait a bit." Another mercenary bowed respectfully towards Han Shuo and pleaded, "What's going on here?" Cecilia looked at Han Shuo suspiciously, thinking that this fellow was only a dark mantle envoy of the dark mantle. How could the hot-tempered and arrogant Loritan allow someone to treat him in such a friendly manner? She really couldn't figure it out. Loritan was famous for being arrogant and difficult to provoke, yet this fellow could make Loritan treat him so respectfully. Strange, truly strange. "Hey, we're together. You must be mistaken." Cecilia's mind spun, and she suddenly walked to Han Shuo's side with a smile, patting Han Shuo's shoulder as if they were very close. Han Shuo blanked and glanced sideways at Cecilia. He was about to say something with a cold expression when he heard Cecilia say in a low voice, "We have a mission. We're both members of the Dark Mantle, so if you dare to watch us die, I'll definitely complain to that old fellow Candide when I get back." "Ha ha, you must be mistaken." Cecilia stood shoulder to shoulder with Han Shuo and suddenly relaxed. They're my friends. I promise that they won't do anything to harm the interests of your mercenary band. I'll go to my shop later. If your chief comes, I'll let him know." Han Shuo smiled faintly and nodded at the mercenaries. He then maliciously hugged Cecilia's waist, making a very ambiguous gesture. Cecilia's slender waist was plump and firm. The thin dress couldn't hide the astonishing elasticity. Han Shuo couldn't help but praise inwardly when he hugged her like this. Not only was this woman beautiful, even her figure was so seductive. So that's how it is. The mercenary suddenly understood and apologized to Cecilia. I'm sorry, I didn't know about your relationship with Mr. Bryan. I've been impolite. Let's go, there's nothing else here. We'll go to other places and take a look. Don't let go of any suspicious people. The mercenary bowed respectfully to Han Shuo and shouted before leaving with the group of people in front of the door. Chapter 269. Turning her head, Cecilia glared at Han Shuo with her eyes wide open. She said coldly, "Let go of me." Laughing awkwardly, Han Shuo withdrew his hand and walked away, pretending that nothing had happened. He said carelessly, "I meant well." "Ha ha. The Valley of Sunshine has been quite chaotic lately. You'd better be careful." "Don't worry about me, you despicable fellow," Cecilia said hatefully and rudely. How could such a despicable fellow be valued by Loreton? How strange. Han Shuo didn't pay any more attention to Cecilia and strode off, heading straight for the shop with the place of extreme water. He arrived 10 minutes later. Nothing had changed since they'd left. Apart from a few rooms filled with dust, the formation hadn't changed at all. The rich water chi in the place of extreme water was still the same. It looked like no one had lived here after they'd left. The materials needed to refine the water elite zombie were still a bit lacking and were currently being collected by Phoebe. Han Shuo knew that he wasn't in a hurry, so he casually sat down on a chair in the middle of the yard after walking around and waited for Loreton's arrival. When it was afternoon, Han Shuo, who had been studying a scroll of magic, suddenly put it away and narrowed his eyes as he looked towards the door. After a while, the boorish and strong bald man Loreton walked in alone with the sound of footsteps. Loreton's complexion wasn't too good, appearing a bit pale. His eyes were swollen and bloodshot, looking like he hadn't slept all night. "Thank you so much for last night." Loreton raised his spirits and forced a smile when he saw Han Shuo. The Cairo mercenary band had suffered heavy losses last night, and even Vice Chief Harris was still gravely injured. In order to prevent the three great powers from taking advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble, Loreton had spent the entire night gathering all the experts of the Cairo mercenary band in the Valley of Sunshine. He was being extremely cautious. "Ha ha, Mr. Loreton and I can be considered friends. The Church of Light and Florida have a grudge against me, so it's only natural that I help you." Han Shuo was still lazily lying on the chair, his two hands tapping on the chair's handle unintentionally. He had a relaxed smile on his face and didn't mention the last time he left without saying goodbye. Loreton didn't pursue the matter. He took out a land deed and a crystal card from his space ring and placed them on the stone table in front of Han Shuo. With a stern expression, he said, "This is the land deed for this shop and an ownerless crystal card worth 10,000 gold coins. In addition, while the Cairo mercenary band is in charge of the Valley of Sunshine, I will allow the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to openly recruit experts anywhere in the Valley of Sunshine." These three things were what Loreton had agreed to yesterday, and were also the conditions for Han Shuo to help Loreton. If it wasn't for Han Shuo appearing out of nowhere to stir things up during the bitter battle last night, Loreton's group would probably have had a hard time leaving the valley alive. Loreton was a straightforward person, straightforwardly showing off his rewards as soon as he arrived. Smiling and nodding, Han Shuo stored the land deed, gold coins, and crystal card into his space ring. He looked at Loreton and said, "Last night I killed Ferguson and heavily injured Adamenlo. The grudge between them and I can no longer be resolved. Now that we have a common enemy, I'm afraid there will be many opportunities for us to cooperate in the future. Of course, I admit that I've always underestimated you. Only someone who can kill Ferguson and heavily injure Adamenlo is qualified to truly cooperate with me, Loreton. As long as the Soul Destroyer mercenary band cooperates with me in this power struggle in the Valley of Sunshine, I guarantee that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will have great development." Loreton looked at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes, as if he knew the true relationship between Han Shuo and the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Trunks will discuss this with you. I'm only his friend and have no right to decide on the matters of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Han Shuo stared blankly and said indifferently, "Ha ha, as far as I know, the relationship between you and the Soul Destroyer mercenary band shouldn't be that simple." Loreton grinned and continued, "How about this? I'll use gold coins to hire the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to help me deal with the other powers. What do you think? You can discuss this matter with Trunks. Ha ha," Han Shuo said with a lazy smile. He then lightly exhaled and said, "Oh, right. I just had a friend who may not have entered the Valley of Sunshine through the proper channels. I hope you won't find trouble with her for my sake." "No problem." Loreton immediately agreed and didn't ask any further questions. He then thought for a moment and stared deeply at Han Shuo, saying in a low voice, "You killed Ferguson and even used a terrifying corpse resurrection spell. I think that no matter how magnanimous the Church of Light is, they won't let you off. You're on your own now. Since I dared to kill him, I'm not afraid of their revenge. You can rest assured about this. In addition, we'll have the opportunity to cooperate in dealing with Florida. All right, I'm afraid that the House of Menlo will also be added to the mix. When the time comes, if I want to make a move, perhaps I'll look for you. Then you'd better act quickly. If you're slow, I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Thick killing intent overflowed from Loreton's bloodshot eyes. After last night's suffocation, it looked like Loreton intended to retaliate. With the strength of the Cairo mercenary band, if Loreton disregarded everything and launched a bloody revenge, it would definitely be extremely tragic. "Then I wish you good luck." Han Shuo didn't say anything else. After saying this, his eyes seemed to be leisurely basking in the sun. Seeing Han Shuo like this, Loreton knew that he no longer had any interest in talking. He nodded tactfully and said, "All right then. I still have matters to attend to. Goodbye. Take care, I won't see you out." Han Shuo replied with his eyes closed. Not long after Loreton left, Han Shuo suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the roof. He said faintly, "Since you've come, why don't you come down?" There was no sign of life, as if Han Shuo was talking to himself. His face darkening, Han Shuo said unhappily, "Lady Cecilia, do you want me to invite you down?" The area finally reacted when he said this. Cecilia's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air on the empty roof illuminated by the sunlight. She looked at Han Shuo with a face full of surprise and exclaimed softly, "Even Loreton didn't discover me. How did you discover me?" "All right, tell me what you're doing here. Could it be that your mission this time has something to do with Loreton?" Han Shuo didn't answer Cecilia's question and went straight to the point. Han Shuo had stopped talking with Loreton when he'd discovered Cecilia's arrival. Therefore, Cecilia had no idea what Han Shuo and Loreton were talking about. "Tell me, how did you know I was up there?" Cecilia looked down at Han Shuo from above and spoke with the tone of a superior asking a subordinate. "I'm sorry, you have no right to know. Even Lord Candide, who's in charge of me, doesn't have the right to ask about my secrets. Not to mention, you're not in charge of me. In addition, my place doesn't welcome you, so please leave." Cecilia's attitude displeased Han Shuo the most. When he saw her arrogant attitude, he immediately chased her away. You dare speak to me like this?" Cecilia was greatly shocked. She pointed at Han Shuo, her delicate body trembling with anger. It seemed that no one had ever treated her so rudely before. She was clearly shocked and angry to the extreme. She stomped her foot fiercely and said angrily, "I'm not leaving. Let's see what you can do to me." At this moment, a distant call came from the dark forest into Han Shuo's heart. This call from the depths of his heart was like the cheering of his closest family member. Han Shuo only stared blankly for a moment before reacting with great joy. He understood that the wood elite zombie in the holy land of Forest Troll had already been completed. He was currently using his own blood essence to call out to it. If you're not leaving, then I'll leave. Han Shuo couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to Cecilia. He immediately stood up and hurriedly left the shop. He closed the door behind him and headed straight for the outside of the Valley of Sunshine. You've gone too far, you've gone too far. A mere moon emissary actually dares to be so arrogant. Cecilia yelled furiously when she saw that Han Shuo had left without hesitation, as if avoiding a god of plague. It seemed that she had been greatly agitated. No one stopped Han Shuo when he left the Valley of Sunshine. The members of the Cairo mercenary band all nodded their heads in a friendly manner, displaying the utmost respect. An expert who could kill a light Grand Magus and heavily injure the patriarch of the House of Menlo, as well as lend a helping hand to their Cairo mercenary band. This kind of character immediately won the Cairo mercenary band's favor. They felt a strong sense of respect and gratitude towards Han Shuo. As soon as he left the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo immediately flew forward, fully utilizing the art of the demonic ninth heavens. It only took him 15 minutes to arrive at the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Trunks had fallen into a drunken stupor. Han Shuo had planned to give him some time to remold him, but now that the Wood Elite Zombie had awakened, Han Shuo didn't have the time to continue waiting. Han Shuo didn't care that Trunks was sleep-talking and directly rushed to the cave he was in. He casually picked up a bag of wine that had been scattered on the ground and poured the rebirth pill into Trunks' stomach. Firmly holding the struggling Trunks in place, Han Shuo forcibly used his magical yuan to help Trunks refine the rebirth pill in his lower abdomen. He walked out and said to Grant, "Send him to the toilet. He'll end up like Odysseus and the others. You guys keep a good eye on him." Understood. Grant didn't know what was going on, but he understood that Han Shuo wouldn't harm Trunks. He nodded in agreement. "Gilbert, you stay in the mountain for now. Tanai will help Trunks. I'll come find you if I need anything. Don't give him any trouble." After instructing the dark dragon, Han Shuo impatiently flew out of the valley and hurried towards the dark forest. Chapter 270. The Dark Forest, the holy land of the forest troll. Under the scorching sun, a streak of rainbow light streaked across the sky, like a flying arrow tracing the passage of time. It didn't make any sound as it rapidly fell into the holy land of the forest troll. After 4 months, the originally lush and luxuriant place of Extreme would have undergone earth-shattering changes. All of the towering ancient trees had withered as far as the eye could see. There wasn't a trace of green life in the withered shrubs and weeds on the ground. The originally lush and luxuriant place of Extreme would no longer have a single green leaf. Plants didn't grow on the ground, revealing dry and hard soil. It was a scene of desertification as far as the eye could see, due to the formation and the existence of the Wood Elite Zombie. The yuan energy of Earth that had originally swirled around the entire area had all gathered towards the Wood Elite Zombie in the center of the formation. The yuan energy of the plants that had absorbed a large amount of yuan energy of Wood had flowed into his body under the influence of the Wood Elite Zombie's energy, causing the plants to wither. Landing on the ground, Han Shuo used the Een Demon's vision to see some forest troll stationed in the distance. They were probably there to protect this holy land. An intimate call came from the roots of the largest withered tree. The Wood Elite Zombie, who had Han Shuo's blood essence in his body, had already sensed Han Shuo's arrival based on the connection between the two. "Come out." Han Shuo followed the secret method and shot out rays of black light into the area where the Wood Elite Zombie was hidden. Rumble! The ground trembled, and the withered old tree suddenly exploded. After the tree fragments flew in all directions, the roots revealed a dark cave. Inside was where the old tree's roots were buried. With a whoosh sound, a green shadow leaped out from the dark cave. The Wood Elite Zombie was covered in green armor. This green armor seemed to be formed from tree trunks, sparkling with a faint green light. The Wood Elite Zombie was tall and skinny, looking like a tree branch. His oily green eyes were filled with joy as he stared at Han Shuo. Following the Wood Elite Zombie's appearance, a thick mist of Yuan energy of Wood followed. The Yuan energy that had been tightly bound and absorbed by the Wood Elite Zombie gradually dispersed bit by bit, injecting a fresh breath into the decertified area. Han Shuo understood that following the Wood Elite Zombie's departure, the place of extreme would slowly return to normal. The withered plants here could also blossom with vitality again. In less than a year, the place of extreme would be able to return to its original, lush state. After chanting an incantation, the little skeleton and the Earth Elite Zombie appeared at the same time. When the little skeleton saw the Wood Elite Zombie appear, he immediately walked in front of the Wood Elite Zombie with his head held high. He hopped on his heels and patted the Wood Elite Zombie's shoulder, as if he was a general inspecting his soldiers. Surprisingly, the Wood Elite Zombie seemed to be a bit afraid of the little skull. His oily green eyes sparkled, and he took the initiative to bend his knees to make it easier for the little skull to pat his shoulder. The simple-minded Earth Elite Zombie walked to the Wood Elite Zombie's side and foolishly touched the Wood Elite Zombie's shoulder, wanting to express his sympathy like the little skull. However, the Wood Elite Zombie glared at him with his green eyes. The Earth Elite Zombie was dumbfounded for a moment, withdrawing his right hand from the Wood Elite Zombie's shoulder and patting his own left shoulder in the end. It was a bit comical. "Let's go. Let me see what you've mastered." Han Shuo turned his head to look at the Wood Elite Zombie, then started walking outside. After walking for a while, they left the place of extreme wood and arrived at a forest by the river. As soon as he arrived, the green light in the Wood Elite Zombie's green eyes grew unceasingly. The trees around him danced in the wind. The branches of the towering ancient trees were as soft as ribbons, following the green light in the Wood Elite Zombie's eyes like snakes. All the plants around Han Shuo seemed to be under his control, either dancing in the wind or growing rapidly. The Wood Elite Zombie, on the other hand, was like a performance, disappearing as soon as he leaned against a large tree. Han Shuo had long since known that the Wood Elite Zombie could manipulate plants. Then a thought struck Han Shuo as he thought of the Druid Caspian's special ability. He felt that there were many similarities between the two, and couldn't help but feel a bit strange. With the Wood Elite Zombie's existence, Han Shuo's strength would increase again when he entered the dark forest in the future. In the incomparably dense dark forest, the Wood Elite Zombie was like a specter, able to control the plants of the dark forest at will. He could simply lean against a large tree and enter the trunk. If he attacked, no one would be able to catch him. If he retreated, no one would be able to catch him. Not bad, not bad. All right, you three, go back. After watching for a while, Han Shuo nodded and left a dark seal on the Wood Elite Zombie, sending the three back to the other dimension. It's been 3 months. I wonder why the Fire Elite Zombie still hasn't recovered. Forget it. I'll leave for now. He'll probably summon me when he's better. Han Shuo thought for a bit and returned to the Cemetery of Death. He didn't plan on exploring the place of extreme fire. After all, the Lord of the Flames was in the place of extreme fire. He shouldn't recklessly charge in if he wasn't confident. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave immediately. He once again walked deeper into the Cemetery of Death. The previous few times, Han Shuo had been obstructed at the entrance of the lower level because his mental strength wasn't enough. Now that Han Shuo felt that his strength had greatly improved, he decided to try again. He easily made his way through the passageway to the first level. When he reached the second level, Han Shuo tried to force his way through the invisible barrier. An inexplicable force abruptly pierced into Han Shuo's mind, and a heart-wrenching pain instantly spread. It was as if a whirlpool of sharp blades had appeared out of thin air. Han Shuo felt as if he was being pulled by the whirlpool of sharp blades and was being pulled into an endless abyss. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's willpower was now extremely tenacious. Despite the pain of being cut into pieces, he still gritted his teeth and gathered his mental strength. He circulated his magical yuan and forced his way in. With a crisp crack, Han Shuo's entire body fell down. Suddenly, the eye of darkness in Han Shua's hand shot out a glaring green light. Under the illumination of the glaring green light, Han Shua discovered that he had landed in the center of an oval altar. Under the illumination of the glaring green light, the entire altar was suddenly enveloped in a green halo. An enormous and strange force converged towards Han Shua from the corners of the altar. These green lights were like ribbons, all pouring into the eye of darkness in Han Shua's hand. A mysterious force flowed along Han Shua's palm, flooding into Han Shua's mind like a flash flood. My child, to be able to enter the second floor means that you have at least the mental strength of an archmage. Then, let go of everything and accept this mental strength that will assist you in your growth. It will allow you to have the mental strength of a grand magus. The dark shadow that Han Shua had seen on the first floor slowly appeared above the altar and spoke calmly. Han Shua was overjoyed. He instantly sat down and opened up his mind, allowing the mysterious force to enter. As soon as this force entered Han Shua's mind, it directly merged with Han Shua's mental strength. It mysteriously blended together, giving Han Shua an extremely comfortable and wonderful feeling. The pain from before had long since disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Han Shua felt as if he was bathing in warm water with the radiance of the sun, enjoying the moisturization of the fine water under the sunlight. The entire second floor of the altar was enveloped by balls of green light, slowly converging into the eye of darkness in Han Shua's hand. With the eye of darkness as the center, the enormous, clear power merged into Han Shua's mental strength, rapidly changing in his mind that had been strengthened by demonic magic. This process continued for an unknown amount of time. Han Shua had forgotten everything and was immersed in the wonderful feeling of controlling everything with his mental strength. He didn't even know his own existence. Child, necromancy is the most miraculous and powerful magic in the world, but some people do not allow its existence. You, as the orthodox successor of ancient necromancy, have the responsibility to spread the mysteries of necromancy to the world and tell the world of the glory that necromancy once had. When the canopy of necromancy shrouds the earth, causing the tremors of necromancers to spread to every corner, allowing the evil light of necromancy to spread, this is the heavy responsibility that you should bear. You cannot avoid it, and you cannot refuse it. As the strange power flowed in, the shadow's voice was slowly filled with a bewitching power. As Han Shua's mental strength continued to increase, another force suddenly erupted, attempting to invade Han Shua's soul and cause Han Shua's soul to fall into eternal evil. This force carried the power to forcefully alter one's soul. Once it fused with one's soul, Han Shua would become the most devout believer of evil, forever under the control of some evil god. Arg! Han Shua threw his head back and let out a long howl, his demonic yuan circulating wildly. With the demonic infant as the center, another surge of energy surged and spread violently, reaching his brain in an instant. It clashed with the imprint that was trying to invade Han Shua's soul. No. Han Shua's eyes were crimson red as he roared, panting heavily. His tenacious willpower came into play as he circulated his demonic yuan to its peak, forming layers of obstructions in his mind as he fought against the imprint of the evil god. In Han Shua's mind, it was as if a mountain torrent had erupted. With Han Shua's demonic infant as the main source of power, it desperately resisted this soul-invading force. During this process, Han Shua was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death. He roared and rolled around in the center of the altar, but the green light from the eye of darkness grew brighter and brighter. Chapter 271. Roar! On the oval-shaped altar in the second level of the Cemetery of Death, Han Shua let out a heart-wrenching roar. His entire body was shrouded in a dense green light, and his head in particular had a jade-like luster. It was so green that it looked like the most magnificent emerald. During this process, Han Shua's mental strength was still growing at a crazy rate. However, The evil god's imprint that came from an unknown place wanted to invade the depths of Han Shua's soul and make Han Shua have an undying belief in the evil god. This was a soul imprint, just like the one that Han Shua had planted on the Little Skull Earth elite zombie. Once the soul imprint was planted, Han Shua would no longer have a sense of self. This was absolutely not what Han Shua wanted. Even though his mind felt like it was being sliced by 1,000 knives, Han Shua still persevered with his eyes wide open. He roared like a madman, trying to relieve the pressure of the pain through this method. However, as the green light on the altar grew brighter, the power of the evil god's imprint grew stronger and stronger. In a trance, the figure of a 3,000-meter tall giant appeared in Han Shua's mind. The giant's pitch-black body shrouded the entire horizon. Its green eyes were like two enormous crescent moons, looking down on the weak ant-like beings with a disdainful gaze. An enormous pressure filled the space between heaven and earth, causing Han Shua to be unable to breathe. That endless aura carried an aura of eternity, like the Milky Way and stars that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Submit, there will be no pain, and you will obtain eternal life. A spiritual imprint suddenly rushed into Han Shua's mind, repeatedly tempting Han Shua. It seemed that as long as he let go of his soul and accepted this imprint, he would no longer feel pain and would have endless life. No! Han Shua howled mournfully as he clutched his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. Suddenly, the demon's lair edge hidden within Han Shua's body abruptly released a terrifying killing intent. The negative emotions of fear, hatred, and destruction converged into a wave of energy and instantly surged into the demon infant's defenses. The demon's lair edge within Han Shua's body shrunk into a streak of light, carrying with it all the energy in Han Shua's body, and suddenly bombarded the 3,000-meter tall giant in his mind. Pipa! The crisp sound of glass shattering rang clearly in Han Shua's mind. The 3,000-meter tall giant that had appeared in his trance shattered into specks of starlight and abruptly converged within the demon's lair edge. In just an instant, the heart-wrenching pain receded like a receding tide, and the crazy growth of the mental energy in his brain abruptly stopped. The green light screen above the entire altar also disappeared without a trace. The Eye of Darkness was no longer in Han Shua's hand. In its place was a skeletal staff with a green handle and 3 skulls at the top. The skeletal staff was 1 meter and 30 centimeters long, and its entire body was made of a beautiful green, jade-like material. The 3 skulls didn't look like human skulls and were respectively yellow, blue, and purple in color. The yellow skull had 3 eye holes, the blue skull had a single horn, and the purple skull was covered with finger-sized holes. Although the 3 skulls had strange shapes, they were only the size of a fist, and each looked more sinister and evil than the last. The 3 skulls perfectly fused with the handle of the staff, facing 3 different directions at the back of the staff's head. Slowly, Han Shua's panting gradually calmed down, and he actually fainted, collapsing on the ground and not moving. However, when Han Shua fainted, the 3 skulls of different shapes and colors on the skeletal staff in his hand simultaneously shot out 3 rays of yellow, blue, and purple light. The 3 rays of light were like ribbons, landing at the corners of Han Shua's mouth and nostrils. Due to the heart-wrenching pain, Han Shua couldn't endure the blood flowing out of the corners of his mouth and nostrils. The wisps of boiling blood were guided by the power of the 3 rays of light, dripping into the 3 skulls of different colors. As Han Shua's blood flowed into the 3 skulls, the 3 skulls grew brighter and brighter. Finally, the blood from Han Shua's nostrils and mouth was absorbed by the 3 skulls. The radiant light from the skeletal staff slowly dissipated, and the skeletal staff also returned to normal. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shua slowly regained consciousness. His entire body was sore and powerless, and his meridians and bones seemed to have been shattered. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. On the contrary, his brain, which had experienced the pain of the explosion, felt very comfortable and clear. When Han Shuo lowered his head, he saw the skeletal staff. Han Shuo was shocked, his eyes filled with confusion. He had no idea where this skeletal staff had come from. Where's the Eye of Darkness? In the next moment, Han Shuo discovered that the Eye of Darkness that had been in his hand had disappeared, causing him to turn pale with fright. The Eye of Darkness was a tool used to enter and exit the Cemetery of Death. Once the Eye of Darkness disappeared, the only way to leave the Cemetery of Death under the boundary was through the transportation matrix. This would be very troublesome. Suddenly, Han Shuo glanced at the skeletal staff. He discovered that the emerald green color of the skeletal staff was very similar to the Eye of Darkness, and felt a very familiar feeling when he held it in his hand. With a thought, Han Shuo tried to use the skeletal staff in the same way he had used the Eye of Darkness. A green halo then shot out from the handle of the skeletal staff. Han Shuo immediately understood what was going on when he saw that familiar halo. After staring at the skeletal staff for a while, Han Shuo became more and more amazed the more he looked at it. However, when he recalled the incident of the evil god invading his soul, Han Shuo first stored the skeletal staff into his space ring with lingering fear. He didn't dare to test the effects of the skeletal staff when his magical yuan was exhausted and his body was extremely weak. Closing his eyes, Han Shuo carefully recalled everything that had happened before he fainted. He couldn't help but rejoice, thinking that this cemetery of death was indeed not simple. When the evil god's imprint invaded his soul, the image of the giant that had appeared was something that Han Shuo had never dared to imagine. Han Shuo was certain that the image of the giant was the appearance of the evil god. Han Shuo completely understood what the evil god's imprint wanted to do to him. This caused Han Shuo, who had finally escaped from the cleansing of his soul, to be more cautious of this cemetery of death. In the next moment, Han Shuo suddenly recalled the words of the shadow. Let go of everything and accept this mental strength that will help you grow. It will let you possess the mental strength to become a grand magus. The ecstatic Han Shuo immediately released an ordinary skeletal summoning spell. 8 ordinary skeletal warriors immediately appeared above the altar. Feeling the smoothness and vastness of his mental strength, Han Shuo was overjoyed and immediately understood that his mental strength had received an astonishing increase. The same necromancy magic would have different effects depending on the strength of the mental strength. Generally speaking, the same magic could be divided into 5 levels according to the strength of the mental strength. Take the simplest skeletal summoning spell as an example. A magic apprentice that had just entered the Hall of Magic would have an extremely weak mental strength and could only summon 1 skeletal warrior when releasing the skeletal summoning spell. However, when a journeyman mage used it, due to the great increase in their mental strength, they would be able to release the 2nd level skeletal summoning spell and summon 2 skeletal warriors at once. This time, Han Shuo was able to summon 8 skeletal warriors at once. This meant that Han Shuo's skeletal summoning spell had already reached the 4th level. This was sufficient proof that Han Shuo's mental strength had received an astonishing increase. According to the understanding of necromancy magic books, Han Shuo understood that only a grand magus mental strength could reach the 4th level of the skeletal summoning spell. It's true, it's actually true. My mental strength has reached the level of a grand magus in an instant. Although this cemetery of death is strange, there are truly some miraculous places. Han Shuo was wild with joy. Although his body was still very weak, he still couldn't help but laugh loudly. Struggling to sit up, Han Shuo's eyes sparkled as he looked around. He discovered that apart from the oval-shaped altar in the center, the space of the 2nd floor was half the size of the 1st floor. The surroundings were completely empty, and there were no other special items. There were also no secret rooms to store any items. The altar beneath Han Shuo was the center of the entire 2nd floor. A mysterious magic matrix had been set up. This magic matrix alone occupied the entire second floor. Apart from this, there were no other items. It seemed that this second floor was for the purpose of cleansing the soul and instilling that powerful mental strength. After resting for a while, Han Shuo walked out of the second floor of the Cemetery of Death. He sat cross-legged in front of the magic matrix in the center and slowly gathered his depleted magical yuan, slowly recovering his lost strength. After around 5 days, Han Shuo let out a long sigh of relief. He murmured in high spirits, "The invasion of this evil god's soul is quite useful. Not only did it allow my mental strength to break through to the level of a grand magus, but even my demonic arts have greatly improved." Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave. He stayed in the Cemetery of Death and immersed himself in the study of necromancy magic. Although he had the mental strength of a grand magus, some necromancy magic still needed to be practiced one by one. Fortunately, Han Shuo had absorbed the memories of Archmage Clarendon last time. When he truly began to learn Archmage-level magic, Han Shuo's memories played a great role. Neglecting sleep and food, Han Shuo practiced necromancy magic in the Cemetery of Death as if he was possessed. He repeatedly released every Archmage-level necromancy magic and only stopped when his mental strength was completely exhausted every day. Every time he meditated, his mental strength would increase by a small margin. After 10 days, Han Shuo had skillfully used several of the necromancy magic that Claude had mastered. However, there were 2 new necromancy magic recorded in the necromancy magic that he had obtained from the Cemetery of Death. Han Shuo understood that it would be difficult to master them in a short period of time. Therefore, he didn't waste any more time and left the Cemetery of Death through the transportation matrix. Chapter 272. Lancelot Empire, Awesome City, Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Master Fanny, you're becoming more and more beautiful. Adept Mage Jean praised sincerely as he gazed at Fanny in the necromancy training field. Yes, Master Fanny, what's going on? Can you tell us how you did it? Lisa looked at Fanny enviously and asked in a sweet voice, Master Fanny, just what kind of herb did you use? Please tell us. Yes, I beg you. The surrounding necromancy girls all surrounded Fanny and chattered incessantly. For women, it was likely that what they cared about the most was their own beauty. Just like how Forest Troll loved to plunder, it was also a woman's nature to love beauty. No woman was an exception. How many times have I said it? There really isn't any secret recipe. It's just a natural change that happens when one's mood is comfortable. Don't make a fuss about it, Fanny explained helplessly. Although she understood that the students wouldn't believe her, she could only say it this way. After taking a rebirth pill, Fanny's entire being had been reborn. Her spirit, energy, and spirit had all been greatly improved. When she meditated, her mental strength progressed twice as fast as usual. Her mind also seemed to suddenly become clear, and magical knowledge that had previously felt difficult to understand no longer seemed so frightening. Fanny's skin became as smooth as a newborn baby's, filled with a faint white luster. Her cheeks were rosy and tender, as if she were a porcelain doll that had been exquisitely carved, sparkling and translucent, giving off a kind of unreal beauty. This kind of miraculous change had taken place over the course of 10 days. All the surrounding teachers and students had witnessed it. Even Fanny herself didn't believe that it was a natural change. Because of this, many female teachers had asked Fanny for advice. Even Dean Emma had asked what was going on. Only Fanny herself knew that this was all because of Han Shuo's Nirvana pill. When Fanny asked for leave for 3 days and had diarrhea for 3 days, she secretly complained about Han Shuo's prank. But 3 days later, when Fanny looked at herself in the mirror, she was stunned on the spot. She stared blankly at the mirror for dozens of seconds before she reacted with wild joy. She exclaimed, Brian, oh Brian, you're such an annoying and adorable enemy. Teacher Fanny, Teacher Fanny. Xian shouted from the other side. Fanny was startled and looked at Jean in astonishment. "Master Jean, what's wrong?" "Class is over. I've noticed that Teacher Fanny likes to be absent-minded recently. You're often in a daze for no reason." Jean had been talking to Fanny during this period of time, and often found that Fanny was ignoring him. Every time this happened, Jean would notice that Fanny was in a daze, her eyes overflowing with the light of longing. "Oh, class is over. Hee, thank you for the reminder," Fanny replied apologetically. She raised her voice to instruct the students and walked towards the laboratory alone. "That damn guy," he said. "He would come find me in 3 days. It's been almost 20 days, and he still hasn't appeared. I'm often in a daze. I'm about to die from anger." Fanny clenched her teeth angrily as she walked towards the laboratory with her head down. Bam! Fanny, who wasn't focused on walking, suddenly bumped into someone. I'm sorry." As soon as Fanny reacted, she hurriedly apologized without even raising her head. But when Fanny raised her head to look, she suddenly froze and then flew into a rage. She immediately punched and cursed. "Damn it, you still know to come back. It's already been 20 days. Don't you know that others will be worried? How could you be willing to die and come back?" As she yelled and cursed, she fiercely hit the chest of Han Shuo, who had an evil smile on his face. Fanny seemed to want to vent her emotions as she continuously described Han Shuo's excesses. Towards the end, her voice gradually became a bit strange, and there were even signs of tears. Han Shuo, who originally had a trace of playfulness, immediately hugged Fanny and leaped behind a large tree when he heard that Fanny's voice was strange and heard footsteps approaching. He hurriedly moved towards Fanny's fragrant lips and kissed her passionately. Ugh! Fanny's incessant cursing stopped abruptly and turned into a long moan. Her 2 hands were still desperately hammering Han Shuo's chest, but her fragrant lips passionately responded. This was a secluded path that led to Fanny's laboratory. There were rows of ancient trees around it. When Han Shuo heard the footsteps approaching, he knew that someone might be approaching. He was afraid that someone would discover them, so he hurriedly hugged Fanny and hid behind the tree. When Fanny fiercely responded, Han Shuo felt as if he was immersed in a beautiful dream. The wonderful feeling spread from the contact of their lips to the depths of Han Shuo's heart. This greatly reduced Han Shuo's vigilance, and he relaxed his body and mind, completely immersed in it. After a while, Fanny stopped hammering Han Shuo and wrapped her slender hands around Han Shuo's neck like a snake. She stood on her tiptoes and passionately kissed Han Shuo, completely forgetting everything around them and forgetting that they were outside. After an indeterminate amount of time, Fanny struggled to push Han Shuo away when she was almost out of breath. She rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and pouted coquettishly, "You deserve to die 1,000, 10,000 times over. Why do you never keep your promise?" Ugh! Fanny covered her mouth and exclaimed softly as soon as she finished speaking. Her cheeks instantly flushed red as she looked behind Han Shuo and cried out in surprise. Turning his head to look, he saw Lisa holding a magic tome and Jean standing next to her. Both of them were staring blankly at him with heartbroken gazes. "Master Jean, it's immoral to peek at someone else being intimate." Han Shuo was still relatively calm and didn't let go of Fanny as he slowly turned to look at Jean with displeasure. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that Lisa's knowledge of magic isn't clear, and I don't quite understand it either. That's why we came together to find Master Fanny to clear my doubts. I really accidentally saw it." Jean's face was exceedingly ugly, but he still stammered out an explanation under Han Shuo's displeased gaze. Because of the effects of the rebirth pill, Fanny's understanding of some difficult magic had already far surpassed Jean's. Due to the great changes in her family, Lisa was suddenly eager to learn and always seized every opportunity to learn magic. The 2 of them had been about to ask Fanny about a magic topic when they heard panting and came over to take a look. They hadn't thought that they would see such a scene that they shouldn't have. Who would have thought that you'd really be together with Master Fanny? Master Fanny, Brian, I hate you, Lisa said angrily and turned to run away sobbing. Master Fanny, I wish you all the best. Jean was older after all and could still hold on. He said these words in a low, pained voice and also turned to leave, his back a bit forlorn. Brian, go talk to Lisa. I know she's interested in you, but I'm afraid she can't take the blow. Fanny sighed lightly when she saw the situation unfold and said to Han Shuo. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said lowly, Forget it. It's not appropriate for us to find her at this time. Give her some time. She's much stronger than you think. Let's go. I'll give you your credentials to prove that you've successfully graduated as an adept mage from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Fanny thought for a moment and didn't say much. She allowed Han Shuo to carry her to her lab and handed a notebook with a magical imprint to Han Shuo. Keep an eye on Lisa for the next 2 days. I think she'll be able to come around. After experiencing such a matter, Han Shuo temporarily didn't have the mood to be intimate with Fanny. He put away the notebook and said to Fanny, Brian, you're leaving again? Fanny started and suddenly hugged Han Shuo tightly. She lifted her head to look at Han Shuo and said unwillingly, I've already officially graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Now that something like this has happened, I don't think I can appear in the academy for the time being in order to not make Lisa even more upset. Han Shuo also wanted to spend a bit more time with Fanny, but could only helplessly give up after thinking for a moment. Then, where should I go if I want to find you? I don't want you to disappear for a few months without any news of you. Fanny frowned and hugged Han Shuo tightly, not letting him move. It seemed that she was insisting on Han Shuo giving her an answer. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo said with a headache, It looks like I really need to find a mansion in the Empire. How about this? I'll give you my address in 7 days at most. I promise I won't disappear for too long this time. All right. Oh, that's right, my father might come to Austin City in the near future. I want you to meet him at that time. Fanny nodded, her cheeks flushed red as she lowered her head and said softly. Han Shuo stared blankly, thinking that his relationship with Phoebe and Emily was still there. If Fanny or her father found out, something big might happen. However, Han Shuo couldn't refuse at this time. He braced himself and said, All right, I'll meet him at that time. Forget it. Things will eventually sort themselves out. I can only take one step at a time. Han Shuo thought inwardly and said, All right, I'll be leaving first. That's right. Thank you for the pill. That pill was too miraculous. Do you have any more? I want to eat a few more. Before Han Shuo left, Fanny's eyes suddenly lit up as she said excitedly, This kind of pill is too precious. I only got one, just one is enough. There's no benefit in eating more. Han Shuo was sweating profusely. He was afraid that Fanny wouldn't listen to his advice and hurriedly left. Chapter 273. After leaving the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shuo directly went to Lawrence's house to find Lawrence. The two of them walked towards the northern city guard together. Austin City was divided into 4 parts: north, south, east, and west. Each part had a huge city gate and an independent city guard responsible for the order and security of the local area. When they arrived at a castle in the northern city guard, Lawrence said, Although we're 10 days late, I think there shouldn't be any problems. The castle occupied an extremely large area and was completely built with sturdy rocks. There were a few armored soldiers in front of the castle who were in charge of recruiting new soldiers. Some tall and sturdy commoners were currently being inspected. When Lawrence brought Han Shuo over, Lawrence proudly said, He's an adept mage who just graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. This time, he plans to join your magic army. A lackadaisical officer was lazily lying on a chair with his legs crossed, casually eating a plate of fruit. When he heard Lawrence's voice, he hurriedly stood up and smiled flatteringly at Lawrence. Greetings, young Master Lawrence. Lawrence nodded and pointed at Han Shuo, saying he's my friend. He plans to join the Northern City Guard's magic army. We'll follow the proper procedures. He's actually an adept mage." The military officer was startled, and his expression immediately became much more respectful. He looked at Han Shuo and said, "Can I see your identification?" On the profound continent, swordsmen, knights, and mages were the three most common professions. Among them, swordsmen had the lowest status, knights had a slightly higher status, and the rarest were the mages. For a country, a mage of the same rank could bring greater benefits to an army. Take an adept mage as an example. Whether it was a swordsman or a knight, at the level of a senior swordsman or a knight, no matter how strong a person was, he could only kill a few people in one move. However, if an adept mage released a spell with great destructive power, he could instantly kill tens or even hundreds of soldiers. The higher the rank of a mage, the more powerful the spell released. For a mage at the level of a sacred magus, a forbidden spell released could even destroy a city and kill tens of thousands of soldiers in a short period of time. It was precisely because mages possessed large-scale destructive magic that they were very useful to an army. Therefore, compared to swordsmen and knights, mages naturally had a higher status. Generally speaking, a magus who had reached the level of an archmage could be conferred the title of a noble in any country and have their own territory. Mages at the level of Grand Magus and Sacred Magus would be fought over no matter which country they were in. The king could even provide these powerful mages with any conditions they needed, such as wealth, status, and beauties. They could choose whatever they wanted. When he heard that Han Shuo was an adept mage who had graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the officer's attitude immediately changed. For so many years, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had been the most outstanding academy in the Lancelot Empire. It had produced far too many talents for the Empire. Many of the strongest people in various fields had graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Of course, Han Shuo took out the evidence that Fanny had given him from his space ring and handed it to the officer. When he noticed the space ring that Han Shuo was wearing, the officer was slightly startled. An adept mage who possessed a space ring was certainly not an ordinary person. Therefore, the officer was even more respectful. He took Han Shuo's document and gave it to Han Shuo with both hands, saying sincerely, "No problem. Our Northern Guard welcomes you to join us. You will become a member of the Northern Guard's magic department. Please follow me. I will help you with the documents." "I'll go with you." Lawrence smiled faintly at Han Shuo and followed Han Shuo into the castle. The officer seemed to recognize Lawrence and didn't stop him from following. The three Een demons circled around the castle in advance. Han Shuo discovered that the castle was divided into several parts. The rooms at the bottom were for ordinary soldiers, which could probably house close to 1,000 soldiers. The second floor was for ordinary officers, while the third floor was for high-ranking generals and the members of the magic department. Han Shuo noticed that there seemed to be a storehouse for weapons and rations underground. Although this castle was within Awesome City, its defenses weren't weak. There are soldiers stationed in every direction on the 10-meter tall walls, and there were also some heavy weapons for defense. There were even 3 magic towers. This was the headquarters of the Northern Guard, but most of the soldiers were scattered outside. The scattered Northern Guard was divided into 3 parts. The majority of them were training in a dense forest. Another was responsible for defending the Northern Gate, and another was responsible for patrolling the northern part of the city to prevent private fights from happening within the city. Before coming here, Han Shuo had already understood the relationship between Lawrence and the highest commander of the Northern Guard, Count Boris Karlin, so he wasn't worried in the slightest. The military power of the Lancelot Empire was in the hands of the nobles. For example, Lawrence's uncle, Boris Karlin, was a count of the empire. The Karlin family was also considered a large family in the Lancelot Empire. Lawrence's father in name, Evie Karlin, was Boris Karlin's older brother and was a marquis of a higher rank. Because of his relationship with Lawrence, Evie Karlin was the closest to the Emperor's light faction. On one hand, it was because of his relationship with Evie And on the other hand, it was because Boris Karlin truly possessed extraordinary military talent that he was able to sit in the highest position of the Northern Guard. Lawrence had arranged for Han Shuo to be in the Northern Guard, naturally because his uncle was here. The soldiers here knew of the relationship between Lawrence and Boris, so they were so respectful to Lawrence. Even Han Shuo received the same amount of attention. "Oh, my adorable Lawrence, you haven't come to see me in a long time." As they walked towards the third floor of the castle, a 1-meter 80-something tall soldier with a rough appearance and a large beard stood on the stairs and called out to Lawrence from afar. "Hi, my dear uncle, aren't I here now?" "Ha ha! You've even brought an outstanding talent with you. Look at how well your nephew treats you." Lawrence smiled all the way as he pulled Han Shuo towards Boris. Boris laughed heartily, his voice extremely resonant. He swept a glance at Han Shuo and said, "This must be the Brian you've mentioned to me many times. Haha, he has such a strong physique. To think that he's actually a magical mage. How incredible!" Due to practicing magic, Han Shuo's height had already reached 1 meter 90 centimeters. His spine was as straight as a javelin, and he naturally gave off an extraordinary aura. Although he was wearing an ordinary magic robe, his figure couldn't be concealed at all. "Greetings, Lord Count Boris. I hope that Lord Count will take good care of me in the future." Han Shuo knew what he was doing and bowed with a smile. "Well said, well said." Boris laughed heartily and turned to the officer leading the way, saying, "Jaranka, help Brian with all the procedures." "Lawrence, Brian, come. Come sit in my room for a while." Boris waited for Lawrence and Han Shuo to walk up the stairs before he enthusiastically grabbed Lawrence and Han Shuo and walked straight to the largest and tallest room on the 3rd floor. Along the way, he faced the soldiers outside the city and couldn't help but salute to Boris. Boris's large hands were as coarse as old tree bark. Han Shuo could feel that Boris should be using a heavy weapon. When he heard Lawrence say that Boris was an Earth Rider, Han Shuo had a rough idea in his heart. It was a spacious and bright room made of huge stone. Apart from some simple furniture, there weren't any special luxuries. It seemed that Boris wasn't a person who liked luxury. "All of you are dismissed. Don't let anyone in for the time being." At the entrance, Boris gave an order. 2 senior swordsmen, level guards, left the entrance without saying a word and went to a place further away to stand guard. After sitting down in the room, Boris went straight to the point. "Brian, due to your relationship with Lawrence, I won't say too many polite words. Since you've joined the Northern Guard, I will help you obtain a title as soon as possible. Lawrence said that you have boundless potential and will become a good assistant. I believe in his foresight." "Thank you, Lord Count." Han Shuo nodded and smiled in thanks. "Don't mention it. Hee. Helping you is also helping Lawrence and also helping myself. You'll be hanging in the Ministry of Magic for now and won't have any special position. However, once you make contributions to the Northern Guard, I can help you apply for the title of Baron due to your identity as a mage. In the future, your title will gradually increase according to your contributions." Boris looked at Han Shuo and slowly explained, "Uncle Boris, as long as Brian can quickly obtain the title of Viscount in your Northern Guard, it'll be fine. It won't be easy for me to advance through the Northern Guard. I have my own plans." Lawrence already had plans for Han Shuo's position. With the Northern Guard's power and contributions, it was likely that Han Shuo would only be able to obtain the title of Viscount. After all, even Boris was only using the title of Count. Therefore, it would be too difficult for Han Shuo to continue staying in the Northern Guard. "Hee, brat. All right, I just happen to have something to do here. If Brian can do it well, your contributions will be recorded and I can help you apply for a title of Baron." Boris first glared at Lawrence before speaking to Han Shuo with a smile. His heart moved. Han Shuo asked with interest, "What is it?" Chapter 274. The Imperial Munitions Factory has recently developed a new type of war chariot that can continuously fire bolts 1,000 meters away. This secret factory is located in the wilderness to the north of the city. It was originally under the protection of our Northern Guard, but on a night half a month ago, a group of assassins suddenly sneaked in and killed the guards of the Northern Guard, as well as a dozen or so manufacturers. They also stole the manufacturing blueprints for the war chariot. When His Majesty heard of this, he flew into a rage and gave me a deadline of 1 month to capture these people at all costs and retrieve the manufacturing blueprints for the war chariot. I've been worrying about this matter. If you can be of use in this matter, I guarantee that you will receive the title of Baron. Boris seemed to be extremely worried when he mentioned this matter. His hearty laughter had long since disappeared. Yes, I'm also thinking of a way to deal with this matter. If I can't capture those people within a month and retrieve the manufacturing blueprints for the war chariot, it may affect my uncle's career. Lawrence sighed lightly. He was also a bit worried. To Lawrence, Boris was someone he could rely on. Whether or not he could distinguish himself in the struggle for the throne mainly depended on the strength of those who supported him. Among them, First Prince Charles currently held the most power and also had the most supporters. Lawrence was the weakest because of his identity as an illegitimate child. If even his relatives lost their power, it would definitely affect Lawrence's future position. After thinking for a while with his brows furrowed, Han Shuo opened his mouth and said, "It's been half a month. Could those people have already left the imperial capital? If they have left the imperial capital, trying to capture them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. That shouldn't be the case. I reported this matter to His Majesty at the first instant. Lord Candide, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, is also paying attention to this matter. The 4 city gates are strictly guarded both openly and secretly, not letting a single suspicious person leave. The culprits shouldn't have been able to leave Awson City yet." Boris had a solemn expression as he spoke in a low voice. "So it's like this. Then did Lord Candide tell you who was responsible for this matter?" Some of the high-ranking officials of the Empire were well aware of the existence of the Dark Mantle. Among them, Candide was the most mysterious and the most difficult to contact. Han Shuo understood the rules of the Dark Mantle. For such a major incident to occur, it must have been done by an enemy nation. It was impossible for the Dark Mantle to not send someone to deal with it. That was why he asked. Boris shook his head with a wry smile. "I only know of Lord Candide's name, but I have never had the opportunity to meet him. This information was also given to me by the higher-ups. They told me to do my best to investigate, but I didn't know who was in charge of this matter." Nodding, Han Shuo smiled faintly and said, "I understand. I'll do my best. I'll go see Lord Candide later and ask him what's going on." Boris was shocked. You know Lord Candide?" "I forgot to tell you, Brian's other identity is in Dark Mantle," Lawrence explained to Boris, and then said in a similarly shocked tone, "Brian, I only know that you're in the Dark Mantle, but don't tell me that you can directly meet that old monster Candide. I'm directly responsible to him." Han Shuo nodded with a smile. Lawrence's face was filled with ecstasy when he heard this. His gaze towards Han Shuo was full of excitement. "I didn't think that you'd be doing so well in the Dark Mantle, directly listening to that old monster's orders. It looks like my choice was right." "That's great." Boris was also overjoyed. He looked gratefully at Lawrence and said to Han Shuo, "Then I'll leave this matter to you. As long as you can accomplish this, I'll take care of your Baron title with your adept mage qualifications. I'll do my best." Han Shuo didn't dare make any promises. After all, he didn't know the specifics of this matter. Although the Dark Mantle's network was incomparably vast, it wasn't omnipotent. "All right, Uncle Boris, Brian is just a nominal member of your magic department anyway. You don't need to arrange anything else for him. He won't come to the Northern Guard if there's nothing important. We'll be leaving first." Lawrence stood up and didn't beat around the bush with this uncle, getting straight to the point. "Don't worry, I know what to do. Helping him is helping you, and also helping myself. I know what I'm doing. After learning of Han Shua's identity in the Dark Mantle, Boris naturally wouldn't keep Han Shua in the army to do miscellaneous things. He also understood that Han Shua had come purely to accumulate military merits and would only use the Northern Guard as a springboard for promotion. He definitely wouldn't stay in the Northern Guard for long. After leaving the Northern Guard with Lawrence asked Han Shua, "Are you confident in this matter?" "This matter concerns my uncle's future. I'll leave it to you." "I'll try my best. After all, I don't know the specifics yet." Han Shua replied. Just as he was about to board Lawrence's carriage, he suddenly frowned and said, "Lawrence, be careful on the road." Suddenly startled, Lawrence asked in a low voice without batting an eyelid, "You mean someone wants to kill me?" "You board the carriage first. I won't leave with you, but I'll protect you in secret." Han Shua nodded, indicating that Lawrence shouldn't act rashly and alert the enemy. "All right, then, I'll be leaving first," Lawrence said loudly. With a smile on his face, he walked straight to the carriage as if nothing had happened. As soon as Lawrence boarded the carriage, Han Shua turned and walked towards another street. After walking a few dozen meters, he arrived next to another carriage parked at the corner of the street and said in a low voice, "Chester, why are you here?" Chester, who was dressed as a coachman, turned his head when he heard the familiar voice. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Brian, why are you here?" Suddenly, the carriage was lifted by a pair of slender hands. The charming Emily suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed in joy, "Scoundrel, what are you doing here?" It had been a long time since they'd last met, but Emily was still as beautiful as ever. Her long hair was coiled up high, and she wore a long purple dress. She appeared so graceful and luxurious, and there was even a hint of inviolable holiness in her eyes. She was completely different from the flirtatious temperament she'd had when she first met Han Shua. "I went to the Northern Guard to handle some matters. I just saw Chester looking around, so I came to take a look." "What are you two doing here?" Han Shua frowned and hurriedly asked. "The Northern Guard lost the blueprint for the war chariot. I'm in charge of this mission, so I sent someone to understand the situation." Emily's relationship with Han Shua allowed her to speak of the mission that should be kept secret without any misgivings. Overjoyed, Han Shua said, "So it's like a fairy. Haha, we're really fated. I'll go to the Dark Mantle stronghold in the northern part of the city tonight. I'll talk to you in detail then. I have some matters to attend to now. See you tonight." After saying this, Han Shua didn't wait for Emily's questions. He nodded at Chester and quickly disappeared into the night. "Lord Brian is becoming more and more mysterious. I heard that he's made a great contribution again, and the Dark Mantle is spreading his deeds." Chester couldn't help but say in admiration when he saw Han Shua disappear in the blink of an eye. He only knows how to act mysterious. Why isn't that guy back yet? Let's quickly finish up our business and return to the northern stronghold as soon as possible. Emily couldn't wait any longer when she saw Han Shua appear. She inwardly complained about her subordinates who'd gone to the Northern Guard to ask for information. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Be careful. It's not safe on the way back. Sitting in the carriage, Lawrence lifted the curtains and spoke softly to Earth, Ryder, Kino beside him. "Don't worry. We'll definitely protect young Master Lawrence." Kino rode on a warhorse, his silver armor glistening as he held a shining silver spear in his hand. In short, be careful." Lawrence was still relatively calm, but he still repeatedly exhorted. After working with Han Shua in Valen City, Lawrence understood that Han Shua possessed some miraculous abilities. He firmly believed in Han Shua's warnings. With a group of experts in the open led by Kino and the old assassin Lucky as his bodyguards, Lawrence wasn't too worried. In addition, Han Shua had already said that he would protect him in secret before he left. Lawrence was even more confident based on his understanding of Han Shua's strength. After all, he'd truly witnessed Han Shua's frightening strength. When they reached a long alley, a mournful howl suddenly sounded. The ground shook as spikes 2 to 3 meters long abruptly pierced out. Lawrence's carriage and the sturdy war horses of Kino and the others were all struck by the spikes. Kino's group and Lawrence's war horses were all shot to death in an instant. It was a good thing that Lawrence and the others were already prepared. The instant the ground shook, they were immediately prepared. They hurriedly jumped off their war horses and carriages and landed in an area that hadn't been pierced by the spikes. On the roofs of the long alley, several archers released sharp arrows that whistled towards Lawrence and the others. Kino's group of knights tightly surrounded Lawrence and raised their round shields in defense. Polak continued to release the spikes. A black-robed mage stood on a rooftop and yelled in another direction, "I'm Brian of the Northern Guard's magic department. Whoever dares to behave atrociously within my jurisdiction must be tired of living." Han Sho walked out from that direction with a cold smile on his face. He held a bloody head in his hand. "Polak!" The black-robed mage was shocked when he saw the head in Han Sho's hand and immediately called out. Chapter 275. There were a total of 10 assassins this time, 3 mages for archers and 3 swordsmen. Of the 3 swordsmen, 1 had the strength of a sword master, and the other 2 were senior swordsmen. Apart from the earth adept mage that had been killed by Han Shuo, there was also a space adept mage, as well as the black cloaked dark archmage. The black cloaked mage felt a sudden chill in his heart when he saw Han Shuo appear with Pollock's head in his hand. Pollock had been right next to him, but he hadn't seen anything before being killed. This meant that the assassin's strength was definitely extraordinary. "Kill this person first." The black cloaked mage shouted loudly and was about to chant a spell. Suddenly, the large tree next to the black cloaked mage started to sway strangely. The branches turned into sharp arrows and shot towards him like a peacock, spreading its tail. He didn't have time to react before the dozens of branches pierced him like a hedgehog, blood flowing all over his body. The black-cloaked mage's eyes were still wide open even at the moment of his death as he looked at the tree that had suddenly turned into a murder weapon. He couldn't understand how an ordinary tree could become a murder weapon that could kill without batting an eye. The 2 senior swordsmen, dressed in black, jumped down from the roof, intending to kill Han Shuo first. The funny thing was that 3 cracks had appeared on the ground where they'd landed. The 3 who'd been about to charge towards Han Shuo were like flies that had walked into a trap. They screamed as they were swallowed by the 3 cracks. The few remaining people were extremely anxious as they watched the strange changes unfold. The assassin with the strength of a sword master said in a low voice, "Retreat!" The 4 archers and the space adept mage felt as if they'd been granted amnesty when they heard the swordmaster's words. They hastily turned around to flee. "You want to leave?" "Ha! Today is my first day on the job. I'm going to use you guys to make a contribution." Han Shuo followed them unhurriedly and said with a smile. The swordsman jumped up and stepped on a small tree next to him. Unexpectedly, the small tree suddenly came to life. A few branches wrapped around the swordsman's ankle like snakes. More branches, like the tentacles of an octopus, slowly flew up and constricted the lower half of the swordsman's body. The swordmaster's face was full of fear as he brandished the long sword in his hand, intending to chop off the soft tree trunk. However, at this moment, the old assassin Lucky, who had been hiding in the dark, approached like a ghost, already aiming at the struggling swordmaster. Han Shuo was about to attack, but when he saw Lucky go over, he knew that the swordsman wouldn't be able to escape death. He immediately turned his attention to the 4 archers and the space adept mage. "Brian, leave one alive." Lawrence was overjoyed. He had never expected Han Shuo to be so miraculous. Facing so many experts, Han Shuo was still so calm and unruffled. He didn't know what method he had used to toy with his opponents. Someone's killed someone. Close the door, close the door." Although this alley was remote, there were still people living in broad daylight. When they heard Han Shua's shout, they opened the windows on the side to take a look. A few civilians closed the windows and doors tightly in fear and trepidation, afraid that they would be implicated. A group of cavalry rapidly approached from afar. Han Shua's ears were sensitive, and he had long since heard them clearly. He chuckled lowly as he looked in the direction the 4 archers had fled. His body flashed, and like a stone shot from a catapult, Han Shua landed in the middle of the 4 archers in the blink of an eye. The demon's lair edge was like a specter, taking away 3 lives in an instant. Grabbing the remaining archer by the neck, Han Shua lifted the archer up with one hand. The archer was only about 1 meter and 70 centimeters tall. His legs flailed wildly in the air as he looked at Han Shua in terror, unable to make a complete sound. The pitiful archer's quiver had long since been thrown away, and his arms weren't as long as Han Shua's. Although he struggled with all his might, his arms and legs couldn't reach Han Shua. He looked extremely pathetic and laughable. "Child, be a little more obedient, and you'll suffer less." Han Shua grinned as he easily lifted the archer and walked towards Lawrence. Another space adept mage was suddenly shot in the back by a hidden arrow and fell from the roof after running a few steps. The archer who had shot the hidden arrow had come together with the old assassin, Lucky. Han Shua had seen this clearly and wasn't surprised that the space mage had been killed. Who is it who dares commit murder in the middle of the street? After the matter was over, the cavalry in the distance arrived. The leader of the cavalry was a fully armored officer, and he shouted loudly, "You city guards really can't be counted on." Lawrence shook his head and sighed. He didn't even look at the officer, and only looked at Han Shua with appreciation. "Thank you very much, Brian." "All right, this person has already fainted from being strangled. Do as you see fit. Remember that I protected you this time. The Dark Mantle will record this merit. In addition, I maintained the security of the northern part of the city and prevented a malicious assassination. The Northern Guard should also record this merit for me." Han Shua was proud of himself. He'd made 2 contributions in one go. What a great deal. "Got it." Lawrence understood and said with a smile, There won't be any danger on the road. I'll take my leave first," Han Shua said and walked out confidently. The officer who was supposed to stop him had already discovered Lawrence's presence. He didn't dare say anything when he saw Lawrence and Han Shua chatting intimately, allowing Han Shua to leave calmly. At the northern stronghold of the Dark Mantle City, Han Shua arrived as promised at night. Emily had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Han Shua appear, she immediately dismissed Chester and warmly chatted with Han Shua. After separating from the Valley of Sunshine, the two told each other about their own situation, all the way to the theft of the Northern Guard's blueprint. "Do you have any leads?" Han Shua asked Emily. "I'm keeping an eye on this matter. I can be sure that those people definitely haven't left Dawson City. That's because the Dark Mantle has been secretly investigating this matter ever since it happened. We've stationed our people at all 4 city gates. The people from other countries have been left behind in the Empire, so it's impossible for them to escape. Recently, we've discovered a few groups of suspicious people, but we can't be sure if they're the ones who did it. I'm doing my best to investigate this matter. As long as we can determine which party did it, not a single one of them will be able to escape from our Dawson City. Wait for my news. Although this matter is troublesome, since it happened within Dawson City, the Dark Mantle will definitely handle it appropriately." Emily's expression was solemn as she spoke in a low voice. "Keep these 2 things well. They will definitely be helpful to your strength." Han Shua took out a magic staff with 3 amethysts from eremite cotton, as well as the notebook he had memorized, and gave it to Emily. For me." Emily felt a bit dizzy when she saw Han Shua give these 2 things to her. Emily was very clear on how valuable these 2 things were. Eremite Cotton's notebook recorded his understanding and feelings towards dark magic. It was a sacred object that no dark mage could ever hope for. There was also the magic staff, left behind by Aramaic cotton. The dense dark element on it was extremely frightening. Its value was even more immeasurable. When Han Shuo described the instance where he left the notebook, Emily had a faint feeling in her heart. But when Han Shuo really gave these two priceless items to Emily, she still couldn't believe it. Her heart trembled violently. That's right. When you obtain these two items, she belongs to you. But regarding this magic staff, you have to prepare an excuse to avoid Candide's suspicions. Originally, Han Shuo had given the original notebook to Candide, but he had concealed the matter regarding the magic staff. This magic staff of Aramaic cotton would certainly have an extraordinary effect on dark mages. Han Shuo said this to Emily to prevent Candide from having any other thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Emily murmured, "The Dark Star Staff is the magic staff of Archmage Aramaic cotton. The dense, dark element on it can help dark mages gather mental strength more quickly. Whether it is training or casting speed, this staff can increase by 5 times. For dark mages, this magic staff is a divine artifact. There is also Aramaic cotton's understanding of dark magic. If I can completely comprehend it, my dark magic will definitely advance by leaps and bounds and reach an even higher level. These two items are simply priceless treasures for dark mages. Don't be so emotional, I know their value. They belong to you now." Han Shuo saw that Emily was ecstatic and hugged Emily's slender waist. "Eat this pill, it can make you everlasting youth and allow you to better study dark magic." When Emily heard the words everlasting youth, she was so excited that her heart almost stopped beating. Today, a series of good things had fallen onto her head, especially these astronomical items that were all given out by Han Shuo. This was the first time in her life that Emily was so excited. This was enough to prove her position in Han Shuo's heart. Everlasting youth, everlasting youth. The only thing Emily cared about was her age. She was a bit older than Han Shuo, and this had always been a knot in her heart. Now that there was an everlasting youth medicine, she was willing to pay any price. She muttered to herself in a daze, "Eat it, I'll help you dissolve the medicine." Han Shuo said in a low voice. He held onto Emily's slender hand and placed the rebirth pill into Emily's mouth. Without any hesitation, Emily swallowed the rebirth pill with a brilliant light in her eyes. Then, with Han Shuo's help, the bones in her body crackled as the rebirth pill slowly changed Emily's constitution. Just like Fanny, Phoebe, and the others, when Emily had the urge to go to the toilet, Han Shuo explained the side effects of the rebirth pill to her, and only then did he feel reassured and leave. At the buzzed merchant guild, Han Shuo walked in unhindered. In a remote training field in the merchant guild, Phoebe was wearing a pure white warrior's outfit. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail with a thin thread, and she wielded a long sword in her hand. In the training field, Phoebe's body was as fast as lightning, and a series of afterimages were created due to her high speed. Silver sword rays shot out one after another. The sword rays were extremely sharp, and the huge rocks in the surroundings shattered with a pop-paw sound. Suddenly, Phoebe seemed to have sensed something. She raised the long sword in her hand, and a spinning cross sword ray shot towards a small tree. With a creak sound, the small tree broke into over 100 pieces. A black light flashed by, and a shadow behind the tree trunk advanced at high speed, passing through the cross sword rays. An enormous killing intent enveloped Phoebe, and a palpitation from the depths of her soul suddenly leapt into Phoebe's heart. In a split second, everything in the surroundings seemed to be bound by the killing intent. Phoebe suddenly felt her body stiffen, and she couldn't move at all. A deep fear arose in her heart. However, after the killing intent surged over, just as it was about to rush towards Phoebe's delicate body, it suddenly dispersed from the 2 sides of her chest. She actually didn't receive the slightest injury. When she felt her body relax and the killing intent was gone, A smiling Han Shuo appeared in front of her. "Congratulations! You actually reached the Great Sword Master Realm. For you to reach the Great Sword Master Realm so quickly at such a young age, it is really very rare." Han Shuo looked at Phoebe with a smile and congratulated her. Like a swallow returning to its nest, Phoebe happily threw herself into Han Shuo's embrace. A delicate fragrance, mixed with the faint smell of sweat, instantly filled Han Shuo's mouth and nose. After Phoebe tightly hugged Han Shuo, she happily said, "Thanks, dear Dan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Look, what's the difference between me and before?" Just like Fanny, Phoebe had been reborn through the rebirth pill. Her skin was so tender and delicate that it would break at the slightest touch. Her beautiful face was so soul-stirring. "You've become a lot more beautiful." Han Shuo sincerely said, "Oh, I'm sweaty. I want to take a bath first." Phoebe lightly pushed Han Shuo away and shyly walked towards her room. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped, and her voice couldn't be any lighter. "Come with me." Chapter 276. In a luxurious residence on the west side of Austin's city god's palace, the Empire's crown prince, Charles, was currently pressing a voluptuous, beautiful woman onto the table. He was vigorously rocking her from behind. The beautiful woman's shining white buttocks were swaying, enjoying Charles's thrusts like a bitch. After a while, Charles's two legs trembled as he let out a loud cry. His entire body softened like cotton, directly lying on the beautiful woman's body as he moaned, "Darling, you're really charming." "Your Highness, the First Prince, please help me with my younger brother's matter." The beautiful woman didn't move as she laid there, allowing Charles to continue groping her body as she spoke in an affectionate and soft voice. "Don't worry, the entire empire will be mine in the future. These small matters naturally aren't a problem." Charles laughed lewdly as he took out a pill from his space ring, planning to swallow it and fight again. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly reverberated in the room. Charles's expression changed as he immediately withdrew the pill and quickly pulled up his pants, hurriedly saying, "I have serious matters to attend to. Quickly leave." When the beautiful woman heard this, she hurriedly pulled up her skirt that had fallen to her knees and left through the side door without another word, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After the strange voice faded, the extremely tall and skinny Grand Duke Ashburn directly barged in. Looking at Charles, Ashburn unhappily said, "You actually still have the mood to be licentious at this time." "I'm sorry, Uncle. How's the situation?" Charles appeared very humble in front of Ashburn. He lowered his head and honestly admitted his mistake as he asked Ashburn in reply, "We failed. One of the assassins sent by Shadow Ghost was captured alive while the rest were all killed," Ashburn said in a deep voice with a gloomy face. "How could this be? We investigated very clearly beforehand. Even if those assassins couldn't kill him, they shouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state." Charles was startled, not understanding how Lawrence did it. Ashburn's mood wasn't good either. Shadow Ghost had suffered disastrous losses, and one of their assassins had been captured alive. He was also very worried as he gloomily said, "An accident occurred this time. That Brian who caused a ruckus previously seemed to have played an important role. Otherwise, the situation definitely wouldn't be this bad." "The boyfriend of the owner of the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Phoebe? How is that possible? He's just an advanced magician. What can he do with his strength?" Charles found it hard to believe. He had seen Han Shuo in the Northern Rose Garden and felt that Han Shuo's strength was nothing to be afraid of. This person isn't simple. After Aubrey returned from the Buzzed Merchant Guild, his body went cold and hot for a few days and he fell seriously ill. Even with Aubrey's strength, he was still tricked. This shows that he definitely isn't that easy to deal with. This time, he came out to stir up trouble again. It seems like we should get rid of him first so that he doesn't get in the way. Duke Ashburn paced back and forth as he thought for a moment before speaking coldly. I'll listen to Uncle's orders. To Charles, this uncle of his was an important support. Ashburn, who held great authority, was extremely important to his throne. In addition to their familial relationship, Charles didn't dare to disobey Ashburn's words. Nodding his head, Ashburn said, "Phoebe's master, sacred sword master of Cross Corel Ascot, came looking for me a while ago. That old fellow has yet to express whether he supports Lawrence or not. It's not advisable to become enemies with him at the moment. That old fellow is rather clear about some of the experts in my hands. Because this Brian has a close relationship with Phoebe, I can't let my people take action. Shadow Ghost has suffered disastrous losses this time. I'm afraid that they won't be able to mobilize experts in a short period of time. Only you can kill him." "No problem. A while ago, Great Sword Master Leah Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance offended the lightning, sacred Magus, Reynold Dyla of the Brute Merchant Alliance. He couldn't stay in the Brute Merchant Alliance any longer and fled to our empire. It just so happens that he's relying on me. He'll arrive in 2 days. Currently, no one knows about this matter. If he takes action, this matter will definitely be settled. That madman." Ashburn was startled. He then nodded his head and laughed sinisterly. "Then I'm relieved." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk in the dead of night, in the room of the master of the Buzzed Merchant Alliance, Phoebe. The sound of water splashing could be heard from the depths. Phoebe's cheerful voice was clear and melodious. Is it comfortable?" In a spacious bath, steam pervaded the entire room. The bath was filled with flower petals, emitting a faint fragrance. Han Shuo was wearing shorts as he lay on the edge of the bath. Phoebe had a light muslin wrapped around her entire body. She sat sideways beside Han Shuo and was currently massaging Han Shuo's muscles. Han Shuo squinted his eyes as he lazily lay there. He said disappointedly, "It's comfortable, but it's different from what I imagined. I thought you wanted me to come in with you, to do something else with me." "Humph, I knew you would let your imagination run wild. Massaging you like this is already good enough. I've never massaged anyone's back or waist before. You should be content." Phoebe's hair was coiled up high. A few strands of messy hair naughtily landed on her fragrant shoulders. The muslin was unable to block the spring scenery, and her fair, jade-like skin revealed a natural rosy glow. Before coming here, Han Shuo had already vented on Emily's body. However, it was still unbearably swollen. It was a pity that he had promised Phoebe before coming in that he would absolutely not force himself on her. Therefore, although it was a little uncomfortable, he could only grit his teeth and endure, afraid that Phoebe would really become angry. "Brian, what exactly is that pill you gave me? How could it be so miraculous?" Bai Xiaochun asked. "If we can mass-produce it, our Buzzed Merchant Alliance will definitely be able to make a huge profit. No woman will be able to resist the temptation of such a pill. I'm afraid that anyone would buy it at a sky-high price. Like a little wife." Phoebe spoke softly as she massaged Han Shuo's shoulders, inquiring with a very businesslike mind. "Forget it. The materials used for one pill are too precious. In addition, it not only has the effect of retaining one's youth, but it can also allow you to be reborn. Whether it's your body or your spirit, all of them will be greatly improved. I spent a lot of time and collected heavenly treasures from the depths of the dark forest. It wasn't easy to refine this pill. Do you think it's that easy to obtain?" Han Shuo explained with a wry smile. Whether it was Fanny or Phoebe, they were both constantly thinking about the rebirth pill. Han Shuo had given them the rebirth pill mainly for the sake of their strength. It was a pity that these women only cared about eternal youth and didn't have much of a reaction towards increasing their strength. "If that's the case, then there's no other way," Phoebe said with disappointment, and then chuckled lightly. "That's fine too. Then no one will be able to have skin as good as mine in the future. Hee hee." Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat when he heard Phoebe's words. He thought to himself that if Phoebe were to touch Emily and Fanny, Would the three women detect anything from their delicate skin? Wouldn't he be trapped in a cocoon of his own making then? Shaking his head, Han Shuo didn't want to think about this headache. He turned to the side and pulled Phoebe into his arms. Phoebe's wet body was incomparably smooth. The gauze was so thin that it was almost as if it were nothing. As soon as Han Shuo held Phoebe in his arms, his heart began to run wild. "It's just a kiss," Phoebe said with a chuckle and moved her fragrant lips to Han Shuo. But when their tongues tangled, Han Shuo couldn't suppress it anymore. But when he thought of what he had promised Phoebe before he came in, he felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, an idea came to Han Shuo's mind. He thought of some of Chu Kanglin's demonic secret methods and secretly had an idea. When Han Shuo was kissing Phoebe's cherry lips, his big hands groped some sensitive parts of Phoebe. He tried to use some demonic flirting methods to see if they were really so magical. Oh, a moan that sounded like crying came out of Phoebe's mouth. The temperature of Phoebe's delicate body kept rising. Her delicate skin was flushed, and her breathing gradually became heavier. She couldn't hold back and hugged Han Shuo tightly, entangling Han Shuo like an octopus. Han Shuo had just used some secret methods, but Phoebe was so aroused, which made Han Shuo happy. He thought that the demonic methods of the old monster Chu Kanglin were really useful. While kissing Phoebe, his hands moved up and down, lingering on her back and waist. It didn't take long before Phoebe couldn't hold it in anymore. Her eyes were full of confusion, as if she had fallen into an ecstatic dream. She took the initiative to untie the veil on her body and hugged Han Shuo, while panting lightly, whispering, "Brian! Brian!" Feeling secretly pleased, Han Shuo smiled evilly and said, "If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Why don't we call it a day?" "You scoundrel! I knew I couldn't escape from your palm." "Forget it, forget it!" Phoebe exclaimed softly and easily untied her clothes, revealing her perfect body. Her firm breasts, flat stomach, round buttocks, and slender legs were all revealed in front of Han Shuo without any concealment. After this exclamation, Phoebe took the initiative to lean towards Han Shuo. Her jade hands reached out to help Han Shuo take off his shorts and hugged Han Shuo tightly. She buried her head in Han Shuo's firm and broad chest and murmured softly, "Last time in the Valley of Sunshine, I already planned to give it to you when I discovered you were doing it. You don't have to endure it anymore in the future." Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, nor could he explain. He didn't think that it was because of Phoebe's misunderstanding last time that she would let go of him today. It looked like he had to thank Emily for facilitating this matter. In front of a beauty, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't be polite. He turned over and pressed Phoebe down, his broad chest pressing down on Phoebe's towering breasts. His hands unceremoniously groped all over Phoebe's body and skillfully separated Phoebe's tightly clenched legs with his knees. He looked into Phoebe's eyes and said, "Why do you like me?" As Han Shuo spoke, his erect erection had already come into contact with Phoebe's moist area. Han Shuo's hands were still constantly caressing Phoebe's sensitive areas, stimulating Phoebe's desire. "I don't know, it should have started from that assassination attempt. I hated you to death at that time, but later on, I discovered that your shadow often occupied my mind. I don't know when it started, but the original hatred slowly disappeared, but your shadow couldn't be dispelled from my mind." Phoebe panted as she quickly answered. It looked like these words had long been stuck in the depths of her heart and hadn't stopped at all. From the moment he descended into this world and cultivated demonic arts, Han Shuo decided not to be shackled by anything. As for this originally cold and arrogant beauty, as he gradually came into contact with her, Han Shuo understood that he did indeed have feelings for her. Although it wasn't as infatuated as it was with Fanny, he really felt that he couldn't leave her. After Phoebe said this, Han Shuo closed his eyes and fell silent for a while. His hands unconsciously continued to release demonic arts' secret flirting skills. He didn't know how stimulating these secret flirting skills were. In addition, Phoebe was secretly in love with him. Before he took action, he heard Phoebe's loud cry. The next moment, Han Shuo felt that his lower body was wrapped by a warm and moist, wonderful place. After a long time, Han Shuo sat lazily in the bath, and Phoebe sat on Han Shuo's thick thighs like a kitten. Her hands were wrapped around Han Shuo's neck, and her head was buried in Han Shuo's chest, looking lazy and powerless. Does it hurt? Just now, Phoebe's performance could only be described as crazy. Feeling that it was Phoebe's first time, Han Shuo couldn't help but ask. I don't know. I felt like I had gone crazy. I didn't feel any pain at all. When I woke up, I was already like this. Phoebe was extremely bashful and said in a low voice like a mosquito. As soon as these words came out, Han Shuo was taken aback. He secretly thought that demonic art's secret flirting skills were really overbearing. Even a woman with a firm mind like Phoebe couldn't bear it and fell into a state of madness. If ordinary women were to be played like this, wouldn't they all lose their rationality and beg to be ravaged like a slut? I'm very sleepy and tired. I'll rest for a while first. Phoebe was indeed tired. She had taken the initiative in the previous pleasure and crazily asked for Han Shuo's grace. In addition, it was her first time, so it was inevitable that she would feel extremely tired. Well, you rest first. Han Shuo slowly picked up Phoebe and temporarily placed her on the warm edge of the bath. He sat cross-legged in the bath and ran the demonic arts. Chapter 277. Lancelot Empire, Awson City, East City Magic Guild. The eastern part of Awson City was a gathering place for commercial organizations and various guilds. Apart from various shops, the Magic Guild, Swordsman Guild, Archer Guild, Thief Guild, and Mercenary Guild were all located in the eastern part of the city. These large and small guilds had transcendent statuses and were spread throughout the entire profound continent. Not a single country lacked one. They were an appraisal organization for all professions. Any mage or swordsman, as long as they passed the guild's test and appraisal, could obtain the corresponding rank and be recognized by any country in the entire profound continent. The Magic Guild's building was like a spire looking like a magic tower from afar. Unlike the Swordsman Guild and the Mercenary Guild, the Magic Guild appeared deserted, with very few people entering. Mages were the most mysterious group of people on the profound continent. Their numbers naturally couldn't compare to the vast number of swordsmen and knights. Therefore, the number of mages that came to the Magic Guild to take the appraisal test was much smaller. Phoebe was too tired and had yet to wake up. After Han Shuo carried her to the bed and put her down, he went alone to the Magic Guild in the eastern part of the city at daybreak. Currently, Han Shuo possessed the mental strength of a Grand Magus, but he was still just an archmage. The necromancy magic that Clarendon grasped had been transferred to Han Shuo through the occupation of his soul. Han Shuo had grasped it after staying in the Cemetery of Death for a few days and practicing day and night. However, apart from the magic skills that Claude had grasped, the necromancy magic book that he had obtained from the Cemetery of Death also recorded the two magic spells, Plague and Soul Tremor. Plague was the same as corpse resurrection. It was the most notorious and terrifying large-scale destructive magic of necromancers for thousands of years. The reason why necromancers were so terrifying was because of the plague magic. Plague was purely a type of destructive magic. This magic didn't have a large area of effect, but what was frightening was its ability to spread quickly. As long as one person in a village or town was infected with the plague magic, unless that person was immediately burned and buried, the plague magic would follow them wherever they went. More and more people would be infected, their bodies rotting and dying. As long as a village, town, or even an empire didn't have a quick response strategy, it was very likely to become a hellish place. If it was used in conjunction with corpse resurrection magic, and archmage-level necromancy magic could resurrect all those who had died from the plague, creating a terrifying zombie army out of thin air. Han Shuo didn't plan on practicing the plague magic for the time being. After all, this magic was just too terrifying. Once the plague took form, even Han Shuo himself would have a hard time controlling it. This kind of pure destructive magic was a nightmare for any country. Once Han Shuo released this magic, he would undoubtedly become the public enemy of the continent. Therefore, after much consideration, he decided against practicing it. Soul tremor was a type of magic that directly affected the soul. Archmage-level necromancers had a higher level of understanding of the soul and could use their mental strength to directly attack the opponent's soul. This was an attack that was impossible to defend against. Most mages had much stronger mental strength than swordsmen and knights, and could use their mental strength to defend against this kind of attack on the soul. However, swordsmen and knights of other professions had much weaker mental strength than mages. When faced with this kind of attack on the soul, they would most likely suffer greatly. Currently, what Han Shuo was practicing was soul tremor, but because Clarendon didn't have any experience with this magic in his memories, it was basically impossible for him to quickly grasp it. Archmage-level magic was much more profound and abstruse than before. Even if he had the incantation, it was still very difficult to use it. Only when one's understanding of the soul reached a very high level would they be able to release it. Although Han Shuo hadn't reached this level, it wouldn't stop him from becoming an archmage. "May I ask, are you here to advance?" When he arrived at the Magic Association, a young girl wearing a sky-blue dress asked with a smile. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said with a smile, "That's right. I intend to advance to become an archmage of the Necromancy Major. May I ask, how do I begin?" "First, you must have proof that you're an adept mage, and then pay 1,000 gold coins as the examination fee, whether you succeed or not. This fee will belong to the Magic Association. Do you agree?" The girl had a friendly smile on her face as she responded politely. There was some surprise in her eyes as she looked at Han Shuo. There weren't many mages who practiced necromancy magic to begin with. She was even more surprised that such a young man had the confidence to advance to archmage necromancy. 1,000 gold coins. It looked like this magic association was very profitable. Han Shuo was slightly startled, then continued, "No problem. When can we begin?" "Give me your certificate and the gold coins. I'll go ask the higher-ups first. Then I'll tell you." The girl responded with a smile. When Han Shuo handed over the proof of his graduation from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, as well as the 2 bags of gold coins to the girl looked at Han Shuo's certificate with a strange expression. She looked at Han Shuo as if she'd seen a monster and said hastily, "Wait a moment, I'll be right down." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl lifted her long skirt and ran towards the top of the magic tower. Her expression was extremely strange, causing Han Shuo to be a bit surprised. The entire Magic Association had a total of 5 floors, and each floor had a large scale boundary that was brimming with dense magical elements. Although Han Shuo was a bit suspicious of the girl's behavior, he didn't release the Een demons to spy on her because of the existence of the magical boundary. After a while, a white-haired, amiable-looking old man hurriedly walked down the stairs. From the magical insignia on his chest, it could be seen that he was an Earth Grand Magus. There were a few mages behind the old man, including 2 water and thunder archmages and 4 adept mages. "I'm Ares Hossein, the person in charge of the Magic Association in the Lancelot Empire. I'm fully responsible for the advancement exams for mages in the Lancelot Empire. May I ask if you intend to advance to the rank of Necromancy Archmage?" The old man came over with Han Shuo's certificate, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Han Shuo. He seemed a bit surprised. Nodding his head, Han Shuo answered with certainty, "That's right. Is there a problem?" No problem," Ares hurriedly said. He then looked at Han Shuo's certificate and said, "In less than 2 years, you advanced from a magic apprentice to an adept mage. This is a miracle, especially since you practice necromancy magic. If I wasn't familiar with your Dean Emma and recognized that this certificate was made by her. I would definitely think that you forged the certificate. So that's how it was. Han Shuo was astonished. He smiled faintly and said, "Then can I begin?" Of course, of course. Our Magic Association's exam is different from your academy's. We only need to test your mental strength. Then you can release your most powerful magic and we will be able to determine whether you pass or not. Aries' attitude was surprisingly good as he said amiably, "Follow me to the second floor. We will be taking the test there." There was a blue boundary in the center of the second floor. The solid walls were engraved with all kinds of magical symbols. When they reached the second floor, Aries took out a magic stone used to measure mental strength and handed it to Han Shuo, saying, "Inject your mental strength into it. We can use the data on it to determine whether or not your mental strength meets the standard." The magic stone slowly lit up as Han Shuo slowly injected his mental strength. When Han Shuo saw Aries reveal a satisfied expression, he stopped injecting his mental strength and passed the Archmage's mental strength test without any mishaps. "Not bad. Your mental strength has indeed reached the Archmage rank. Next, you can stand inside the boundary and release your most powerful necromancy magic. We can use this necromancy magic to determine whether or not you have indeed reached the Archmage rank." Aries' attitude towards Han Shuo was even more friendly as he kindly pointed at the boundary. With the extent of Han Shuo's brain development, the speed at which his mental strength condensed and released was more than 10 times that of ordinary mages. Last time at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shuo already understood that when other people took the mental strength test, the magic stone would light up little by little. However, because Han Shuo's brain was different from ordinary people, the speed at which his mental strength condensed was extremely fast. The magic stone lit up to its brightest in almost an instant. This time, during the test of the magic stone, Han Shuo deliberately slowed down his mental strength bit by bit. He also didn't completely release the mental strength of a Grand Magus in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. He still passed without any mishaps. There's no need to stand inside the boundary. Our necromancy major doesn't need to go through so much trouble. Han Shuo smiled faintly and chanted a necromancy incantation. An extremely valiant evil knight, clad in pitch-black armor, appeared out of thin air. It rode a warhorse with 2 fire-breathing eyes and carried an enormous bone spear. Evil knights could only be summoned by necromancers of the Archmage rank. This was a publicly acknowledged fact in the necromancy major. When Han Shuo's evil knight appeared, it basically proved his Archmage rank. This was more convincing than the powerful magic of other majors. Heavens, from a magic apprentice to an Archmage in less than 2 years. That's too unbelievable. Oh, right. Why would Dean Emma be willing to let you leave the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force? Their necromancy major shouldn't have a necromancer of the Archmage rank. She should be trying to keep you. When Aries saw the evil knight appear, he knew that there was nothing more to say. Han Shuo did indeed possess the strength of an Archmage necromancer. Chapter 278. Then, can you help me confirm my qualifications now? Han Shuo clearly understood that the magical yuan had played an enormous role in being able to reach his current realm, and that his luck was also relatively good. No problem. Just wait a moment, and I'll help you settle everything. Aries answered straightforwardly and nodded at the Archmage beside him. The Archmage, wearing a loose magic robe, took Han Shuo's information to the 3rd floor. "Mr. Aries, has that lord outside come again?" The girl who had been waiting downstairs clattered up to the 2nd floor and asked Aries. Aries was startled and waved his hand, saying, "Let him come up." Not long after, the sinister-looking Candide walked in with a cold expression. He was a bit dazed when he saw Han Shuo standing there. Han Shuo was also dazed. He hadn't expected to run into Candide here. A light flashed in his eyes, but he immediately returned to normal, still standing there with a smile on his face. "You old thing, you've been coming to my place quite frequently recently." Ares seemed to have known Candide for a long time. He laughed heartily and said to Candide, "If there wasn't anything else, I wouldn't be bothered to come to your place. What, is there something else?" Candide shot a glance at Ares and then looked at Han Shuo. He said with a frown, acting as if he didn't know Han Shuo at all, "There's nothing else. Lancelot Empire's Babylon Academy of Magic and Force has produced yet another amazing magical genius. He advanced from a magic apprentice to an archmage in less than 2 years. This is an incredible matter. His records will become an important basis for the Magic Association." Ares excitedly looked at Han Shuo and introduced him to Candide. Candide was obviously shocked as well. He really hadn't expected that Han Shuo already possessed the strength of an archmage necromancer. He stared at Han Shuo with a burning gaze and said, "Ares, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a few words with this genius youth alone." "I don't mind, but I don't know if he'll mind." Ares shot a glance at Han Shuo, indicating that he couldn't influence Han Shuo's decision. Ares obviously didn't know about the relationship between Han Shuo and Candide. Now that he heard Candide's words, Han Shuo understood and nodded at Ares, saying, "I'll have to wait for a while anyways. Since I'm idle, I don't mind chatting with him." "All right, I'll go up first. You guys go to the first floor and don't let anyone else in." Ares instructed the others on the second floor, then smiled at Candide. "When you're done talking with him, his Magus certificate should be ready. When the time comes, just come up and let me know. Don't be so long-winded. I know what to do." Candide seemed to be very familiar with Ares as he impatiently urged Ares. After Ares and the others had left, Candide sized up Han Shuo with a strange expression and said, "I just received news from the Valley of Sunshine that you killed Ferguson of the Church of Light. I was just about to look for you to understand the situation. I didn't expect that you would actually come here and even have the qualifications to become an archmage necromancer. You really can surprise me." During his last trip to the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo, who was in the Bloodlust realm, had been unable to suppress the desires in his heart and had gone on a crazy rampage. He'd killed Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light on the spot and heavily injured the patriarch of the House of Menlo Adam. This string of news had already spread throughout the Valley of Sunshine. As one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, there was no reason for Candide not to know about this matter. Han Shuo looked at Candide in silence. Since Candide already knew about this matter, Han Shuo had nothing to say. In addition, Han Shuo had long since prepared himself, knowing that Candide would definitely mention this matter. Seeing that Han Shuo was silent, Candide stared straight at Han Shuo and said in a low voice, "I don't know how you killed Ferguson. I'm afraid that even if I did it myself, I wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. Ferguson's death is one thing, but the Church of Light's influence is enormous. You'll have endless troubles in the future. In addition, I heard that you also released the Lost Magic Corpse Resurrection. I think the Calamity Church will also come looking for you. These 2 churches have a wide range of followers throughout the profound continent. If they want to deal with you, they have dozens of methods. How do you plan to deal with them? Different situations call for different measures. If they dare to make a move against me, I'll kill them all until they give up." Han Shuo's face was callous. Killing intent naturally surged from his body as he said in an ice-cold voice. Since Candide already knew about this matter, Han Shuo didn't need to hide it. When killing intent overflowed from his body, a character of Candide's level immediately reacted. Nodding his head, Candide said with a gloomy face, "I believe that you have considerable strength. However, the Church of Light doesn't only have one Ferguson. If they want to deal with you, they don't even need to do it themselves. They only need to exert pressure on His Majesty. I believe that His Majesty the King won't offend the Church of Light for a minor character like you." After hearing these words, Han Shuo immediately became silent. With Han Shuo's current intelligence, he naturally understood Candide's meaning very quickly. Taking a deep breath, Candide said, "You were personally brought into the dark mantle by me. I'm very happy that you have such great strength. In addition, you now have proof of being an archmage. I have an idea for you." His heart stirred. Han Shuo asked in astonishment, "What idea?" When he had killed Ferguson, Han Shuo had already mentally prepared himself. However, Han Shuo didn't have any misgivings. If the Lancelot Empire were to betray him under the pressure of the Church of Light, Han Shuo was confident that he could use the Cemetery of Death to escape. However, the road ahead would be a bit more difficult. Now that he heard that Ferguson had an idea, Han Shuo naturally wanted to know if there was a better way to deal with the two sides. Whether it's the Church of Light or the Calamity Church, they are both religious organizations. Although they have extensive influence, they still don't have the strength to sway our Lancelot Empire. Among them, the Church of Light is in the open and is a bit more difficult to deal with. However, as long as you can prove that your strength is strong enough to make His Majesty feel that you have the value to disregard the Church of Light, based on my understanding of His Majesty, he won't care about the pressure from the Church of Light. As long as His Majesty is willing to protect you, even the Church of Light won't dare to do anything to you in the Lancelot Empire. After all, the Church of Light isn't strong enough to destroy our Lancelot Empire. Candide looked at Han Shuo and gave him advice. After hearing Candide's words, Han Shuo was suddenly enlightened. That's right, the most important thing for a country was talents, especially talents with potential. They were crucial to a country's future prospects. The reason why the Lancelot Empire was able to establish itself and prosper for so many years was because of Eremite Cotton, the Archmage. A sacred magus could release a terrifying forbidden magic spell and directly destroy an entire city with a single spell. An even more powerful magus with the strength of a demigod could cause unimaginable destruction. It was precisely because of the existence of Eremite Cotton that the Lancelot Empire was able to flourish so much. After so many years, a transcendent expert was still the most important resource for a country, especially the existences in the sacred world, such as sacred swordsmen, sacred magi, and sacred knights. These experts were the most important basis to measure a country's strength. If Han Shuo could prove to His Majesty that he had the strength to become such an existence, then His Majesty would definitely not care about the threat of the Church of Light and would do his best to ensure his safety. Candide, what do you mean? After being reminded by Candide, Han Shuo already understood. However, he still couldn't figure out how to do it. After all, he couldn't just directly tell others that he was very strong, could he? The simplest way is to challenge and determine your own strength by challenging the strong. I've only recently heard that you've been hanging out with Lawrence in the Northern Guard. How could Lawrence hide his intentions from me? If you want to obtain a noble title, it's actually a bit faster to challenge experts. When your strength attracts the attention of His Majesty, you won't need to make any contributions to be directly conferred a noble title. Why go through the trouble of accumulating military merits? Candide said mockingly. He seemed to be a bit disdainful of Han Shuo and Lawrence's actions. Challenge experts, good idea, Han Shuo muttered to himself. He then took a deep breath and sincerely thanked. Many thanks to Lord Candide. I know what to do now. Nodding his head, Candide said calmly, If you weren't under my control, if it weren't for that scroll of Eremite Cotton's notebook, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort on your trivial matters. When I found out that you killed Ferguson, I already thought it through for you. You can challenge the people on this scroll, one by one. You can kill all of them. They committed atrocities that are worthy of death, but they escaped the restraints of the Empire's laws. Even our Dark Mantle can't find any evidence to arrest them. Therefore, we need to borrow your hands to kill them. With your strength to kill Ferguson, it shouldn't be difficult for you to openly kill these people. I will help you record your contributions internally. You can quickly make a name for yourself by killing these people. I'll be responsible for communicating with His Majesty. After everything is done, you'll at least be given the title of Viscount. Not only will His Majesty not exert any pressure on you for the Church of Light, He'll even warn the Church of Light not to act rashly against you. As your status and reputation rise, that Brett Lawrence will also be very excited. This is killing many birds with one stone." Candide laughed sinisterly towards the end. It seemed that he had already considered this matter and was very proud of this idea. "Lord Candide, why do I feel like I'm being used by you?" Han Shuo was speechless. He understood that this method was indeed feasible. However, seeing Candide's sinister smile, Han Shuo felt that Candide was only helping him on one hand, and using Han Shuo to eradicate dissidents was his main goal. Glaring at Han Shuo, Candide said, "Just treat this as a mission. I'll help you record your contributions. Ha ha! These damn bastards, they think they can escape from my palms. This time, I'll make all of you die together." "Understood." Seeing the sinister sneer on Candide's face, Han Shuo knew that Candide already had a plan. He nodded his head in agreement. "All right, I still have some magical knowledge that I need to discuss with that old thing Aries. Mike Cotton's notebook is really too profound. Even I have a hard time comprehending it. And I actually still have to ask that old thing." Candide grumbled and walked upstairs. When he reached the top of the stairs, Han Shuo clearly saw that Candide had released a spell. The boundary he had set up before the conversation was removed. Only then did he urge, "Hurry up and give the certificate to that kid. He's very anxious." "Coming." Aries responded and walked down from upstairs with a beaming smile. He arrived in front of Han Shuo and handed over the small booklet proving his identity to Han Shuo. He said with a smile, "Congratulations, Brian. With the certification of our magic association, you are now an Archmage." "Thank you," Han Shuo replied with a smile. He glanced at the gloomy Candide and cursed in his heart before going downstairs. "Congratulations, you're really amazing. You've become a rare Archmage necromancer at such a young age," the girl in charge of reception said in admiration when he reached the first floor. Han Shuo flashed a radiant smile at the girl, nodded, and left the Guild of Magic. The girl blushed under Han Shuo's brilliant smile. Her heartbeat was much faster than normal. She thought to herself, he's so tall and so handsome and young, with a height of 1.9 meters. Han Shuo had a strange demonic aura due to his training in magical yuan. It was only natural that he would attract the attention of the opposite sex. "My first target is Colbert. He has the strength of a sword master and has raped and killed 7 girls. He currently lives in the outskirts of Bimson City and is the mayor of Billow Town. He has the title of Baron." Han Shuo walked out of the Magic Association and took out Candide's piece of paper. He skimmed through it and walked towards the Imperial Transportation Matrix with a cold smile. Chapter 279. Lancelot Empire. On the outskirts of Bimson City, a small town called Billow. The mayor of the small town, Colbert, was leisurely humming a tune as he basked in the sunlight. He lay lazily on the tallest and most luxurious balcony of the town, squinting his eyes as he peered at the young ladies walking back and forth in the town. Although the town wasn't large, Colbert could still earn close to a few thousand gold coins in taxes each year. With this money, Colbert could live a comfortable life. When he was in the mood, he could use force and authority to sleep with the women of the town, and no one would dare say anything to him. This was because he was a baron of the empire, the mayor of Billow Town, and a powerful sword master. These conditions, added together, made him the local tyrant of the town. Sigh, when will these days come to an end? A commoner had just returned from the mountain forest and complained in a low voice. "I heard that Root's wife was raped by Colbert again. This is the 9th time this year. We should leave Billow Town as soon as possible. There's no way to live." Another commoner sighed and said helplessly, We should be careful if we leave. We'll die a terrible death if he finds out. What a sin." "Excuse me, is this Billow Town?" A question suddenly sounded while the 2 commoners were conversing in low voices. It was an extremely tall and handsome young man who asked with a brilliant smile, "That's right, young man. What are you doing in Billow Town?" One of the commoners asked, puzzled. "Your mayor is called Colbert, right?" Han Shua smiled and asked again. Nodding, the commoner's expression changed as he said in disgust, "You know our mayor? What do you do?" "I'm looking for him, for a few matters." "Where does he live?" Han Shua had a rough idea of what was going on when he saw that the commoner immediately revealed a disgusted expression when he heard that he was looking for Colbert. "Go straight ahead. The largest and most luxurious house is where he lives," the other commoner replied. He pulled the one who had an unfriendly expression away from Han Shua and whispered, "Do you want to die? Look at how tall he is. He must be a friend of that bastard Colbert. Don't get yourself into trouble." As the two of them spoke, they quickly left, looking at Han Shua with disgust and disdain. Han Shua's ears were sharp enough to hear everything. He thought to himself, "This Colbert is truly devoid of conscience. Even after becoming the mayor of this town, he probably hasn't stopped doing bad things." He quickly walked to the largest house and said to the guard in front of the door, "I request to see Mayor Corbett." "Who are you?" The guard in front of the door frowned as he looked at Han Shua and replied. The 3 demons circled around the entire house. Han Shua observed the entire situation and said with a smile, "I heard that Mayor Corbett is a powerful swordsman. This time, I have come specially to challenge him. Please help me report this. The mayor will not be interested in you. You should leave as soon as possible." The guard replied bluntly. He had no intention of reporting at all. Taking a step forward, Han Shua punched out, and the door suddenly shattered into pieces. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Colbert, you piece of trash! As a swordsman, do you not dare to accept my challenge? Brat, are you purposely causing trouble?" The 2 guards in front of the door were immediately shocked. They drew their swords and were about to make a move. Slap, slap. The 2 guards didn't even see it clearly before they were slapped a few steps back by Han Shua. Han Shua looked at the 2 guards who were covering their faces with their hands and said leisurely with a smile that wasn't a smile, "You 2 better not seek death." Han Shua shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing throughout half of Billow Town. When the villagers heard that someone had come to challenge Colbert, they all stopped whatever they were doing and came over to watch, no matter what they were doing. Colbert, who had been squinting his eyes and looking around, obviously heard Han Shua shout. He shouted angrily from the balcony of a tall building, "Where did this brat come from? How dare he come to my Billow Town to cause trouble?" Following Colbert's shout, a dozen or so militiamen walked out of his house. Colbert, who was wearing a set of shiny silver armor, walked out of the broken door with a cold expression. "What are you looking at? You damned commoners, get lost." After Colbert walked out of the door, he first glared at some of the surrounding civilians and cursed. He then glared at Han Shua and said, "Brat, are you purposely here to cause trouble?" Baron Colbert had quite a reputation in his early years. "You have the strength of a swordsman. I also practice swordsmanship. This time, I passed by Billow Town and would like to ask for guidance from Lord Baron. I wonder if Lord Baron has the guts to accept?" Han Shua smiled as he looked at Colbert. Colbert glared at Han Shua and said angrily, "Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually dare to challenge me? You are indeed tired of living. I accept your challenge, but don't blame me if you die." "Of course," Han Shua readily agreed. "All of you get lost. Watch how I kill him." Colbert waved his hand and the surrounding militiamen dispersed. Colbert took out a shiny long sword and took a deep breath, suddenly calming down. "Young man, I'll let you attack first." Colbert calmly looked at Han Shua as he got into a fighting stance. "Very well." Han Shua didn't delay. He calmly walked towards Colbert with his bare fists and punched out in front of Colbert. Colbert was a bit startled when he saw that Han Shua didn't draw his sword. But when Han Shua punched out and didn't see any traces of fighting aura, Colbert was even more shocked. He felt baffled and raised his sword to stab at Han Shua's fist with a sneer. "Ha, you're courting death." Han Shua still had the time to mock Colbert. He concentrated his magical yuan, and a brilliant red light shot out from his fist. The milky white fighting aura that shot out from Colbert's sword was instantly drowned and scattered by the red light. A loud clang rang out as the punch landed on Colbert's sword hilt. Scorching heat suddenly erupted, and Colbert let out a shrill scream as he was sent flying along with his sword, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. "Oh my gosh, that demon is seriously injured. Great, I hope he dies this time. Then we'll be free. It'd be best if he dies immediately. Otherwise, our billow town will never have a day of peace." Some of the villagers, watching from afar, had joyful expressions on their faces when they saw that Colbert had been seriously injured in a single blow. They started discussing in low voices. I have no grudge against you. Why are you looking for me?" Blood flowed from Colbert's mouth. He had been gravely injured in a single strike. He immediately understood that Han Shua's strength was much higher than his, but he didn't know how he had offended Han Shua. Because you deserve to die." Han Shua had a cold smile on his face as he slowly walked towards Colbert, saying, "I'm Brian, you're the first." Bang! Colbert couldn't resist the punch at all. His entire body was punched in the head, and blood flowed out from all 7 of his orifices. "I killed him fair and square in the middle of the challenge. You all saw it." Han Shua spread his hands towards the militia and made an unintentional gesture. He then walked out of Billow Town under their shocked, doubtful, and fearful gazes. As long as the opponent accepted the challenge, the Empire wouldn't pursue the matter if he was killed. Candide had even instructed him to take care of the aftermath, so Han Shua wasn't worried at all. Second target, Water Archmage Deborah of Bimson City. 3 years ago, he killed a family of 18 people in a magic shop because of a magic staff. He handled the matter cleanly and didn't leave any traces behind, successfully evading the punishment of the Empire's laws. Oh, that's him. Han Shua took out the piece of paper that Candide had given him and saw the records with a glance. Candide had put in a lot of effort and placed all the targets close to each other to facilitate Han Shua's actions. 2 hours later, Count Chapman Dean's house in Bimson City. Han Shua, dressed in mage attire, appeared gracefully at Count Chapman Dean's house with a white bone staff in his hand. He smiled at the guard, saying, "I'm looking for Water Archmage Deborah. Come in." When the guard saw Han Shua's mage attire and the white bone staff in his hand, he didn't dare treat him carelessly. He respectfully called for Han Shua to enter. When they arrived at a spacious courtyard, the guard said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go inform Lord Deborah." After a while, a slightly plump, short woman in her 40s walked out with a frown. She wore a luxurious magic robe and had an azure space ring on her hand. She looked suspiciously at Han Shua and said, "Who are you? I don't think I know you." Nodding, Han Shua said with a smile, "Of course. Although this is our first time meeting, I've heard of your great name for a long time. This time, I wanted to consult you on some magical knowledge. I hope you can give me some pointers." When Deborah heard Han Shua's words, she waved her hand and said impatiently, "I don't have time for you. And here I was wondering who it was. Leave while it's still early. Don't make me angry, you damned brat." Glancing at the guard, Deborah reprimanded, "Next time, ask clearly who you are before bringing you in. Don't think that I know mages. I don't have time for this kind of immature brat." As she spoke, Deborah ignored Han Shua's existence and went straight back into the house, intending to continue fiddling with a few new magic potions. "Ugly old hag, are you afraid to accept my challenge? Or do you think that you can't be looked at for long because of your ugliness?" Still wearing a smile on his face, Han Shua repeated his old tricks and used malicious words to provoke her. Sure enough, when Deborah heard Han Shua's malicious words, she immediately turned around furiously and glowered at Han Shua. Smiling coldly, she said, "All right, I accept your challenge and send you on your way." A dim light flashed, and a dark blue magic staff appeared in her hand. As she chanted a spell, 3 5-meter-tall water men appeared out of thin air and rushed towards Han Shuo. 5 ice awls formed as the water men approached. The sharp ice awls carried a glaring cold light and stabbed diagonally towards Han Shuo from the roof. Interesting. Han Shuo let out a strange laugh and shook the white bone staff in his hand. He quickly chanted a spell, and a white bone shield suddenly appeared beside him. The 5 ice awls that appeared a step later were actually a step faster than the watermen and directly hit the white bone shield. The huge impact fiercely collided with the white bone shield, causing ice shards to scatter and cracks to appear on the white bone shield. Unhurriedly retreating from the white bone shield's range, the white bone staff in Han Shuo's hand flashed once again. 2 hate warriors, 1 evil knight, a dozen zombies, 20 skeletal warriors, and a group of flying gargoyles appeared out of thin air one after another, filling the courtyard. An evil knight, riding on a fire-breathing warhorse, thrust out a huge bone spear in his hand. A 5-meter-tall waterman in front of him was directly pierced through by the bone spear. The evil knight lifted the skeletal warhorse and spat out a stream of raging flames from the warhorse's mouth. The waterman that was riddled with holes squeaked and emitted smoke as it dissipated. You're actually a necromancer." Bora was taken aback and shouted in a somewhat panicked manner. In a battle between mages of the same rank, necromancers were at a disadvantage against light mages. In addition to this, necromancers could rely on their powerful summoned creatures to hold a huge advantage against mages of other elements. If it wasn't for the disappearance of the Necromancer Codex, necromancers wouldn't be as few as they were now. When the canopy of necromancy covered the sky, the speed and strength of the dark creatures greatly increased under the cover of the canopy of necromancy. The remaining 2 watermen were directly drowned by the large number of dark creatures as they charged through the cover of the canopy of necromancy. In particular, the evil knight that Han Shuo had summoned took the lead and charged directly towards Water Archmage Deborah with a terrifying force. The gargoyles, circling in the sky, followed closely behind. Under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, their shadows flickered and flashed, appearing so nimble and strange. Han Shuo didn't use the Little Skull, the Earth Elite Zombie, or the Wood Elite Zombie. He also didn't use any demonic arts. Relying purely on necromancy magic, Han Shuo completely held the upper hand. In a battle between archmages of the same rank, with the mental strength of a grand magus, no one was a match for Han Shuo other than light archmages. Even if his opponent was a light archmage, the 3 dark creatures immune to light magic, the Little Skull, the Earth Elite Zombie, and the Wood Elite Zombie, could still be easily killed by Han Shuo. Therefore, in a battle of magic of the same rank, even if he didn't use demonic arts, Han Shuo was still invincible. Chapter 280. Damn it! Bora cursed in a low voice. She obviously felt that something was wrong and hastily retreated into the room. Her short and fat body was actually quite nimble as she planned to obstruct the dark creature's charge inside the room. The high-level water magic ice spell was released. A white mist enshrouded the room as a sparkling and translucent ice wall sealed the door. The ice wall emitted a cold white mist under the illumination of the sunlight. The evil knight rode on his skeletal warhorse and raised a bone spur that was even larger than his body. He charged towards the ice wall, raising his bone spur high and fiercely thrusting it at the ice wall. Clang! Surprisingly, this ice wall formed by the frost spell actually had a tough defense. When the huge bone spikes hit the ice wall, they made a huge impact. The ice wall was only pierced by the sharp bone spikes, and the ice wall's defense did not collapse in one fell swoop. Ice blade slash! A loud cry came from Bora's mouth from inside the room. The cold wind howled and snow fluttered in the air. One after another, ice blades spun and shot towards the dark creatures in the courtyard. When the lower-level skeletal warriors were hit by the ice blades, their weak skeletons shattered one after another. Even the spiraling gargoyles fell one after another under the ice blade's attacks. However, the higher-level zombie warriors and hate warriors still stood tall even after being cut by the ice blades. They walked step by step towards the room Bora was in and began to attack the ice wall together with the evil knight. Under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, Han Shuo wore a cold smile as he stood proudly in the middle of the courtyard. He leisurely watched the dark creatures attack Bora and inwardly experienced the most appropriate way to use necromancy magic. Clang! Finally, the ice wall shattered under the impact of the evil knight's huge bone spur. Soon after, the evil knight charged into Bora's room along with his skeletal warhorse. The two hate warriors and several zombie warriors also entered and occupied the room's windows in an instant. "I surrender! I surrender!" Inside, Bora turned pale with fright and suddenly cried out involuntarily. When the evil knight broke through the ice wall's obstruction and rushed into the room with his undead army, Bora knew that it would be difficult for her to salvage the situation. Bora felt an instinctive fear when she was stared at by the evil knight's malevolent and merciless eyes. She immediately screamed to save her life. So. A dozen or so bone spears shot in through the window, two of which directly attacked Bora's back. Before Bora could react, they directly penetrated her short and stout body and carried her towards the evil knight. The evil knight raised his huge bone spear high up. When the bone spear fell, Bora's head flew high up into the air. A mouthful of warm blood sprinkled down and fell into the still, smoking potion bottle. The potion bottle was splashed by the warm blood and suddenly burst open. Murder! Murder! When the guard who had brought Han Shuo in heard the mournful scream, he understood that Bora must have been killed. Losing his head out of fear, he screamed as he rushed to the back of the courtyard. Through the spying of the Een demons, Han Shuo noticed that there was a group of people in the distance who were swiftly heading over. This time his target was only Bora. Han Shuo didn't waste any time. When Bora died, he immediately recalled his necromancy and the mental strength he used to maintain the canopy of necromancy. He then used the levitation spell to leave the courtyard. For 5 days in a row, Han Shuo used the transportation matrix to travel back and forth between the various cities of the empire to challenge experts. Not only was he victorious in every battle, but he also killed his opponents on the spot. His fierce reputation quickly spread throughout the Lancelot Empire. Under Candide's deliberate embellishment, Han Shuo's identity was slowly recognized by some of the experts of the empire. Many nobles had heard of this young expert's deeds and expressed great interest in him. Lancelot Empire's imperial palace, in a luxurious hall that was heavily guarded, His Majesty the Empire, King Uhtred Lancelot, was wearing a loose robe, sitting on the throne, waiting for something. Uhtred was almost 60 years old. Due to his excessive debauchery in his youth, his body was growing weaker and weaker. Although his frame was large, he appeared somewhat emaciated. Although his hair and skin had been treated with a special magic potion, they still appeared jet black and glossy. Unfortunately, his complexion was still not good. "Your Majesty, Lord Candide has arrived." Suddenly, a guard walked in from outside and said softly. This guard was wearing a shining armor, appearing calm and callous. His entire body had the calm bearing of a top expert. From the insignia on his armor, it could be seen that he was a powerful sky rider. "Let him in," Uhtred indifferently ordered when he heard that Candide had arrived. After a while, Candide walked in with a gloomy face. He opened his mouth and said softly, "Your subject Candide greets your Majesty. Sit. I heard that you have a kid under your command who has been very dazzling these past 2 days. What's going on?" Uhtred glanced at Candide and asked indifferently, "He's called Brian. I was the one who introduced him to the Dark Mantle. This kid's strength is extraordinary and his mind is calm. He's helped the Dark Mantle accomplish several major things not long after joining. Oh, even ere Mike Cotton's notebook was brought back from the dark forest by him. He's a very rare talent. Candide was still incomparably respectful after sitting down as he opened his mouth to explain. So he's called Brian. Ha ha, interesting, interesting. I remember that Red Archbishop Coss of the Church of Light just sent someone over yesterday to ask for Brian. I didn't expect to hear news of him today. Candide, oh Candide, isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Uhtred's voice sounded very cheerful, as if he was talking to a friend about old times. Candide was startled and hurriedly explained, "Please forgive me, your Majesty. This matter was arranged by me with the goal of eradicating some factors that are detrimental to the stability of the country. Brian's strength is extraordinary. Not only has he passed the Magus examination of the Mage Association, he's also grasped a miraculous martial technique. He's a very rare talent. Our country really needs young experts like him." Uhtred snorted coldly and looked at Candide. "Candide, do you think it's worth it for me to become enemies with the Church of Light for this kid?" "Your subject thinks it's worth it. Brian is only 18 years old this year. He entered the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force a little over a year ago. In less than 2 years, he went from a magic apprentice to a necromancy archmage. In addition, his martial technique is also very outstanding. This kind of talent's future potential is limitless. It's only because he practices necromancy magic and grasps some knowledge that's detrimental to the Church of Light that the Church of Light has deliberately targeted him. In the Valley of Sunshine, there was a light, grand magus named Ferguson who was killed by Brian, ultimately incurring the wrath of the Church of Light. To be able to kill a light grand magus is sufficient proof of his strength. In addition, the most important thing is that he's still young and has unlimited prospects for development. Your subject believes that such a talent cannot be let go. Even if it means offending the Church of Light, it's still worth it." Candide respectfully replied. A light flashed in Uhtred's eyes when he heard Candide's words. He straightened his body slightly and stared at Candide, saying, "In less than 2 years, he became an archmage necromancer from a magic apprentice, and was even able to kill a light grand magus. Candide, are you sure this information is true?" "Your Majesty, you also know that my wife is the Dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. I can confirm that this information is absolutely true. Originally, I also suspected that his strength wasn't enough to kill a light grand magus. That's why I issued the order to challenge some notorious experts. However, according to my information, he indeed has this kind of strength. The most difficult thing is that such a genius has a clean background and has a very good sense of belonging to the Empire. He's also willing to work for the Empire. In the future, I believe that his accomplishments will certainly be even greater. Perhaps he can become a figure like Corel Ascot. Oh, right. Brian is also the boyfriend of sacred swordmaster Corel Ascot's most beloved female disciple, Phoebe." Candide continued, "Oh, you're saying that he has some relationship with Corel Ascot?" Uhtred was startled and asked Candide in astonishment. "Correct. Not only that, he's also a good friend of His Highness Lawrence. You also know that His Highness Lawrence is studying some war strategies at the Knight Academy and is also Corel Ascot's disciple. Due to his relationship with Phoebe and Brian's good relationship, Brian's contribution in exposing Bob Asher's plot in Valen City was the greatest." Candide saw Uhtred's startled expression and once again struck while the iron was hot. Uhtred couldn't help but turn silent after hearing Candide's words. He thought for a while and then said, "So it's like this. From what you've said, it seems that this Brian is a bit interesting. Oh, I heard that great Swordmaster Leocane of the Brute Merchant Alliance has arrived at Austin City and has consecutively defeated 3 experts of the same level from our empire. He's quite arrogant and proud of himself. Since you said that this Brian is very powerful, then let him challenge Leocane. If he can defeat Leocane, then it will prove that he's truly a young genius. That way, not only will I be willing to offend the Church of Light for him, I'll also immediately give him a noble title." "Humph, This crazy swordsman Leocaine has always had a vile reputation. He only fled to our Lancelot empire because he offended sacred Magus Reynold Dyla in Brute. Such a despicable escapee actually dares to be so impudent. He's truly courting death. Your subject understands. Candide was immediately startled when he heard that Uhtred wanted Honshua to challenge Leocaine. After a moment of silence, he sighed inwardly and could only helplessly agree. Chapter 281. Honshua had been very busy these past few days. He had used transportation matrices to travel through more than half of the Lancelot Empire. 3 archmages for swordsmen and 1 great swordmaster had all been killed by Honshua in the name of challenges. In the beginning, the challenges could be considered successful. This was because Honshua's age was too deceptive. His opponents often thought that Honshua was nothing to be afraid of and would angrily accept the challenge after being provoked by Honshua's malicious words. However, as time went on, Honshua's repeated successes spread far and wide. Many experts began to make connections with the identities of those who were killed and began to plot against him. In the end, there were still 3 experts on the list who had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even the Dark Mantle couldn't find them with all their might. Once Honshua arrived in a city, all the experts in the city would be panic-stricken. No matter if they had done anything shameful or not, they were all afraid that Honshua would come knocking on their door to challenge them. Thus, they all disappeared in the name of traveling. These people were also helpless. After all, those who had died in Honshua's hands in the past few days were all experts. If they didn't accept Honshua's challenge, it would greatly affect their reputation. But if they accepted the challenge, they might lose their lives. They had no choice but to find an excuse to hide. When a great sword master died in Honshua's hands, the young expert Brian's infamy reached its peak. The experts on the list all disappeared one by one. Under Candide's notice, they could only return to Austin City to await further orders. Lord Candide, it's not that I didn't try my best. The 3 people on the list have disappeared without a trace. It looks like we can only wait until you find them. In a small tavern in the northern part of the city, Honshua and Candide were in a private room. It was Honshua who spoke first. You've done very well. His Majesty has already heard of your deeds. Let's ignore those 3 for now. There's a matter that's giving me a headache. If you can complete this matter, His Majesty will protect you and bestow upon you the title of nobility. Candide frowned as he took a sip of tea from the teacup in his hand. Oh, what's the matter? Honshua asked in a daze. Leocaine of the Brute Merchant Alliance also has the strength of a great swordmaster. This person is known as the Mad Swordsman. His character is vile and his character is cruel, but he just so happens to have extraordinary strength. Currently, he has arrived at our Austin City. In the past few days, he has challenged 3 great swordmasters of Austin City and won all of them. After winning, he still spoke rudely, which has caused His Majesty to be extremely disgusted. His Majesty wants you to challenge Leocaine. As long as you can defeat Leocaine, His Majesty will protect you regardless of the pressure from the Church of Light and give you a noble title. However, Leocaine's strength is extraordinary. He already possessed the strength of a great sword master 10 years ago. According to the Dark Mantle's information, this Leocaine is very close to the first prince, His Highness Charles. Because of your relationship with Lawrence, I'm afraid that if you can't beat him, you might lose your life. Candide seemed to be really worried about Honshua as he spoke with some worry. Where does this Leocaine person currently live? Honshua was calm and unafraid as he asked Candide with a smile. In the garden house in the northern part of the city. The garden house is the property of the first prince, Charles. Others might not know, but the Dark Mantle naturally knows. It was also because of the garden house that we guessed that he is related to the first prince. What do you plan to challenge Leocaine? Both of them are great sword masters, But the difference in strength between someone who has just entered the realm and someone who has been in this realm for 10 years is extremely large. Moreover, Leah Kane is known as the Mad Swordsman and is extremely difficult to deal with. Candide cried out in surprise. "Don't worry, I'll take care of him." Han Shuo drank a mouthful of tea and directly stood up. He said with a smile, "To be honest, I'm almost addicted to the challenges I've been facing recently." Han Shuo had been running all over the place these past few days and had challenged a number of experts. He felt that his strength was on the verge of a breakthrough. The bloodlust realm required one to quickly progress through slaughter, especially when fighting against experts. It was even faster to improve in the bloodlust realm. After 7 or 8 battles in a row, Han Shuo had challenged archmages and swordmasters, all of whom were experts with some reputation. The last person he challenged was a great swordmaster, which gave Han Shuo a great sense of crisis. It was also through that battle that Han Shuo felt that his bloodthirsty realm was showing signs of breaking through. At this point, Han Shuo definitely didn't need to use necromancy magic or the Little Skull's Earth Elite Zombie or would elite zombie. With just his bloodlust realm demonic arts, he could directly confront a great swordmaster. If he didn't use his advantage in magic, Han Shuo's strength in the bloodlust realm was equal to that of a great swordmaster. Leah Kane might be a bit more tyrannical than an average great swordmaster. Perhaps Han Shuo in the bloodlust realm would encounter some difficulties, but if Han Shuo used the Little Skull Earth and would elite zombies, Han Shuo believed that he would be able to successfully kill Leah Kane. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't mind Candide's worries at all. "Be careful, this person is extremely dangerous. He's famous in the Brute Merchant Alliance for being difficult to deal with, so don't lower your guard." Candide was still worried as he watched Han Shuo walk towards the door. "Understood, I'll go first." Han Shuo responded and walked outside. "Brian." As soon as he walked out of the tavern, Emily's voice came from a carriage at the corner of the street. Chester, dressed as a coachman, had a cautious expression as he waved at Han Shuo. The Dark Mantle's intelligence network was everywhere. Add to that the relationship between Emily and Candide, and it wouldn't be difficult for her to find Han Shuo. Han Shuo also understood that Emily would definitely come to find him, so he wasn't surprised at all when he heard Emily's voice. Looking left and right, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that there was another carriage parked in the distance. The knights in front of the carriage were all familiar faces. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing Lawrence's face. At this moment, Lawrence was looking at Han Shuo with an excited expression, as if he had a lot to say to him. Han Shuo first walked towards Emily and said, "Wait for me for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo quickly walked in front of Lawrence's carriage and exclaimed in a low voice, "Why are you here?" "Ha ha! I accidentally discovered Madame Emily's carriage today. Seeing that she was hurrying over here, my heart was moved, and I followed her. I didn't think that I would actually find you." Lawrence let out a strange chuckle and said to Han Shuo. Han Shuo understood that Lawrence might know about his relationship with Emily. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lawrence and said, "All right, what did you call me here for?" "Ha ha! I heard that you've been continuously challenging experts recently. You're quite famous now. I didn't think that you brat would stop hiding your abilities and truly start showing your talent. That's for the best. I've been to the palace twice in the past few days, and His Majesty asked a few things about you. He seems to be very interested in you. This is a very good sign." Lawrence appeared to be very high-spirited as he spoke with a smile. "Of course I'm paying attention. His Majesty wants me to challenge Leah Kane. Am I not planning to get rid of him?" Han Shuo said indifferently. Lawrence was shocked when he heard these words. Then he became ecstatic and said, "Leah Kane is first Prince Charles's man. I can confirm this through my channels. Brian, do you have the confidence to get rid of him? What do you think?" Han Shuo looked at Lawrence with a smile that wasn't quite a smile and asked in reply, "Of course I do. You're very mysterious. I believe in you. How about this? Since you want to challenge Leah Kane, I'll help you and exaggerate this matter. As long as you can defeat Leah Kane, your notoriety can be corrected. Ha ha! After all, Leah Kane is a member of the Brute Merchant Alliance. No one in our country will like him. Lawrence said with a sinister smile, "Do as you see fit. If there's nothing else, I'll look for you after I get rid of Leah Kane." Han Shuo said, It's fine. Go do your thing." Lawrence looked in Emily's direction and said with a sly smile. From Lawrence's expression and words, Han Shuo understood that he should already know about his relationship with Emily. This was all because Han Shuo and Emily were hiding behind a fake mountain at their family's banquet last time. Later on, the operation in Valen City made him even more certain of this matter. However, with Han Shuo's current relationship with Lawrence, Han Shuo naturally believed that Lawrence would keep his mouth shut. After all, if this matter was exposed, it wouldn't benefit Lawrence at all. "All right, I'll be going first," Han Shuo responded and turned to walk in Emily's direction. "Let's go." Han Shuo arrived at Chester's place and gave him some instructions before entering Emily's carriage. "Oh, Brian, it's too magical. That pill is too magical." As soon as Han Shuo entered the carriage, Emily suddenly threw herself into Han Shuo's arms and hugged Han Shuo tightly. She took the initiative to offer her fragrant lips, appearing to be extremely emotional. Chester's expression was the same as usual. He pretended not to have heard anything and started the carriage with a serious expression, slowly driving it into the depths of the street. After Chester's carriage left, Candide gazed at the direction of the departing carriage from within the shadows of a nearby corner. He muttered, "I was wondering why Emily would help him so much. So that's the reason. This kid is quite bold in his lust. As expected, he's hooked up with Emily. Damn it, he's actually a playboy." Chapter 282. In the garden house in the northern part of the city, the garden house was filled with palm trees and was brimming with the scent of spring. The unique courtyard was surrounded by fragrant flowers and plants. Several maids carefully shuttled back and forth between the flowers, trimming and watering the fragrant flowers. On a soft lawn, eldest Prince Charles was squinting his eyes as he talked with a boorish-looking man with 2 crisscrossing scars on his neck. The man was about 1.75 meters tall, but his hands and feet were large and he was incomparably sturdy. His eyes shone with the light of a savage beast. "Mr. Leah, you shouldn't have challenged 3 great sword masters as soon as you arrived in Austin City. After all, you came from the Brute Merchant Alliance. Our country is an extremely xenophobic one. If my father knew that you were one of my people, it might affect his impression of me." Eldest Prince Charles frowned in displeasure. He was very angry at Leah Kane's unauthorized actions. Leah Kane grinned and said arrogantly, "Your Highness, although I've pledged my allegiance to you in Lancelot Empire this time, I don't necessarily have to listen to everything you say. First of all, I'm a swordsman. Since I've come to Lancelot Empire, according to my habit, I must exchange pointers with the local experts. Otherwise, how can I improve my swordsmanship? Damn, what a boorish fellow. If you have the guts, go challenge Sacred Sword Master Corel Ascot. I'll see how you die." Charles inwardly cursed, and his expression became even more unsightly. He said to Leah Kane, "Let's forget about this matter. I hope you'll tell me before you do anything next time. Do you still remember that Brian I told you about last time? He's the one I wanted you to help me kill?" Leah Kane was startled. He thought for a moment and nodded. "Oh, he's the kid you mentioned who practices a special martial art? Why, has he appeared in Austin City? Do you want me to go kill him today?" Shaking his head with a wry smile, eldest Prince Charles said, "The situation has changed. Brian's reputation has soared after he challenged several experts in the past few days since he left Austin City. I don't know who released the news that Brian returned to Austin City with the goal of challenging you. As soon as this news came out, all the nobles and experts in Austin City began to pay attention to it. You've been cultivating in the garden house all this time, so you might not know. But now even my father seems to be interested in this matter. It's not very appropriate for you to secretly kill Brian at this time. I think it's better for you to take the initiative, directly challenge him, and then kill him. This way, no one can say anything. What do you think? No, I've decided not to. Who do you think I, Leah Kane, am? How can I lower myself to challenge a brat who's still wet behind his ears? Humph, if he's interested in challenging me, then I'll gladly accept the challenge. But I absolutely can't go to his door and challenge an unknown brat. Leah Kane resolutely refused without the slightest leeway. Charles, who was sitting in his chair, fiercely grabbed the armrest and cursed inwardly. He thought, if you don't have a bit of strength, then damn it, I'll immediately have someone kill you just because of your attitude. You're just a brute, yet you dare to contradict me repeatedly? All right then. Many people are paying attention to this matter. There are even some people loitering outside the garden house these past 2 days. I'm guessing they're waiting for Brian to come and challenge you. It's not convenient for me to come and find you, so be careful. If Brian comes, you must kill him immediately to avoid future troubles. Charles was a bit annoyed. He stood up from his chair and said to Leah Kane, Don't worry, he'll die without a doubt if he dares to come. Humph, youngsters these days really don't know the difference between life and death, to actually be so arrogant and conceited. I'll let him understand just how strong his seniors are. Leah Kane snorted coldly. Asterisk, 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 under the influence of those with ulterior motives. This news quickly spread to every corner of Austin City. At first, only a few of Austin City's experts and nobles received this news. But when someone elevated this matter to the glory of the nation, even the commoners heard of this news. In this way, Han Shua's birth and origins were gradually torn apart and revealed to the world. A young slave, relying on his astonishing talent, had been accepted into the empire's best Babylon Academy of Magic and Force as an exception. In less than 2 years, he had advanced from a lowly magic apprentice to a rare archmage necromancer, and was even equipped with a miraculous martial technique. All of this news added together confirmed Han Shua's name as a genius. While Austin City was abuzz with discussion about this matter, a few large merchant guilds had already begun to secretly place their bets. The crazy gamblers expressed their intense attention to this matter. Among them, the matter of the buzzed merchant guild betting a huge sum of money to oppose Cameron's merchant alliance was something that no one knew about. Late at night, Austin City's west side. Of the 4 major blocks, the west side of the city was the dirtiest and poorest. This could be said to be a gathering place for commoners. Trash was everywhere on the streets, and flies and bedbugs were everywhere. A few scantily clad beggars were curled up in a dark corner, dozing off. A stench lingered throughout the year. However, no matter how poor a place was, the moonlight wouldn't favor one over another. The cool and bright moonlight shone down, elongating the shadows of Han Shua's party longer and longer. The lights in the surroundings flickered, and a few suppressed sobs could be faintly heard coming from the simple and crude houses. I really didn't want to come to this place. Chester's expression was heavy as he sighed. Although Emily stayed in the carriage, her black eyebrows were deeply furrowed. Her tender, white, and smooth skin was as bright and clean as white jade. She wore a jeweled ornament on her head and a well-fitting silk dress on her body. She seemed out of place in the environment of the west side of the city. Emily had seen Chester's information and knew that he was born a commoner. In his early years, before he entered the Dark Mantle, he had lived in the west side of the city for a period of time. However, Chester obviously didn't miss those days. Thinking about it, no one would miss such a place. All right, let's leave as soon as we finish our business. Every country has its rich and poor. This has never changed since time immemorial. We have no way to change all of this. Han Shua sat in the carriage and lightly shouted through the curtain. Behind the carriage that Han Shua sat in, a small troop of 100 knights followed at a moderate pace. In the narrow streets, the troop of 100 knights formed a long line. "Hurry up, we don't have much time. Don't complain," Emily also urged. Chester didn't say anything else. He skillfully drove the carriage along the quiet streets. After passing through this street, he headed straight for the dirtiest and most remote area of the west side of the city. After a while, Chester slowly stopped the carriage in a place where sewage was everywhere and the stench assailed his nostrils. He turned around and said, "Lady Emily, those dilapidated buildings in front of us are the place mentioned in the information." Inside the carriage, Emily changed into a black robe that covered her entire body in front of Han Shuo, concealing her identity as a high-ranking member of the Dark Mantle. She slowly got off the carriage and looked ahead. She said to Han Shuo, "According to the information, it should be those buildings in front of us. The enemy is from the Angela Empire. Their leader is called Yoland, and he seems to be a sky rider." Nodding his head, Han Shuo released 3 demons and slowly snuck inside. He walked towards the troop of 100 knights at the back and instructed an officer, "Don't act rashly and alert them. Spread out and surround all those buildings. Approach them slowly. If anyone tries to rush out, capture them alive if possible. If that doesn't work, kill them on the spot. No matter what, don't let a single one escape." "Yes," the officer replied and turned around to make a gesture to the knights behind him. The knights gradually spread out and surrounded the buildings from a distance. In the center of these knights, there were a few mages who were originally surrounded. Due to the knights' dispersal, they gradually revealed themselves. The mages of the Northern Guard's magic department were mostly intermediate or advanced mages. There was only one Thunder Archmage. Before they came to carry out the mission, they had received Boris's orders to listen to Han Shuo's commands. Originally, these people were still a bit rebellious. However, after they learned of Han Shuo's identity from Boris, they all became well-behaved. Not a single one of them dared to disobey orders. In the span of a few days, Han Shuo had traveled across more than half of the Lancelot Empire and challenged several notorious experts. In the end, all of them were killed by Han Shuo on the spot. This kind of cruel and merciless method cemented Han Shuo's fierce reputation, causing all of these people to become well-behaved. A person who could kill several experts wasn't someone they could afford to offend, not to mention that he had received full authority from the highest commander of the Northern Guard, Boris. They wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke Han Shuo. "All right, find your positions. It's best if you stay in the middle of the knights. Listen to my orders later and attack with your strongest magic." Han Shuo swept his gaze over the Thunder Archmage and instructed, "Understood, Lord Brian." The Thunder Archmage nodded respectfully. He wasn't angry that Han Shuo had stolen his position as the leader of the magic department. Chapter 283. Before Han Shuo joined the Northern Guard, this lightning archmage named Korea was the leader of the Northern Guard's magic department. However, due to Han Shuo's appearance, he had no choice but to listen to Han Shuo's orders. Originally, Korea was a bit unwilling, but after Boris spoke to him privately, he immediately understood that Han Shuo had only joined the Northern Guard to accumulate military merits. He knew that the magic department of the Northern Guard was only a springboard for Han Shuo. With this, not only did he not have any complaints, but he also purposely tried to curry favor with Han Shuo, hoping that when Han Shuo soared in the future, he would be able to help him. Be careful, there are over 20 people on the other side, and all of them are quite strong. Han Shuo instructed the people behind him, then returned to Emily's side and reminded her softly, "Understood. What do you think we should do?" Emily nodded and asked for Han Shuo's opinion. "When the 100 knights surround the area, immediately use magic to destroy all the obstacles. Capture these 20 or so experts if possible, or kill them all. As long as we can find the blueprint, this mission will be considered complete." Han Shuo thought for a moment and said lowly, "Let's do as you say." The Northern Guard seems to trust you more. You need to command them well so they don't mess up. In front of Han Shuo, Emily was already used to him being the leader and said obediently, "All right then. Pay attention to Yoland. Don't let him escape." Han Shuo replied as his body slowly floated into the air. Han Shuo was like a ghost as his body quickly weaved through the knights and mages. Relying on the omnidirectional vision of the three Yin demons, Han Shuo continuously issued orders to the knights around him, telling them to abandon their horses and hide in different directions. Over 100 knights, separated by 150 meters, slowly surrounding the opposite side. Standing proudly in the air, Han Shuo calmly commanded the knights and mages of the Northern Guard, arranging suitable people in every corner. Everyone softened their voices and slowly approached the dirty, dilapidated building. Gradually, the 150-meter distance shrank as the encirclement shrank. When the two sides were only 50 meters apart, Han Shuo suddenly waved his hand at Korea and the others. When Korea and the others saw Han Shuo's movements, they immediately started chanting magic spells with solemn expressions. "Sir, we've been surrounded. I've heard strange sounds." A wind mage said anxiously to the tan, tall, and muscular Yoland, who was riding a violent tattoo beast. "How is this possible?" Yoland, who was resting, abruptly sat up amidst a pile of weeds and hurriedly looked out the window. His expression changed drastically as he bellowed, "Everyone gather! Find an opportunity to break out." In this room, a group of more than 20 people calmly stood up when they heard this. One by one, they drew their swords and sabers and prepared to break out of this place. As the leader, Yoland remained calm in the face of such a predicament. His space ring glowed faintly as he took out the blueprint that he had painstakingly obtained and carefully placed it in a crack in the wall. Yoland said in a low voice, "The brothers that have come this time are not afraid of death. I will place the blueprint in that crack in the wall. If any of you are able to leave alive, you can wait until Awesome City is no longer on guard and come back to take the blueprint back to the Empire. Do you understand?" "Don't worry, sir. We know what to do," the Wind Magician replied solemnly. The other people in the room all had resolute expressions on their faces. They were already prepared to sacrifice themselves. Suddenly, 5 bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The zigzagging lightning illuminated the pitch-black night sky. A few walls of fire appeared around the room. The scorching heat assaulted them head-on. The earth began to rumble and tremble as sharp spikes abruptly appeared. Yoland and the others in the room understood that the attack had begun. They all jumped out from the windows and doors one by one. Under the attacks of the lightning, fire, snakes, and earth spikes, they scattered and began to break out of the encirclement. "Kill!" Han Shuo's cold voice resounded throughout the night sky. Kalia's lightning bolts crashed down, bombarding the houses and causing them to explode one by one. 2 assassins who had rushed out were struck by a bolt of lightning, their bodies convulsing and collapsing on the spot. The 100 knights of the Northern Guard were all elites of the army, and all of them possessed the strength of a novice or intermediate knight. Under Han Shuo's orders, they all lined up in an orderly fashion to block off the road. As soon as they discovered anyone charging in their direction, they would immediately and unceremoniously intercept them. Send 3 knights from the north to stop them. Korea, send 4 experts from the Ministry of Magic to attack the south. Yoland is in the west. He's a sky knight. Those in the west, be careful. Using the vision of the 3 Yin demons, Han Shuo calmly commanded. He was always able to accurately estimate the strength and number of the enemy and send out the corresponding experts to intercept the assassins. Under Han Shuo's commands, Emily and Chester slowly approached the direction of Yoland's charge. As a thief, Chester wasn't strong in direct combat. Thus, he stayed with the knights in that direction to intercept them. Emily stood behind the knights, ready to attack with dark magic at any time. Damn it! How did the enemy know our movements so well? Yoland had everyone spread out. At the beginning, they had targeted some of the weaker areas and used their strongest forces to launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately, before they could even get close, the originally sparsely populated areas suddenly became heavily guarded, and attackers ended up badly battered and bleeding. Under Han Shua's orders, the mages had released magic in unclear directions. However, they were often able to beat Yolin's men into a sorry state, severely injuring or killing those who had wanted to take advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack in the dark. I didn't see anyone release the Sky's Eye. I don't know how the enemy can grasp our movements so clearly. The Wind Mage appeared to be extremely anxious and frantic as he quickly said in a panicked voice, "Everyone, if you think that you can easily escape after committing a crime in the Lancelot Empire, I think you are gravely mistaken. Ha, we all know who you are. As long as you put down your weapons, surrender, and reveal your identities to us, we can spare your lives and wait for the negotiators of your empire to come." Han Shua gave out a series of orders and spoke with a smile. Through the observation of the Yin demons, Han Shua had a clear grasp of their movements. Then he had arranged reasonable experts to intercept them according to their strength. He had successfully killed more than 20 assassins, and only 13 were left. Due to Han Shua's reasonable commands, the Northern Guard only had 4 lightly injured and 1 heavily injured from the enemy's counterattack. Other than that, no one had died. However, what responded to Han Shua was an even more fearless charge. Not a single one of these Angela Empire assassins showed the slightest hesitation. After Han Shua's words, they fiercely tried to charge out of the encirclement. From their reactions and strength, Han Shua could deduce that they were all death-sworn. They had probably never thought of living since they entered the Lancelot Empire. It was basically unrealistic to capture these kinds of people alive. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Han Shua suddenly said, "Everyone, don't hold back. Kill them all. Brothers, do your best to charge out. Even if you can't, at least drag a few down with you." Yolind suddenly shouted when he heard Han Shua's merciless command. "You have no chance." Emily's voice was cold. Her eyes under the black robe stared at Yolind and said there were more than 10 technicians in the factory. They were all powerless civilians. They were all brutally killed. You all deserve to die today. Haha, you're not from our empire. If you die, then so be it. Yolind laughed wildly. He raised his double-edged broadsword and charged straight at Emily while riding on the tattoo beast he was riding. He laughed wildly and said, "Woman, do you dare to stop me alone? You're courting death." Before Emily could chant an incantation, Han Shua arrived at lightning speed. A thick, killing intent spread out in an instant. The demon's lair edge radiated red light in all directions. The blood-red sword aura swallowed and spat. Han Shua gripped the demon's lair edge and slashed it down at Yolind from above. Yolind, who'd been charging towards Emily, hadn't thought that Han Shua would fly over and attack from above. Although he had the strength of a Sky Knight, it was still a bit strenuous for him to face such a sudden attack. He'd been holding his broadsword horizontally, but now he hurriedly raised it to meet the demon's lair edge above his head. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and an obvious crack appeared on Yolind's broadsword. His shoulder trembled and he groaned. The violent patterned beast beneath him couldn't withstand the gravity, and its 4 short legs broke with a creak sound. The violent patterned beast fell to the ground, and its wolf-like head continuously spat out blood. Haha, even if you kill me, don't even think about getting the blueprints. All the technicians have been killed. Without the blueprints, you still won't be able to make the chariot. Yolind first looked at the tattoo beast beneath him with grief, then laughed wildly with a malevolent expression. He had no way to attack Han Shua, who was standing proudly in the air and could only quickly run towards Emily. Isn't it just hiding in a crack in the wall? How hard can it be to find? Han Shua said disdainfully. When Yolind's face changed greatly, Han Shua didn't bother with Yoland and rushed towards the room they'd been hiding in like lightning. Chapter 284. Yoland, who had planned to attack Emily, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard that Han Shua had revealed his secret. Just as he was about to turn around and return to the room to destroy the blueprint, a few crossbow bolts whizzed towards Yoland. Emily waved the magic staff in her hand, and a sharp Grim Reaper scythe, shining with the light of death, slashed towards Yoland's body. "Stop him! Don't let him get the blueprint!" Yoland's sharp voice rang out as he hurriedly raised his broadsword and slammed it towards the Grim Reaper scythe. The Angela Empire assassins who had been trying to break out of the encirclement all gave up on trying to break out of the encirclement when they heard Yoland's shout. They all turned around and charged towards Han Shua. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between them and Han Shua was too great. Their speed was also incomparable. Han Shua used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to fly to the room like a bolt of lightning. He took out the blueprint from the hollowed-out corner of the wall, and only then did the assassins run in front of him, courting death. Han Shua shouted coldly. He lifted the demon's lair edge and landed on the ground, walking towards the Angela Empire assassins who were charging towards him in a frenzy. As the mystical glacial spellfire was unleashed, Han Shua's demon's lair edge burst out with a brilliant purple and red light. The purple and red light sparkled like a rainbow on the blade of the demon's lair edge, quickly forming thin and long flames. The purple and red flames flickered beautifully, jumping out of the demon's lair edge's blade and stretching into twisted lines of fire, entangling into two magic webs, one purple and one red. The few assassins from the Angela Empire who were charging towards Han Shua only had one thought in their minds: to destroy Han Shua. Facing the magic webs of the scorching and freezing elements, each of them unleashed their strongest fighting chi to form swords, attempting to tear the two webs apart. However, Han Shua's strength had greatly improved, and his mastery of the mystical glacial spellfire had reached a whole new level. The leaping magic webs twisted and swayed in the air as if they were fishing in the ocean. The sword light pierced the magic webs, but they simply hit nothing but air, piercing through the beautiful lines of fire. "Not good. Retreat quickly." Yoland, who had dodged the death god's scythe in the distance, charged towards Han Shua as well. When he saw that his subordinate sword rays were ineffective against the weave, he immediately understood that this unknown web was not something that could be torn apart by sword rays. Thus, he could not help but shout a warning. However, the strange swaying webs in the air were extremely fast. Before those people could react, two large webs had already been cast down and trapped them all. The crimson net enveloped the three assassins. The bodies of the three assassins that were touched by the line of fire felt as if they were pressed down by a red-hot iron brand. Thick smoke suddenly rose from their bodies. Amidst the shrill screams, their flesh was charred black, and they slowly fell to the ground. The other four assassins who were covered by the purple weave immediately froze up, their bodies shivering like ice sculptures as they maintained their positions of either dodging or attacking. "I'll die with you." Yoland finally arrived in front of Han Shua. When he saw his brothers turn into charred ice sculptures under the cover of the weave, he roared and raised his broadsword, charging towards Han Shua without a care for his own safety. "Ha! I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Han Shua raised the demon's lair edge, a calm smile on his face as he said these words, and flew towards Yoland. Yoland had a sinister expression on his face as he brandished his greatsword. He laughed wildly when he saw Han Shua rapidly approaching, and was about to throw caution to the wind and fight to the death with Han Shua when a pair of hands suddenly reached out from the ground beneath his feet and tightly grabbed onto his feet. "Shoot him to death!" Han Shua, who had been close to Yoland, suddenly froze in midair as he shouted at the dozen or so Northern Army knights with crossbows in their hands. Yoland, who was unable to move, could only watch as Han Shua stood 5 meters in front of him in the air. when he raised his broadsword and chopped down at the two large hands that were grabbing onto his legs. The two large hands retracted into the ground. He then felt an unforgettable pain from the bottom of his feet. Two bone spikes had pierced deep into his feet, sinking deep into his knees. Amidst the screams of a pig being slaughtered, several crossbow bolts flew over and pierced through Yolen's body. Yolen's resentment and killing intent before his death transformed into an aura that was difficult to see with the naked eye and was absorbed by Han Shuo, who stood calmly in front of him. Including Yolen, the group of 20 or so assassins from the Angela Empire had all lost their lives. None of the resentment and killing intent of the dead escaped Han Shuo's absorption. Instead, it made Han Shuo's magical yuan even more complete, and the feeling that he was about to break through became stronger and stronger. Han Shuo walked in front of the 4 Angela assassins, who were like ice sculptures, and shot out 4 beams of black light that landed on the 4 assassins. For crunching sounds rang out one after another, and the originally frozen assassins fell limply to the ground. Han Shuo said to the knight leader of the Northern Army, "These 4 aren't dead yet. Guard them closely and don't let them commit suicide. This will be an explanation to His Majesty." "Don't worry, Sir Brian, we know what to do." The leader readily agreed and ordered the few soldiers behind him, "You guys tie up these 4 assassins and cover their mouths with cloth. Don't let them have the chance to bite their tongues and commit suicide." Under the leader's orders, the dozen or so soldiers quickly came over and took out special tools to tie people up from their leather bags. From their well-practiced movements and rich equipment, Han Shuo was sure that these 4 assassins would have a hard time even if they wanted to commit suicide. Once they were brought to the Northern Army's detention center and given an anesthetic, they would be so weak that they wouldn't even have the strength to bite their tongues. Under torture, they might actually be able to get some information out of them. Without looking at the 4 assassins, Han Shuo walked to Emily's side and handed the blueprint to Emily. "Take it. This mission is considered complete. It doesn't matter if I give the blueprint to the Northern Army. If you take the blueprint, the Northern Army will be able to answer to His Majesty." Emily and Han Shuo naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Since Emily couldn't reveal her identity, she didn't say anything to Han Shuo. She nodded and turned around, landing on the carriage that Chester was driving. She entered the carriage and left with Chester, quickly disappearing. "Sir Brian, it's all thanks to you that we were able to successfully capture the assassins from the Angela Empire and find their hidden blueprint. If Count Boris puts in a few good words for you in front of His Majesty, Sir Brian's contribution will be enough for you to be made a noble." Thunder Archmage Korea walked in front of Han Shuo and sincerely congratulated him. He appeared to be even happier than Han Shuo. "Ha ha, the credit belongs to everyone. Without everyone's cooperation, I wouldn't have been able to capture them by myself. You guys go back and report. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving for a while." Han Shuo glanced at Korea and said with a smile, "All right, Sir Brian, please leave first. We'll take care of the aftermath." Korea said with a respectful expression. Nodding, Han Shuo didn't continue to stay here. He left in another direction and quickly disappeared from the dirty and chaotic slums of the western part of the city. In the dead of night, Han Shuo silently appeared in the buzzed merchant guild and walked towards Phoebe's room with great familiarity. "There's no need to think about it. I believe that Brian will definitely win. Perhaps our guild's crisis can be turned around with this gamble. Take out all the funds we can and fiercely fight against Cameron and the others." In Phoebe's living room, the capable and astute Phoebe said resolutely, "Little Phoebe, do you want to reconsider this matter? I know your relationship with Brian. Although his strength isn't bad, Leah Kane has been famous for many years and is even stronger. Everyone agrees that Leah Kane has a higher chance of winning. This gamble is no small matter. If we lose, I'm afraid that the Buzzed Merchant Guild will directly collapse." "Buzzed Merchant Guild's elder," Andrew said with some worry as he leaned on his walking stick. Andrew was an elder of the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Before Phoebe had taken control, he had taken care of Phoebe. Therefore, Phoebe still cared a lot about Andrew's opinion. However, after becoming the master of the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Phoebe had truly taken control of the guild. During this period of time, the Buzzed Merchant Guild had indeed made great progress in Phoebe's hands. Andrew had also seen this and understood that Phoebe wasn't an emotional person. If it wasn't for Leah Kane's fame, perhaps he wouldn't be so worried. Grandpa Andrew, Brian's strength is even more powerful than you can imagine. In addition, we've already been forced into such a state by Cameron. Right now, Cameron's Merchant Guild is doing everything they can to suppress us. Our guild is having a hard time moving forward. Even without this competition, our Buzzed Merchant Guild will still be slowly weakened by their bullying. But if we win this time, then we can reverse the situation. Those merchant guilds that originally cooperated with Cameron will shed all pretenses of cordiality because of the huge losses. At that time, we, who have a large amount of capital, will be able to truly control the situation. Phoebe calmly analyzed and explained to Andrew, AI, since you've said so, then let's do it. I hope that Brian won't disappoint us. Otherwise, the Buzzed Merchant Guild will really be finished. Andrew thought for a while and finally nodded in agreement with Phoebe's suggestion. This also meant that the crisis that the Buzzed Merchant Guild was facing was extremely great. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken this kind of gamble to save the guild. Chapter 285. After Andrew's group left, Phoebe sat there with a frown on her face, deep in thought. It seemed that the Buzzed Merchant Guild was facing a great crisis this time. Otherwise, with Phoebe's cautious nature, she probably wouldn't have used this kind of gambling method to fight. Han Shua slowly walked in without a sound and looked at Phoebe with bright eyes when he arrived at the door. After a while, Phoebe was suddenly startled. She raised her head and saw that the person was Han Shua. She revealed a serene smile and happily said, "You're back! Don't worry, I will kill Leah Kane with my sword tomorrow. There's no doubt about that." Han Shua smiled as he walked towards Phoebe. When he was in front of Phoebe, he reached out and smoothed out the worry lines between Phoebe's eyebrows. He said softly, "I believe you. This time, our Buzzed Merchant Guild has put out 700,000 gold coins. As long as you kill Leah Kane, Cameron will have to compensate us 5 times the amount according to the current odds. No matter how rich Cameron is, he won't be able to support it. This way, our Buzzed Merchant Guild will have an enormous amount of capital. Cameron and the others will naturally not be in danger." Phoebe enjoyed Han Shua's gentleness very much. She lightly leaned on Han Shua's chest and said softly, "All right, you should rest early. I'll cultivate here tonight. Tomorrow I'll go to the garden house to challenge Leah Kane and get rid of this trouble as soon as possible." Han Shua patted Phoebe's fragrant shoulder and urged Phoebe. After hearing Han Shua's words, Phoebe nodded meekly and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll definitely go with you tomorrow and watch you kill Leah Kane with my own eyes. I know you'll definitely win." After saying this, Phoebe didn't stay here any longer. She walked into the room with a light smile and said softly, "Wait until you win, then accompany me for a good chat." After Phoebe left, Han Shua sat down cross-legged in the hall and silently circulated his magical yuan. He slowly recovered his spirit and adjusted his condition. Inside Han Shua's body, the demon infant seemed to be in a bloody whirlpool. Drops of blood essence were sparkling and translucent like rubies, appearing like red crystals. The blood essence converged into a whirlpool, nourishing the demon infant in the center. Streaks of crimson blood energy surrounded it. This was the killing intent of the bloodlust realm. It was also a kind of nourishment for the demon infant. The demon infant that looked exactly like Han Shua was only the size of a fist, but there was a black between its eyebrows. This was where Han Shua's life weapon, the Demon's Lair Edge, resided. The Demon's Lair Edge that was connected to Han Shua's life had absorbed a large amount of killing intent during this period of time. It had hidden itself in Han Shua's body and became a black between the demon infant's eyebrows. Through this method, the connection between Han Shuo and the Demon's Lair Edge became more complete. The demon infant and the Demon's Lair Edge could also replenish and absorb energy from each other. Once the Demon's Lair Edge successfully evolved into a vile soul, the connection between the Demon's Lair Edge and the Demon's Lair Edge would become even closer. As long as Han Shuo willed it, it wouldn't be impossible for him to take someone's head from 1,000 miles away. During this period of time, the bloodlust realm Han Shuo had fought all over the place and killed many experts. The killing intent and resentment of the experts that died in Han Shuo's hands were all absorbed by Han Shuo, aiding Han Shuo's progress bit by bit, especially during the trip to the Forbidden Land, where Han Shuo had devoured a large amount of killing intent. Both Han Shuo and the Demon's Lair Edge had made great progress. In the bloodlust realm, Han Shuo could already gradually control his nature. When the killing intent accumulated to a certain degree, it would change from quantitative to qualitative. At that time, he would be able to break through to the separate demon realm, and his strength would increase by another step. At that time, not only could he continue to cultivate a higher level of secret demonic arts, but he could also separate his consciousness from his body and obtain some unfathomable abilities. After a night of meditation, Han Shuo was in high spirits the next day. He left the buzzed merchant guild with Phoebe and headed to the garden house where Leah Kane lived. During these days, the news that Han Shuo was about to challenge the mad, great sword master Leah Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance had been deliberately exaggerated by Candide and Lawrence. Many spies of the nobles appeared in the vicinity of the garden house. There were also a few experts from all sides who were full of interest, waiting for Han Shuo's arrival. When Han Shuo alighted from Phoebe's carriage and walked alone to the garden house, he was recognized by someone. Amidst the whispers, the spies from all sides quickly returned to report the news. For a moment, the whispers turned into a hubbub. More and more people came to the garden house after hearing the news. As the mad great sword master of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Leah Kane was very famous in the circles of many nobles and experts. As soon as such a character appeared in Austin City, he successfully defeated 3 of the city's great sword masters and made a name for himself. Unfortunately, Leah Kane was an outsider after all. The citizens of the Lancelot Empire naturally didn't like this. During this time, Han Shuo's fame had also risen greatly. Of course, Han Shuo's reputation wasn't good either. Since he had killed several opponents in a row, Han Shuo's notoriety had spread far and wide. However, although Han Shuo's reputation wasn't good, he was still a citizen of the Lancelot Empire. Therefore, everyone hoped that he would win. Along the way to the garden house, the nobles and commoners in the surroundings all cheered to send him off. These people had long known that such a day would come. Due to Lawrence's information, they knew that Han Shuo would definitely come within the next 2 days. Since they had nothing better to do, they came to try their luck. They didn't expect that Han Shuo would really come today. The spectators were all in high spirits. Han Shuo, who was 9 meters tall, wore a simple and capable black warrior's attire. His appearance was masculine and handsome. Because he had been practicing demonic arts for a long time, he naturally had an eye-catching demonic temperament. Some of the noble ladies who saw Han Shuo for the first time had a favorable impression of him as soon as they saw his appearance, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. Each and every one of them looked at Han Shuo with burning gazes. At first, they whispered to each other, but later, they even started screaming. I'm so angry. He left for so many days, and this time he stood me up again. If I didn't know about this matter, who knows when I would be able to see him again? On a street in front of the garden house, Fanny was leading a group of people from the necromancy major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. She stared at Han Shuo from afar and complained in a low voice. "Master Fanny, what are you saying? Look, that really is Brian. I thought it was fake when I first heard the news. I didn't think that it would really be Brian. He actually went to challenge that evil person, Leah Kane. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Amy of the necromancy major waved her little fist excitedly as she watched Han Shua walk towards the garden house. She shouted at Fanny beside her. "No, nothing." Fanny covered it up with a smile. She then said, "I didn't think that this guy wouldn't be nervous at all in front of so many people. It looks like he's really grown up. Brian is really amazing. His deeds have spread all over Austin City. Even our necromancy major has many new students. These new students actually chose our weak necromancy major as soon as they entered the academy. What a reversal of fortune." Athena was also a bit excited. She sighed emotionally as she watched Han Shua proudly walk forward. This time, Lisa had also come along. However, Lisa was much quieter than before. She didn't chatter incessantly, but only silently gazed at the dazzling Han Shua in the distance. Looking at Han Shua, who was still calm and unruffled in the face of so many gazes, Lisa suddenly felt that he was supposed to be this dazzling. "I'm Brian. I've come to see Mr. Liakane," Han Shua said with a smile to the guard in front of the garden house's main entrance. A large number of nobles and commoners had come to watch from the alleys and pavilions around the garden house. The news that Han Shua wanted to challenge Liakane had been released a long time ago. Liakane had also given the order, so the guard naturally knew what to do. "Mr. Liakane is currently cultivating. He already knew that you would come and told us to invite you in as soon as you arrived," the guard said respectfully. "That's good. Please lead the way," Han Shua said with a smile. Under the guard's guidance, Han Shua walked into the garden house with him. The onlookers outside were all stopped. The garden house was a private property after all. Without the owner's permission, no one could enter without permission. "Let us in, let us in." "Yes, we've been waiting for a long time. Please let us in. I'm Count ACI of the Lancelot Empire. I want to see Mr. Liakane." After Han Shua entered, some of the commoners and nobles surrounding the garden house tried to use various methods to enter. Not far away, a few carriages slowly approached. These carriages were beautifully decorated. One look, and anyone could tell that they were nobles. A group of nobles led by eldest Prince Charles, Old Han, and Emily of the Betteridge family, ministers of finance Evie and Lawrence, Boris of the Northern Guard, and other nobles also slowly made their way over. Candide and one of the three heavyweights, Amies, appeared on top of the tallest building across from the garden house. They were also watching the garden house across from them. Chapter 286. "That kid, is he the Brian you were talking about?" Amies, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, looked at Han Shua from the garden house with interest and spoke elegantly. "That's him. He has indeed done many great things recently, and his strength seems to be unfathomable. It's just that I haven't truly seen him yet. This is a good opportunity to see his true strength," Candide said to Amies with a gloomy face. Amies looked to be in his 30s and was wearing a well-tailored white robe. There were no decorations on the robe, making it look clean and simple. It complemented his extraordinary handsome appearance and gave him an attractive and refined charm. However, for the nobles of the Lancelot Empire, the handsome and elegant Amies, who often wore a faint smile, was a terrifying character like the god of death. Once a noble was targeted by Amies, there was basically no possibility of escape. The lightest punishment was confiscation of their property and imprisonment, while the heaviest punishment was immediate execution. Among the three heavyweights, Cecilia was usually active abroad. Candide was in charge of gathering intelligence and investigating assassins of the Empire, and Amies was in charge of monitoring and suppressing high officials and nobles. The three of them had a clear division of labor and coordinated very well. However, Candide and Cecilia usually didn't show themselves in front of the public and posed no threat to some of the nobles of the Empire. Only Amies was the most familiar and also the most feared. There wasn't a single noble who wasn't afraid of him. You should be very clear about Liakane's strength. In addition, Liakane is related to First Prince Charles. If this kid can't beat Liakane, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to leave the garden house alive. Amies narrowed his slender eyes and looked at Han Shua, who was standing proudly in the garden house, as he spoke to Candide. "Ha, that's hard to say. Ferguson, who is a light, grand magus like you, also died in his hands. As far as I know, Ferguson's fame isn't any lower than Leah Kane's. If he can kill a light, grand magus, then he might be able to kill Leah Kane as well." Although Candide wasn't optimistic about Han Shua had been promoted by him. Candide couldn't lose face in front of Amies. Amies smiled elegantly and didn't say much. He only nodded slightly and leisurely sat down on a stone bench on the high platform. He took out an exquisite tea set and began to drink by himself. Inside the garden house, Han Shua was a bit worried. Through the 3 demons spying, Han Shua discovered that Emily, Phoebe, and Fanny were all outside the garden house. Although the 3 women weren't in the same direction, Han Shua knew that they would definitely come looking for him once he left the garden house. Han Shua wasn't worried about Emily because she was open-minded when it came to relationships. Although she might have some grudges in her heart, at least she wouldn't fly into a rage. However, Phoebe and Fanny didn't know about Han Shua's situation. Once the 2 women saw each other, a storm would be inevitable. While Han Shua was still worrying about relationships, mad great swordsman Leah Kane walked out from the center of the garden house. Leah Kane carried a broadsword and walked out with a cold expression. His cruel eyes swept over Han Shua and he snorted, "Brat, you're that Brian, right?" "That's me. I think you already know about the situation, so there's no need for us to talk nonsense. Let's fight on this spacious lawn and settle this storm, shall we?" As soon as Leah Kane walked out of the room, Han Shua immediately cast aside his emotional worries and focused all of his attention on Leah Kane, replying leisurely, "All right, I'll teach you a good lesson." Leah Kane laughed sinisterly and then looked at the crowd outside the garden house. He suddenly said, "If you don't mind, can you let the people outside come in and watch the fight?" Frowning, Han Shua thought for a moment and said, "I don't mind. It's just that there are too many people outside. If they all come in, I'm afraid it won't be appropriate." "Then there shouldn't be a problem if only the nobles are allowed in." Leah Kane had listened to Charles's instructions beforehand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this suggestion. Han Shua was worried that if the 3 women gathered together and got too close to him, there would be a disturbance that he didn't want to see. That was why he was a bit apprehensive. When Leah Kane said this, Han Shua remembered that Fanny and Phoebe didn't have noble titles. He nodded and said, "Then do as you wish." Seeing Han Shua nod in agreement, Leah Kane waved his hand at the guard in the distance. The guard seemed to have known Leah Kane's intentions and shouted from outside, "Those with noble titles in the Lancelot Empire can come in and watch. Other commoners are not allowed inside." With this, the nobles who were loitering outside walked in arrogantly and gracefully. The commoners around them didn't say anything. On the profound continent, the nobles had certain privileges. Commoners were well aware of this and had long since gotten used to it. Therefore, they weren't surprised. One by one, the nobles entered the garden house with their attendants. Among them, Phoebe and Lawrence mixed together and also took the opportunity to enter the garden house. As soon as Phoebe entered the garden house, she suddenly felt someone spying on her. She turned her head and saw that it was an astonished Emily. Emily was wearing a long purple dress. Her delicate face was as white as jade. She was incomparably beautiful among old Han's group. She carried an awe-inspiring and inviolable nobility. She didn't have any of the melancholy that a widow should have. She was unbelievably dazzling. Damn that Brian. This Emily must have also obtained a miraculous pill. Could he be related to Emily? With just a glance, Phoebe knew that it was the effect of the rebirth pill, especially when Emily looked at Phoebe with a gaze full of astonishment. The 2 women immediately understood what was going on with just a glance. "Hey, Brian, you'll definitely win." Lawrence was very optimistic as he cheered for Han Shua from afar. He wants to win with his abilities? Dream on. First Prince Charles said disdainfully from not too far away from Lawrence. The group of nobles following behind him immediately chimed in and started sucking up to the prince. Each and every one of them did their utmost to recite the reasons why Han Shuo would surely lose, wanting to win Charles's favor. There was a lawn the size of a football field in the center of the garden house. Han Shuo and Lia Cain were currently at the center of the lawn, surrounded by nobles of the Lancelot Empire. These nobles all had expert guards beside them. In addition, they were quite a distance away from Han Shuo and Lia Cain, so they weren't worried about their own safety. The grave and stern Lia Cain didn't pay too much attention to Han Shuo. When he saw the nobles enter one after another, he cast his gaze at Charles. Charles, who was chatting cheerfully and wittily, saw Lia Cain look at him. He nodded slightly, indicating that Lia Cain could make his move. Lia Cain, who was carrying a broadsword, finally turned his gaze back to Han Shuo. He said coldly, "Brat, are you ready to die?" Han Shuo took a deep breath and expelled all distracting thoughts from his mind. Han Shuo's face instantly became cold and merciless. His voice was also cold and arrogant. "Mr. Lia Cain, before the battle, I have to remind you that apart from martial arts, I'm also an archmage necromancer. I hope you'll be careful." "Humph, you're just a useless archmage necromancer. You're wasting your energy on this kind of useless magic. I can already imagine how high your attainments in martial arts are. I really don't know what kind of trash that great swordmaster you killed was. He couldn't even win against a guy like you who didn't focus on martial arts. It seems that your Lancelot Empire really doesn't have any true experts." Lia Cain was incomparably arrogant. He had offended all the surrounding nobles with just this one sentence. Even the nobles who had bet on him to win all revealed angry expressions. "Idiot, even if you win, don't even think about establishing a foothold in the Lancelot Empire. No wonder you wanted to escape from the Brute Merchant Alliance. With this kind of temper, if you didn't have some strength, you would have been killed long ago." First Prince Charles looked at the arrogant Lia Cain and cursed in his heart. He had already made up his mind that even if Lia Cain killed Han Shuo this time, he absolutely couldn't expose his relationship with Lia Cain. This was to avoid affecting the noble's opinion of him because of Lia Cain. "Mr. Lia Cain, I hope you won't disappoint me." With a thought, the Demon's Lair edge fell into Han Shuo's right hand from his sleeve. The 2-foot-long Demon's Lair edge was as sharp as a needle. The blade was an abnormal dark brown color. It didn't look very conspicuous without magical yuan. "Kid, since you dared to come to my place, you should have already made preparations. Today, I'll let you know the strength of your seniors. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've won against a few pieces of trash." Lia Cain snorted coldly and pointed the broadsword in his hand at Han Shuo, speaking arrogantly. Han Shuo didn't respond to Lia Cain. With a callous expression, he raised the Demon's Lair edge and directly flew towards Lia Cain. His body drew several afterimages due to his high speed. He was so fast that it was hard to tell which was which. Chapter 287. Although Lia Cain's words were disdainful, when Han Shuo actually made his move, he immediately focused all of his attention to deal with it. He raised the broadsword in his hand and snorted coldly. A silver sword curtain suddenly opened in front of him. Lia Cain had already advanced to the realm of Great Swordmaster many years ago. He had immersed himself in this realm for a long time, challenging many experts in the Brute Merchant Alliance and earning the title of Mad Great Swordmaster. If he hadn't offended the lightning sacred magus Reynold Dyla of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Lia Cain wouldn't have come to the Lancelot Empire. Great Swordmaster Lia Cain opened the silver sword curtain and completely enveloped the area in front of him. Han Shuo, who was flying over, could feel the enormous sword aura contained within the sword curtain. The invincible Demon's Lair edge in his hand shot out a black light after injecting demonic yuan into it, directly piercing towards the silver sword curtain. When the Demon's Lair edge shot out this attack, The black light that burst out was dark and gloomy. It carried an astonishing killing intent as it suddenly bombarded the sword screen that Leah Kane had created. Only a few explosive sounds could be heard as the silver sword screen and the black light intertwined. The silver light and black light scattered like specks of starlight. "Oh!" Leah Kane exclaimed softly and abruptly took a step back. He looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and said, "Good kid, your martial technique is indeed a bit strange. It's actually not fighting aura." The silver sword curtain disappeared into thin air under the black light of the Demon's Lair edge. However, when the silver sword curtain and the Demon's Lair edge collided, an enormous force flowed through the Demon's Lair edge and directly into Han Shuo's arm. Han Shuo's arm was shaken to the point of numbness. Han Shuo didn't rush to attack again. He coldly stared at Leah Kane, not daring to relax at all. After this attack, Han Shuo already knew that Leah Kane was indeed much stronger than the great sword master he had killed last time. They were both great sword masters, but Leah Kane had immersed himself in this realm for many years. His attainments were indeed extraordinary. This Brian does have some strength. On the balcony opposite the garden house, Emmys looked at Candide in astonishment and exclaimed softly. Candide's eyes sparkled as he looked at Brian with great interest. He replied, "This is also the first time I've seen him fight." He didn't have any fighting aura, but he was actually able to break through Leah Kane's sword curtain condensed from fighting aura. This is indeed strange. It looks like he's hiding a lot of secrets. The nobles around the lawn cried out in surprise when they saw Han Shuo cut through Leah Kane's sword curtain with a single stroke. Lawrence, Phoebe, and the others revealed joyful expressions. "This kid isn't bad. He saved us last time at Evie's house, so we owe him a favor. I hope he won't be harmed by Leah Kane." Old Han, who was beside Emily, chuckled as he looked at Han Shuo and spoke to Emily. "Father, I think this Brian might be able to win," Emily said with a light smile. She understood that Han Shuo's strength wasn't just limited to this. Just Han Shuo's ability to fly was already a great advantage. This wasn't something Leah Kane could do. I hope so." Old Han laughed heartily. Leah Kane snorted coldly amidst the clamor of the crowd. "You do have some strength, but it's a pity that you shouldn't have challenged me." As soon as he finished speaking, Leah Kane raised his broadsword and walked towards Han Shuo. His speed wasn't fast, and every step he took was very heavy. The two crisscrossing scars on his neck looked very sinister, and his eyes were filled with a crazy desire to fight. Leah Kane walked over step by step, his aura becoming stronger and stronger. The broadsword in his hand shone with a brilliant silver light, emitting a dazzling radiance under the sunlight. The silver fighting aura and the broadsword fused together and converged into a gorgeous rainbow. It slashed down towards Han Shuo from a distance of 10 meters. This silver rainbow was incomparably fast, as if it had crossed 10 meters. It appeared in front of Han Shuo in an instant. The enormous power contained within it was so strong that even some of the spectating nobles could clearly feel it. Han Shuo stood there like a fool. He didn't seem to be able to react for a moment under the attack of the silver rainbow. The crowd watched helplessly as Han Shuo was slashed down by the silver rainbow. He didn't seem to know how to dodge at all. "Hurry and run!" Many of the spectators who were worried about Han Shuo all screamed out to warn him. Unfortunately, the speed of their voices was obviously slower than Leah Kane's silver rainbow. As soon as these people's warnings came out, a terrifying explosion came from the area where Han Shuo had been standing. The area where Han Shuo had been standing had directly split open into a 15-meter-long ravine. The ravine was so deep that it looked like it had been cut into a piece of tofu. Silver fighting aura lingered in the ravine and didn't dissipate. The enormous power continued to explode on both sides of the huge ravine, producing rumbling sounds. When the terrifying explosion stopped, the ravine that had been split open became even bigger. All the weeds were covered by the silver fighting aura and turned into green sawdust. What a terrifying attack. Poor challenger, he's definitely done for. Sigh, he's still a bit young after all. It's inevitable that he can't withstand a single blow from such an expert who's been famous for so many years. Let's go. That young man must have died in the ravine. There's nothing left to see. Oh, such a handsome man was actually killed by that ugly monster. Damn enemy nation's people. All sorts of unfavorable comments about Han Shuo came from the mouths of the spectators. They watched as Han Shuo didn't make any movements to dodge Lia Kane's sword. They naturally assumed that Han Shuo had already died in the ravine. Suddenly a loud shout sounded. "Oh my God, look up in the sky!" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone raised their heads in unison. They saw Han Shuo proudly standing high in the sky with the demon's lair edge in hand, coldly looking down at Lia Kane. He wasn't injured at all. How is this possible? Even Lia Kane himself couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He stared at the sky with some disbelief. If a swordsman wanted to stand in the sky, they had to reach the realm of Sword God in order to rely on fighting aura to travel in the sky. Although mages could use the levitation spell to stand in the air at the Archmage realm, the levitation spell still couldn't be that fast, nor could it be that nimble. Although Han Shuo was an Archmage necromancer, he couldn't use the slow levitation spell to dodge the swift and violent sword attack. Therefore, Lia Kane couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Han Shuo standing unscathed in the sky. Amis, can you sense the gathering of magical elements on his body? Why can't I sense it at all? Candide, who was on the high platform, looked at Han Shuo, who was standing proudly in the sky, and shouted in amazement. Shaking his head, the usually calm and collected Amis also cried out in surprise. Strange, very strange. He's not using any magical fighting aura, but he's actually able to stand so miraculously in the sky. What's going on? It looks like it must have something to do with the miraculous martial arts technique he practices. Amis, Brian's martial arts technique is very miraculous. If the Lancelot Empire's military can master it and use it to fly at high speeds, the strength of our Lancelot Empire's army will increase many times over. Candide's heart was moved as he immediately shouted, "Be careful. If Lia Kane dares to kill, we must stop him even if it means breaking the rules. This Brian is indeed miraculous. He's too useful to our Lancelot Empire. We absolutely cannot let him die." Amis shouted resolutely. He had already decided to protect Han Shuo at all costs. "Let's do it. After this matter, I believe that your majesty will know what to do." Candide immediately agreed. His sinister eyes focused on Lia Kane's body. The dark element around his body intensified as he prepared to make a move at any time, regardless of his status. Amidst the lush foliage of a towering tree, the super assassin Balins that Han Shuo and Lawrence had previously met in the Northern Rose Garden was crouching amidst the leaves and gazing at the sky. His eyes were wide open as he muttered to himself, "This is too miraculous. He's actually using a martial arts technique to stand proudly in the sky. This Brian seems to be hiding other secrets besides his extraordinary attainments in killing aura. Master really made the right choice to let me come this time. Kid, don't think that you're so great just because you're a mage. Come down if you have the guts." Lia Kane bellowed as he looked up at Han Shuo in the sky. Although he was a great sword master, he still couldn't fly in the sky. Facing Han Shuo, he could only stare at him helplessly. "As you wish." Han Shuo let out a long laugh in the sky and flew down like a meteor. The demon's lair edge in his hand shot out a 2-meter-long, purplish-red demonic light. A thick, murderous aura spread in all directions with Han Shuo as the center. All the onlookers felt their hearts palpitate and couldn't help but step back a bit. Each and every one of them looked at the descending Han Shuo with shock. Chapter 288. Good kid. Lia Kane clearly felt this enormous killing intent. His crazed eyes were filled with battle excitement as silver fighting aura continuously condensed on the broadsword in his hand. He didn't wait for Han Shuo to land on the ground before another silver rainbow shot out, aiming straight for Han Shuo, who was slashing at his head. Han Shuo's eyes turned scarlet red as killing intent gathered around his body. His expression was sinister and terrifying, and a sinister, mysterious, and terrifying aura shrouded Lia Kane's head along with the bloody mist. The 2-meter-long, purplish-red, demonic light drifted downwards in a bewitching manner, like a beautiful large feather drifting in the wind. A loud clang sounded as the purplish-red demonic light descended and intertwined with Lia Kane's silver rainbow. It was as if there were beautiful fireworks exploding in the air. Silver, deep red, and purple lights continuously shot out. Waves of metallic clashing sounds continuously came from the beautiful explosions. Lia Kane, who was standing on the ground, had already been smashed into the grass by the enormous force as the explosions continued to ring in his ears. The soil had sunk up to his knees, and a strange power of alternating heat and cold suddenly enveloped him. The strange power was like an all-pervasive ghost that poured straight into his body. Lia Kane suddenly shivered as he felt his body turn stiff and cold. Just as he was feeling aghast, another wave of scorching heat erupted from his body like a volcano. The two auras of cold and heat intertwined within his body, giving Lia Kane an incomparably wonderful and painful feeling. Lia Kane let out a crazed howl and screamed at the sky like a madman. He tore off the clothes on the upper half of his body, revealing a body of strong muscles. Streaks of silver light were clearly twisting on his naked body, and there were even streaks of red and purple light reflecting off of them. It was a very strange sight. "I'm going to tear you apart," Lia Kane roared. Specks of silver light gathered on the broadsword in his hand as he brandished it towards the cold, attacking Han Shuo. Suddenly, the light on the broadsword in Lia Kane's hand abruptly receded. All of the silver fighting aura had disappeared, and the bright and clean broadsword didn't reflect any luster under the sunlight. It looked incomparably strange. Han Shuo, who had exchanged a blow with Lia Kane, understood that Lia Kane's strength was indeed extraordinary. Han Shuo, who was in the bloodthirsty realm, hadn't been able to gain the upper hand even with his full strength. If it wasn't for the mystical glacial spellfire's two extreme cold and heat attributes, Lia Kane wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. Han Shuo's hands were numb as he flew down. An enormous amount of magical yuan surged into the demon's lair edge. Han Shuo, who had been accumulating energy to deal another heavy blow to Elijah Kane, suddenly discovered that the radiance of the broadsword had completely disappeared. He instinctively felt a sense of danger. Han Shuo's extraordinary perception once again displayed its keen effect. He was flying down to attack Lia Kane when he immediately connected with the 3 Een demons. When the broadsword in Lia Kane's hand trembled, Han Shuo's body suddenly split into 4 and fell in 4 different directions. At this moment, the broadsword that had completely lost its luster suddenly burst out with a blinding light. Fine, needle-like rays of cold light shot towards the sky like rain. Those needle-like rays of cold light covered an area of 5 meters. Not only were they densely packed, but they were also filled with terrifying penetrative power. They pierced into the sky in the blink of an eye and disappeared. The body formed by the Een demon took the place of the original body and was completely penetrated by the cold light. The incorporeal and formless Een demon was also invaded by a strange power when the cold light pierced through the sky. Because the dense fighting aura had been condensed to an extremely small degree, it actually possessed a powerful, destructive power against the Een demon. This caused one of Han Shuo's Een demons to be pierced full of holes and its aura to become extremely weak. What a terrifying attack! Han Shuo was shocked. He was absolutely horrified when he landed on the ground. Lia Kane was indeed very frightening. He was actually able to condense, fighting aura to such a small and dense degree. The fighting aura had been condensed to the size of needles, but the power and destructive power contained within had actually increased by 100 times. Even the almost incorporeal Een demon was injured by this kind of sharp light. Han Shua believed that if he hadn't reacted in time and decisively used fulgurating shadows, his physical body would definitely have been destroyed. While Han Shua was endlessly shocked by Liu Kang, as the attacker, was even more incredulous. He never thought that Han Shua would be able to dodge his attack. When Han Shua, who had been split into 4, landed on the ground, the 3 Een demons' bodies slowly faded, like reflections in water that had a stone thrown into them. They twisted and swayed for a moment before disappearing, leaving only Han Shua standing behind Liu Kang. Too strong. Wow, what was that just now? A rain of swords, too gorgeous. I didn't think that this ugly guy could have such a beautiful attack. This Brian is the real deal. If my eyes weren't playing tricks on me, I would have seen 4 Brians just now. Oh my God, too amazing. You're not playing tricks on you. I also saw 4 Brians. What kind of martial technique is that? It's too powerful. After a moment of silence, the surroundings suddenly burst into a fierce clamor. All the nobles and their guards who had come to watch the fight started discussing in surprise. Their faces were filled with excitement and astonishment. They were shocked by this unprecedentedly exciting fight. Wow, what's going on? On the high platform, Candide had an expression of disbelief as he looked at Liu Kang and Han Shua, who were standing in the distance. That Liu Kang is really terrifying. According to our Dark Mantle's information, the experts he's fought in recent years have only used a silver rainbow-like sword light to directly defeat his opponents with his superior fighting aura. However, it seems like Liu Kang's true ultimate move should be that fine and dense rain of cold light that he just released. I could feel the terrifying attack power contained within. I didn't think that this Liu Kang, who looks so crude and brainless, would actually be hiding such a sinister and meticulous ultimate move. What a terrifying person! Amis exclaimed. After a pause, Amis excitedly shouted. Candide, however, this Brian of yours is even more amazing. Facing that kind of attack that was almost impossible to dodge, he actually used that miraculous martial technique to split into 4 people and successfully escape. What an amazing kid! Of course. Otherwise, why would I put in so much effort for him? Candide, who was originally secretly amazed, immediately said in a gloomy and proud voice after hearing Ami's words. The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly, and clamoring noises rose and fell. It seemed like the excited spectators wouldn't stop until the 2 of them made their move. After experiencing a fierce battle, Liu Kang and Han Shua both had a clear understanding of each other's strength. Han Shua, who was originally full of confidence, began to treat Han Shua seriously. Liu Kang, who was originally disdainful of Han Shua, also put away his arrogance and treated Han Shua as the most terrifying enemy in his life. At this moment, the 2 of them were 15 meters apart, facing each other with equal harshness. Liu Kang once again stood on flat ground, lightly panting as he glared at Han Shua. The 2 of them just stared at each other without saying a word. After 10 breaths, Han Shua grinned and said, Liu Kang, you will die today without a doubt. Your attack just now was indeed incomparably powerful, but it's a pity that it requires a certain amount of time to condense and consumes a lot of fighting aura, right? Liu Kang immediately turned pale with fright when he heard these words. It seemed that Han Shua had clearly pointed out the weakness of that move. At this moment, Han Shua dashed towards Liu Kang like a bolt of lightning. The Demon's Lair edge was a step ahead of him and bit towards Liu Kang like a spirit snake with its fangs bared. Once Liu Kang's great sword blocked the Demon's Lair edge, the Demon's Lair edge would change direction and continue attacking him from the other side. Han Shua didn't attack Liu Kang like the Demon's Lair edge did. Instead, he flew into the sky once again and took out a white-boned staff unhurriedly, starting to chant a necromancy incantation. When the canopy of necromancy covered the sun, 2 evil knights led a group of dark creatures onto the lawn, surrounding Leah Kane heavily. 2 evil knights, 5 hate knights, 20 zombies, 70 skeletal warriors, and 2 teams of 30 gargoyles continuously appeared with Han Shua's incantations. Leah Kane, who was entangled by the demon's lair edge, couldn't do anything. He could only watch as the enormous dark creatures drowned him. Leah Kane is finished. Amis said elegantly and smiled at Candide. Let's go, we'll go see His Majesty together. This Brian's value will definitely make His Majesty make the right decision. Hee, that kid Lawrence's luck isn't bad. Perhaps we should get closer to him. You're right. Candide nodded in agreement and floated into the sky with Amis, heading towards the palace from the other side. The 2 hadn't even completely left when Leah Kane's miserable howls rang out continuously and spread throughout the entire garden house. Leah Kane's ankle was grabbed by the Earth Elite zombie hidden in the ground. He was then ambushed by an unremarkable 7-winged little skull and was seriously injured. Afterwards, he was trampled to death by 2 evil knights charging towards him. Behind him, more than 100 dark creatures swarmed over and tore Leah Kane to pieces.